Hi, Dave.
Oh my goodness. It says we're live. It says we're live. I think we're live.
I think we're live.
I think we're live. We might be the only ones here right now. I think some others are coming to join us. I don't know. How about you and I just hang out? We'll wait for the rest of the world to join us. We'll just have our own little private party here, Caitlin. Is that okay with you?
Love that. Love that journey for us.
Done. The rest of the they can go wherever they want to go. Go eat some dinner or something. It's the Caitlin and Dave show. We're just going to talk grading, assessment, a little Schitt's Creek. We'll just hang out, just the two of us.
Welcome, everyone. No one.
Oh, some people found us. Oh, the secret is out. I think Jeff Gargas must have tweeted something or something. Now people are fine. Jeff Gargas, Caitlin and I were going to hang out, just the two of us for a little while. What are you doing? Oh, man. That's all good. And Caitlin, I see some people noticing that they're up Schitt's Creek right now with us. What's going on?
Yeah, they are.
What is going on? You and I seem to always be in sync, no matter the situation. We tend to always match vibes, match outfits, match energy. And today it's the little Alexis and David taking place. If I call you Alexis Rose at all today, I am so sorry.
Don't be. Sorry. I'll take it as a compliment. I would love that. Love that.
Don't bop me on the nose or do any of that kind of stuff, okay? Awesome. Well, I think it looks like people are starting to trickle over here, so I think we are going to have to switch gears soon and start talking grading. This is not Focus on the Focus, though, right? This is, or is it? Wait, can we just act like it's Focus on the Focus?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that's part of what we want to do today. We want to address some of the questions people have been asking us over the last 3 weeks, maybe preview a little bit of what's still to come, and actually dive into some of the notes that we both have on conversations that we want to have that we couldn't quite figure out how to fit into that series, but still talk grading, still talk assessment, feedback. I'm calling this, it's not official according to the notes that Jeff and Ray sent us, but this is the Sir Mix-a-Lot hour. This is the hour where we attack all those big buts that people are always saying, I would do this, but, and a little Schitt's Creek humor in the midst. Is that okay with you?
That works for me. Oh my gosh, yes.
All right. Tell you what, how about we toss it over to whoever's behind the scenes pushing those buttons so they can do their promo music fun thing. When the music stops, we'll come back, introduce ourselves, see if a couple more people have joined us, and then we'll jump in and start talking some grading. Sound good?
Sounds good to me. Let's do this.
All right. Alexis, All right, Caitlin. So first of all, I feel like this is the shirt that you should be wearing today, not me. Or this is the shirt I feel like so many people out there that have heard us talk grading assessment want to wear after I make statements. There's like, ew, David, don't say that, David.
Ew, David.
You do it so much better than I do. I love it. And I love yours. And I love the fact that people that might just be getting into Schitt's Creek might have no idea what that is in a reference to until you get to, like, what is it, season 3 or so? But so spoiler alert, get to season 3 and you'll start to make reference to that as well. So, all right. So Caitlin Giordano, grading guru yourself, just the queen of all things assessment, feedback, grading. Well, first of all, I'm impressed that you knew which way to point on this. I always get that confused. You did it right away. Are you ready to have this conversation today? A little bit grading, a little assessment, a little of that stuff?
Always ready to have these conversations as long as you're with me, Dave.
Okay. Well, Candace is asking us to talk Moira. I don't even know how to talk. Like, does anybody know what is the Moira's accent? I don't even know
her
Moira's
accent is fabulous. I can do Alexis all day. So Dave, it's on you to do Moira.
Oh, hold on. You don't always do Alexis's accent? It's
no,
not just.
That's just my voice.
Oh, I always for the last year and a half or so that I've known you, I always thought you were just playing up the Alexis Rose thing. That's really you?
It is. That's just me. Just me.
Oh, okay. Love it. Maybe that's why I love that show so much. Tell you what, those of you that are watching that found us here, do us a favor real quick. share the link on whatever platform you're on right now, so your friends, your network can come join in on the conversation as well. We do have some things that we're going to specifically talk about with grading. I know you have one crucial point that you want to make sure people understand before we go any further. So we'll drop that out here in a second. I also want to tell people we do have 3 prizes that we're going to give away. And Jeff, I didn't know Ray was going to be here. You sent me a text and said I can change the rules. I hope that Ray's okay with that, because I'm changing the rules on how we give things away. We have 3 prizes that we are giving away, and we're not following that script. We're going to give them away at random times. So be ready to engage, have conversations, ask the tough questions, because it's going to be fun. Are you ready, Caitlin?
Oh my gosh, yes. But Dave, you have to tell everybody, what are we giving away?
Some epic stuff brought to us by our sponsor. So our sponsor, Floop. Floop. Are you familiar with Floop? Floop is incredible. Floop is this app that helps teachers provide feedback quickly, instantaneously, which is a key tenet of all we're talking about here. And we are providing 3 pro accounts. 3 pro accounts for Floop, which is off the chart. So yeah.
Love that. Okay, so get excited, everybody. Get ready.
Okay.
We're going to break the rules.
Which kind of what we do, right? All right. So Caitlin, we were chatting a little bit saying what's going to be our focus today in this conversation. I sent you some things I want to talk about, and you said, okay, but Dave, before we do any of that, I need to make sure that people understand this. How about we go with this first to make sure that people understand? All right, go for it, Caitlin.
Okay. So one of the things that I feel like keeps coming up on our awesome Wednesday night Focus on the Focus chats is all of this apprehension about like, okay, yes, I want to do this. I'm so excited about this. I feel so strongly about this. This is my philosophy. Everything you're saying, I'm on board. How do I do it? And I feel like it's so important to take kind of a moment there and think, okay, you don't have to do it all. And you don't have to do it all right now. And I totally am the person who is over there all the time being like, yes, I want to do all the things. How can I go from 0 to 60 in 0 time? With something like this, it's so important to take a moment to consider. Better is good. If you can do small things over time, that's when you end up in a better place. That's when you end up doing all these things that Dave and I keep talking about, because you've taken small steps over time. Implementing something like complete grading overhaul, like getting rid of grades completely, like going fully standards-based, like a new feedback system, all of that takes so much time. And it's a lot of work and a lot of energy. And if you do small pieces of that as you go, you just continuously improve it and you continuously get better until you're at this place that you ultimately wanted to be.
You're setting up the comments, aren't you? You're just wanting people to flood the comments with those green things. Well done.
No.
Well played. Well played, Caitlin. Is this a contest to see who can get more comments, you or me? And
No.
You're totally milking the system here, playing the game. But I think that's an important conversation to have, because that is something that we have heard from people over the last month, or to be honest, over the last couple of years, when we've talked through a lot of these concepts. One of the big, Sir Mix-a-Lot, one of the big buts that people throw out there is, but I can't do all of that. And they start rattling off the 15 things they want to try to change. And it does seem, it sounds like they're trying to climb Mount Everest without even trying to drive over the Appalachian Mountains first. You got to take those steps to build momentum and to even start to begin to understand what the next step is. You can't tackle it all at once, but that is hard for teachers, especially because we are perfectionists. When we see something that we think is great, we say, I'm going to abandon everything and just start from scratch. But the reality, people, is that's why the pendulum swings so often in schools, because we are so good at throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We abandon everything good to chase something better. And then 10 years later, we're like, oh yeah, but that was still good. I need to go back for that and bring that back with me. And then we do the same thing 10 years later, as opposed to taking these very strategic steps along the way. So we got to focus on the focus and identify what your priority is, right?
Yeah. And you can tend to get into this place where it feels too big to do anything. And that's what I really, really want to caution people against, is if you look at it, it's this huge Mount Everest to climb, this humongous thing that you want to change, this entire grading system that you are trying to overhaul. it can feel like a lot, and that can almost make us not want to do anything. That can almost make us stop and think, maybe I shouldn't do it at all because it's too much. Or maybe it's just too much for me to take this on. I'm a classroom teacher. How could I possibly take on an entire system? But that's not always the way to go. It's one small step, one little thing you can implement at a time.
All right. See, this you are like the queen of transitions. And I don't even know that you do things intentionally or not. But what you just brought up is the thing that I wanted to really talk about. This whole idea of the system. Because this is a big but that people bring to me all the time. And I feel like it's almost like this is the theme of the afternoon on this entire 12-hour live is the system that we're in. There's a lot of people out there that claim to be disruptors and say that they are out there to disrupt and shake things up. And God bless those people. I've been called a disruptor. I know you've been called a disruptor. I don't like that accolade though, because I feel like it carries with it this idea that I'm out there just trying to break stuff for no reason. But that's not the goal, right? And yes, Ray, I did say big butt. I like big butts. It gives me more to talk about. But that's I want to talk about this idea of the system. The system not allowing us to change things. The system not allowing us to do the things that matter. We've got rules and handbooks and policies and procedures, and I would do this, but I can't, right? So, Caitlin, let's circle this back to the conversation you had a couple of hours ago today, not even talking about grading. You were on with a couple of amazing educators, right? Edric and Sheldon out there just breaking it down, dropping mics like crazy. And that was really part of their conversation was what system are we in and how do we start taking those steps towards changing the system?
Yep.
Yeah. Because it happens everywhere. So when you hear this idea that the system won't let me change things, Caitlin, what's that make you think?
it makes me think a lot of things.
Right? Okay, this is family friendly right now, so don't all those words going through your head. Censor, filter, keep going.
It makes me think first off, okay, what aspects of this are in my control? What things can I affect? What aspects can I change? Can I go in and see what I can do about? Is there a way we can adjust the system one step at a time? Or what do I need to do here? Like, okay, if I can't change the whole system outright, could I ask questions to make people consider a change that needs to be made? So typically my response is usually very action oriented. What can I do in this system? Or the idea that, okay, maybe we feel like we can't do anything. Well, why do we feel like we can't do anything? How could we? Where is that coming from? And this idea of like, how can we continue to question and continue to push and pursue this thing that we want to see happen in the future?
So good. Yes. And you didn't filter yourself there at all, which I'm glad. But I feel like you said it a whole lot nicer than what I'm going to say. So I apologize. And Caitlin, feel free to kick me under the table or just start talking over me if necessary. Because I honestly get this visceral feeling when people start blaming the system for what they can't do. When they start saying it's out of my control, because it's like they forget that they are a part of the system or that they have their own free will and their own ability to make decisions that are best for them and best for their kids. It drives me crazy, whatever system we're talking about when we say I can't change because I'm part of the system. Oh my gosh, I get fired up. So let me breathe and take a couple of baby steps here so that I don't get pulled off the screen. Because I do have some things I want to be able to say, but I know I can only say them if I'm still on screen. Number one, I have questions when people say the system won't allow them. So for example, I was just meeting with some people earlier this week, and they were some high school educators who said that they would change. This was their answer. They would change, but the university system, higher ed, won't allow them to change the way that they do grading. Higher ed expects report cards and transcripts and GPAs to come to them in a certain format or fashion. And I'll be very honest, right now I'm being calm. I was not calm in my response back to them. I looked at them and said, really, which universities did you contact? Which registrars have you had conversations with? Because in my day job, I spend time in higher ed. It is truly my day job. And part of my day job is to review applications and to figure out which people should be coming to the university. And what I can tell you emphatically is that we do want to know a student's GPA, but then there are like 15 other things that we ask for to try to explain what's hidden in that GPA and what the student's aptitude is like, what their skill sets are like, what their strengths are, what their passions are, what their interests are, what their work ethic is like. We ask 1,000 other questions that matter 1,000 times more than a GPA, because we know a GPA is a rigged score from a broken system. Colleges don't ask for GPAs because they think it's the creme de la creme. They ask for GPAs because that's what we give them. If we gave them something else and said, here's what we have to offer, they would say, thank you, I accept. Because right now we are in a place where colleges are saying we need all the students, because students aren't going to college like they used to 10 years ago. They simply want to know, who are these students? What do we need to do to help support them? So when we start saying it's the university's fault, that's our way of saying, I don't have to fix anything. I can't, which is garbage. Garbage. They take what we give them, and that's what we choose to give them. That's number one. So, Caitlin, do you have anything to add before I keep going?
I do, because I think it's really important to consider too, like, okay, yes, and you're going to get me all fired up, Dave. Just why do you do that? But anyways, you have this moment where if you're saying these things because you truly believe or you truly don't know what to do, that's one thing. But if you're saying this because you are in a system, you're like, I just don't think I have the capacity for this. That's where I have the problem, because I say this all the time. It is our objective to do this. It is our obligation to do this. We are a part of that system. And when you really think about some of the things that have been put in place, when you really think about some of the practices that we have, they're not just ineffective. They're not just not doing what we want them to do. They're harmful. And that's where we have to do something. We have to, because if we don't, we're perpetuating that. We're letting it continue. We're watching and being complacent as this stuff just is rolling on by, and we're not doing anything about it. And that's where it becomes an issue, and where it becomes a problem for me, and where I get irritated when people say things like that, because it's the idea of, okay, so we're going to just continue to let it harm children then? Okay, great. So we're not going to do anything. Whereas you have to take it upon yourself. It is your responsibility. It is your obligation. You must.
Yes. And so there are some other people I guarantee that are thinking, yeah, you're so right. You're so right. We could change. But again, I'm going to use a term that I know for the last year and a half we've been saying don't use, but I am just a teacher. I am just a principal. I had a superintendent say to me recently, but I'm just a superintendent. I can't do this because I don't see the kids on a day-to-day basis. I don't interact with the parents. Principals have said, I would do this, but I'm just a principal. I'm not the superintendent. I'm not the board. I'm not the teacher. Everybody has this just mindset. So I want
to... Ew, David.
Right? I know. But let's attack this from just the teacher perspective. Just the teacher perspective. I'm intentionally using just right now because I don't want people to think big picture right now, because that can get overwhelming. So let's just put ourselves into the box that we've placed ourselves and said, I am just in control of my classroom. I can just control my system, and even barely then, because I still have handbooks and policies and procedures I have to follow. Caitlin, real quick, some people didn't hear your story back when you first had this awakening, when you had your flux capacitor moment and said, I now see the future. I see the change that needs to happen. Can you just take a couple minutes, walk people through your transition, what gave you this awareness to change? Then I'll take people through my journey, and then we can start talking about some things that people can do to start them on their journey just within their system. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
All right,
absolutely. Okay, so I am a grading reform. Like, hi, I'm Caitlin. I used to believe in points and percentages. I was very, very convinced that was concrete, black and white, the best way to do things. That's what we needed. I wanted to have grades. I loved them. And I took this class on assessment during my grad school work, where it really had me digging in to what assessment meant and what it was. And in doing a literature brief for that, I got to read a ton of different case studies out there that were really poking the bear about grades and traditional grades and points and percentages, and reflecting on how that system was, number one, built in the historical context of it, but also what it was doing and perpetuating now. And then how ineffective it was for what we wanted it to be doing. So I kind of got all these different things like rattling around in my brain. And then I come home from class and I go to start grading these papers. And I realized as I was grading these papers that I couldn't even tell you what skill I was assessing, because it was like a giant packet of information. It was worth 127 points. And I just remember thinking to myself, like, why is this worth so many points? And for that matter, where am I getting this from? And on top of that, can't I just add 3 more for like complete sentences so it's a nice even 130?
And first of all, the irony of that, it cracks me up every time you tell me the story. An even 130. Because it ends in a 0 now, it's a nice round number.
It's better somehow. Yeah. And I just remember, and that was the moment for me when I thought to myself, like, can't I just add 3 more points where it's this nice even round number, that I realized to myself, like, oh my God, this is totally pointless. If I can just tack 3 more points.
Less. It was point more. That's not what you meant? No?
Like, it was so ridiculous, because I'm like, I could just throw 3 more points on and like, what? What's the deal here? And I realized literally in that moment, wow, this is a really dumb way to do this. This really doesn't mean very much. And for that matter, like, is any student going to not miss any of this 127 points? Like, no, I'm literally looking for ways to take points off. Is that what we want to be doing? No. And that was literally that moment for me. It was like, light bulb, what? Like, I need to change something.
Okay. Yes. And I'm so glad you did start changing things. And Joe, I'm coming to your comment in just a minute. So hold on. I'm coming for you, buddy. It's always dangerous. See, this is, I feel like I'm such a bad party host when we're together here. I'm glad that I'm not in control of clicking the comments for this, because, you know, typically when you have the host, you're supposed to just make everybody welcome and you want to encourage comments. And I feel like when people know I'm here, they put their comments out there and then they're like, oh, can I delete that before Dave or Caitlin sees it? Because they're going to respond to that. They're going to have things to say. And then people don't want to respond, but we're here to help people. We want to help as much as we can. Let me take you on my journey. That is, I appreciate how you started as though you are in recovery, and recovery is an ongoing process, because I agree with that. I am still in recovery. This is something I am still continuing to evolve into and grow into. I feel like every single time you and I talk, or Chad and I talk, or anybody that is intrigued by this conversation talks, I learn a little bit more, and more edges are shaved off. And I've been on this journey now for quite a while. So in the course of my teaching career, this is crazy. I started teaching before No Child Left Behind was a thing, which is, man, I'm old. So I taught, I know, don't say a thing, Caitlin. I started teaching before No Child Left Behind. I was teaching back before Race to the Top. I taught, now we're in this global pandemic. I've been through all these transitions and these changes in the years that I've been teaching. I spent almost a decade of teaching with points, percentages, letter grades, stickers, high fives, extra credit, all the things. And I'm going to be very direct when I say this, Caitlin. I was a good teacher. I was a good teacher. My kids learned things. My kids excelled. I was very good. And I think that is oftentimes what gets in the way from a lot of people changing and transitioning, because they are good teachers. They are seeing success, comparative success. And they say, why do I need to adjust? Why do I need to look for a different way to do things? But I think you addressed this early on. It's not about, are you good? It's about, are you getting better? Are you doing things now that are actually maximizing all that you could be doing? Just because you're good where you are, just because you're comfortable with what you're doing, doesn't mean you're seeing you've reached the ceiling of your potential as a teacher yet. And you still have the opportunity to change, reform, and focus on some things that can really maximize your potential. So for me, my awakening came back in 2008. In 2008, I had spent 7.5 years as a classroom teacher already. And in 2008, I was teaching gifted and talented students. And it was an interesting year, to say the least. But I remember it was this time of year. I had a parent-teacher conference. A parent requested, actually a mom and a dad both requested to come in and talk to me about their child's grade. Their child in my class had a 98%, an A+, but they wanted to come in and have a conversation with me to talk through how they could get their son a few extra points. And he's grown now. He and I have talked about this a lot. His name was Justin. So just in case I slip up and say Justin, I'll just put it out there right now. Justin. He's an amazing kid. Justin had amazing parents as well. But Justin had gone home and told his parents that a couple of kids in the class had 104 and 106%, still A pluses. He had an A plus, like I said, a 98%. His parents wanted to come in and ask what Justin was doing wrong and how Justin could improve. And there was a part of me, honestly, that looks back at this now and said, I should have been looking at this, and the conversation I should have had was much different than the conversation I did have, because my conversation at that time wasn't necessarily about the grading reform I needed to make or what were my grades actually communicating. It wasn't. I was entrenched, and I kept saying, don't worry about the other kids, just focus on Justin. Justin's very smart. Justin's doing everything right. But the dad, a lawyer, looked at me and said, if Justin's doing everything right, how come a couple kids have more points than he does? I kept saying, don't worry about the other kids. Justin has an A+, and he came back. He kept saying, oh, I get all that. But what did they do that Justin didn't do? And I kept circling back. He's doing just fine. He's got an A+. And in my head, even now thinking this through, I know there are other people thinking, man, that parent was just unreasonable. Why did they care? But I thank God for this parent, because it opened my eyes to a much bigger conversation. Because this dad, Justin's dad, I remember this to this day. When I said there's nothing Justin can do, he already has an A+, went into his backpack. He came prepared, and he pulled out 2 boxes of Puffs Plus premium Kleenex. Yes. And he said, Mr. Schmidt, is it okay if I leave these 2 boxes of Kleenex here? Would that be enough to raise Justin's grade so he's at least even with those other 2 students? There's a part of me that was super offended, but then there was a part of me where this light bulb went off. And I said, no, sir, that's not going to raise his grade today. That's not what we're after. And he looked at me and said, really? Because back in September, it gave him some points. Back in September, you asked students to bring in supplies. What's the difference now compared to then? And I was like, ooh, snap. That's interesting. That's an interesting point. And it just sent my mind spinning, like, what are all the other hoops I've made kids jump through? What's all the other stuff that I have told parents I value? And this dad, this lawyer, amazing man again, he put it in front of my face and said, you value when kids bring you Kleenex. And every teacher does, right? We all value Kleenex. We all value hand sanitizer. Don't get me wrong. It is important. We love those things, just like we love dry erase markers. We love those are good things. We love Starbucks gift cards too, just saying. We love all those things. But what I was doing was I was incentivizing kids and saying, I will give you points. I will manipulate and change your grade. I will break the law, because that's what grades are, legally binding contracts, and you're verifying evidence of mastery. Whole nother story. And I will violate the law. If you bring me Kleenex, I will plagiarize your grade. And I was like, So then I started spinning and reeling, met Rick Wormley, life was changed, and here we are. And now I get to hang out with you, Caitlin. So we've both been there. We've both been there. And now we're here.
Yes.
So Caitlin, people that might be listening to this, they might not have a Kleenex story. They might not have a 127-point story. They probably have stories, though. And people, if you're still here, I'm going to warn you in like 2 minutes, I'm going to give away the first prize. So stick around for like 2 more minutes. But Caitlin, for those people that are sitting around saying, okay, but where do I start? This is so overwhelming. Where do I start? Do you have an answer? What is your guidance? Where do people start?
Oh my gosh. That question I feel like is always so loaded, because it really depends on so many different things. But here's the encouragement that I have. You've already taken the first steps. You've already started. So thinking about how do I start? You've done it. You're here. You're with us. You're having this conversation. You're reflecting on your grading practices. You're thinking about the fact that you want to change, that you want to be better. That's the step. You've started. Now you're talking about what kinds of things can I implement in my practice? What are the practices that I can use? And that's where Dave and I love to chat, because there's so many different things that you could do. depending on the systems that you're working within, depending on the abilities that you have to make change, depending on your willingness to poke the bear and get out there and put yourself in maybe what might be a position that could be uncomfortable, depending on admin, on families, on the students in front of you. But depending on your situation and where you are and who you are, there are things you can do and implementations that you can take into your practice that you can have this start happening for you. But when you're asking, where do I start? I think it's really important to note, like you have. So that fear of like, what do I do now? You did it. You're here.
That's good. I love that. I love it. Yeah, it's an amazing. Okay. So maybe I should have said, what's your next step? But I love that you validated that people are even here, because I do want to talk through that next step. But first, can I give away something real quick?
Yes.
Okay. So let's give away something. We said we're going to be doing this on behalf of our amazing sponsor, Floop. And again, if you don't know what Floop is, open up a new tab. Don't leave this one. Don't leave this screen. Don't leave this. But feel free to open up a new tab and just like Google, what is Floop? It is incredible, amazing feedback tool for you. If you're looking for what is possibly your next step, using this app might be an amazing resource for you. But the winner of this is going to get a 1-year premium subscription for Floop, which is amazing. Okay. Yeah. I'll touch my own nose. Thank you for the sound effect too. Chris, if this gets turned into a podcast, just keep adding those little sounds over and over and over again, and add Ray's alarm from this morning on top of that. Oh my gosh, that would be incredible. Okay. So here's how you win. And Ray, I don't know if you can win, but that's okay. Whatever. You make the rules here. Caitlin, you told an epic story about your test. I'm just curious. The winner has to tell us, how many points was that test worth? Your transformative test? Okay. Ray really, really wants to win.
She does. She wants to win. That was so fast.
All right. Well, Katie Meglin is in charge of this 12-hour epic event. So, Katie, feel free to tell us who the winner was in a few minutes, and we'll have that person email you at katie@teachbetter.com. So, Katie, you get to decide who the winner is and who gets to play by the rules and who gets to cheat and all that. But yeah, 127. I feel like that's an amazing number that we should all have in our grade books. Pull out a Lindsay Titus strategy and pull out a Post-it note and just write 127 on your grade books, on your computer. So when you pull it up and you're thinking, I need to assess my kids, how many points do I make this worth? You see 127, just start reflecting. Why? 7 points. Yeah. Why? 15 points. Why? 127 points. Why? Why do we do this? Why do we do this? So that is an amazing first step, is acknowledge you're here, acknowledge you want to change, acknowledge you want to grow, acknowledge that there are lots of questions that you need to try to uncover, that you might not necessarily have all the answers. That is a huge first step, admitting that you're on this journey. The next step, there are so many next steps that you could possibly go down. But I would say the next step is not sit down in your superintendent's office, not sit down in a board meeting and protest your current policy and handbook, not to write a letter to your congressman, not to try to become the next secretary of education. I mean, God bless you if you want to do those things, go big or go home. But I would say start a little smaller. Again, go back to your own classroom, just your own classroom, just your own sphere, and start to make some very strategic decisions about why you do what you do. For me, the first step that I always look at when I'm trying to walk people through this assessment process, this grading process, is number one, recognize that grades are simply shorthand feedback for what you should have already provided to students. It should never be new. It should never be novel. It should not be for accountability. As Rick warmly says, grades should be communication, not compensation. So the first step should be to look at whatever symbols you're using and maybe even just do a quick survey of your students, a survey of your parents, a survey of your peers within your building or in your department, in your grade level, to see if they know and they understand what message you are trying to send with your arbitrary symbols. And I say arbitrary because, again, we could play more sound effects and sing some Jackson 5 and ABC 1, 2, 3 if we want to. I don't care if you're talking ABCs, 1, 2, 3, sticker charts, high five, fist bumps, stamps, whatever symbol stickers you're using on your papers. Do those people who are receiving that feedback from you get the same message that you intend to send? We played this game in the first week that we were together for Focus on the Focus, when we had people drop in the comments, what does a B- mean to you? Right. And I remember Brad Hughes, had some epic comments, and his comments were something like, developing or almost there or something like that. And then we played the game of, okay, so what's a C? And he said, almost there. And then like a C- was almost there. And we could keep going down that journey. But the first step I would say is ask the people near you. This is a healthy thing for any relationship. Am I communicating with you effectively? Do you hear what I'm telling you? And do I listen to you the right way? Communication is key to any relationship. And
and I agree 100%. And I would contest too that as you start to make some of the changes you want to make, continue getting that communication from anybody involved, but namely your learners.
yes.
Has the implementation that you've made, has this one step that you've taken changed the communication? Has it clarified it in any way? How do they feel about it now? I would say that was one of the most powerful things that I did as I was taking these steps and making these small changes in my classroom, was continuously allowing my students a space to give feedback, and not feedback where they had to like say it to me, because like that can be scary, but like giving them this arena, this anonymous space where they could tell me what they thought of how we were doing things and whether or not I was communicating more or less effectively. And then asking them, okay, well, what do you think I should do now? What's next? What would make it clearer?
That's so good.
Hugely important.
So good. And I think I want to narrow in on this idea too, that it doesn't even matter what your symbols are. I don't care what symbols you're using, what arbitrary symbols you use. You need to have this talk. You and I, we are both conversing in English right now, but I guarantee if we spend enough time together, we would have a moment where, although I said one thing, you heard something else, or vice versa. We're speaking the same language. We can still have misunderstandings and misalignments. It hasn't happened yet, Caitlin, which is bizarre, but I'm sure it could happen someday. And this, a prime example, a couple of weeks ago, I was working with a school that has already, in their mind, converted to a standards-based grading mindset. And they have a report card. They don't use ABCs. They don't use 1, 2, 3s. What they use are 3 symbols, arbitrary symbols. They have a P for proficient. They have a D for developing, and an N for not yet. So, Caitlin, I'm going to ask you a question. Yeah. You are not in that system. What is the difference between somebody that's developing and somebody that is not yet proficient?
I have no idea.
Right? Agreed. That's amazing. But they're a standards-based school. They have a report card with all of their standards listed on it. They're measuring standards. They're measuring progress. But the symbols they're using still aren't necessarily accurate communicators of what that progress looks like, which is interesting.
Mm-hmm. Well, then you run into the attempt to equate it to something we know, something we're familiar with.
Yeah.
So I would say that, like, when you're doing that, you have to be very clear in, yes, you may switch what symbol you're using, and that's all well and good. Like, if that's the move that you're making, great. Either way, you have to make sure that that's an effective symbol and that people understand what it means. Because the minute that you fail to do that, the minute that is not communicated or that is not clear, everybody will immediately equate it to what they know and are familiar with.
Yes.
They will do exactly what Alan just did in the chat and say, so an N is an F then? And that's exactly what will happen.
Yeah.
Because it's not been communicated. What does an N mean? What is not yet? We need to ensure that everybody understands what not yet is, but more than that, how it differs from developing, how developing differs from proficient, and how the expectation isn't that all students are going to be all proficient all the time, but that students are going to move within the system and progress as we go. Yes.
And that this is the essence of the conversation here. The essence isn't change your symbols. I don't care what your symbols are. The essence is it's based in research. Research says that feedback is one of the most effective strategies we can use in our classrooms to help students grow, develop, and learn. And if we're saying that grades are feedback to demonstrate competency in a single snapshot in time, it should lead to a next step, because that's ultimately what we're saying. We're saying when you assess a kid and provide feedback to them, you are arming them with the next step in learning, not just judging what was. It is a tool in our toolbox to increase competency, to increase mastery. So if we are talking grading, we're talking about feedback. We're talking about crystal clear communication to lead to what is next, not just what was.
Absolutely.
Can I come back to something you just said, though, which I think was super
Yeah.
powerful? This idea of we tend to fall back to what we know, what we're comfortable with, or what we think we understand. And I think this is the heart of this idea of using points and percentages in classrooms. Because the vast majority of us, we don't spend a lot of our time studying statistics. We don't spend a lot of our time figuring out how to do high-level mathematics. But most of us remember learning mean, median, and mode back when we were in 4th or 5th grade.
If you don't, I'll teach you a little rhyme.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Says the 6th grade teacher. Yes. So we understand that math. And we also know that that's the math that was used for us on our report card. So we tend to think that if I can take learning and somehow quantify it with numbers and statistics that I understand, that is an effective way to measure learning. Simply because it's math I know, and because it's what's done to me, it must still be good for kids today. But people, I'm going to tell you, I already told you, I'm dating myself. When I started teaching, I had a chalkboard in my classroom. I used to, don't laugh at me again, Caitlin. I used to, for Christmas, I would ask for overhead projector markers because I taught with an overhead projector. And I used to keep my slides for my overhead projector, my big film, every single year so I could just reproduce it. I know, Ray, I'm old. Thank you. Thank you. And no, so now, Ray, you can't win. I was going to tell you that you could try to win the next one, but no, you can't now. Thank you for that. But I used a chalkboard and an overhead projector. That's how I started teaching. Is that the most effective strategy that I should tell every teacher in every school today that they need to use? Caitlin, if I came to you and said, you have to use a chalkboard and an overhead projector in your classroom, no computers, I was teaching before PowerPoint was a thing. Just because it was good for me when I started, does that mean it's going to be a good strategy for you today?
No, I always fall back on this. Just because it's the way we've always done it doesn't mean it's the way we should keep doing it.
Yes.
Just because it's what we've always done doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. What we've always done is a nice little fallback for not wanting to do something new, uncomfortable, different, for not wanting to embrace that change and that desire to do something better.
Awesome. Yes. So let's give something else away. And then I want to give a strategy for how we can measure things a little bit differently. So first of all, Ray, you did not win the first one. Katie says Rebecca Huff was our first winner. So Rebecca Huff, yes, good for you. Yay, yay, yay. All right. Question 2, we're going to have a little bit of fun with this one, and we'll just see how many people are up Schitt's Creek. So, Caitlin, when we first started, when people were first transitioning to this today, I jokingly said, I might call you the wrong name today. I might call you something other than Caitlin. I might make a mistake and call you by the character who I thought you've been playing a character as long as I've known you. And apparently you're not. It's just who you really are. So the person who can identify which character I was going to confuse you with is going to win another 1-year premium subscription to Floop, our amazing sponsor. So let's see. Oh, it looks like lots of Schitt's Creek fans here. Oh, Ray Hewitt doesn't know this show. Oh, Ray. Oh, get out some peanut M&Ms tonight and sit down and watch. It's going to take you a couple episodes, but you will be all about it. This is right up your alley. Yeah, it's funny. Yes, Alexis Rose. Yes, awesome. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit of math. I'm not going to geek out and talk statistics. I'm not going to talk standard deviations and all that weird stuff. But I just want to bring up a couple of key tenets, key ideas for people to think about and maybe start to implement within their box if they're in a school where they have to use percentages and points and letter grades, GPAs, all of that. First of all, in most schools, when we start talking about using percentages, in most schools, we do that to demonstrate the frequency in which students get correct answers. So the number of times you get a question right versus the number of times you get a question wrong, as though frequency somehow equates to mastery, right? It's like if we're talking sports, if I asked somebody who is the greatest hitter of all time. Now, some people might say the greatest hitter of all time was Pete Rose because he had the most hits. Didn't have the best average, but he had the most hits. Some people might say a person like Mike Trout, who plays today, who hits a lot of home runs, plus gets a lot of hits. Some people might just go back and they can talk Joe DiMaggio because he has the longest hitting streak or whatever. We can come up with a lot of different ways to quantify who's the best hitter. But most of the time, it falls based off of a percentage that we look at to say the frequency in which kids get things correct. Now, Caitlin, you and I, though, when we talk a lot about standards-based grading, we very rarely talk about the frequency of times that a kid gets something correct. We tend to talk about the depth of their understanding and where they are in the journey. One of the things that I think I want people to really look at is if a kid is able to get 8 questions right on a 10-point test, does that really mean that they know that material better than a student that gets 7 questions correct on a 10-point test? Does frequency determine mastery? Because I think it's an interesting question to ask yourself. The answer is no, number one. It's no. And in every state on those big, scary summative tests that none of us like, they do not measure frequency to demonstrate mastery. That's why you get a scale score, not a percentage score, because it's not about how many questions right do you answer. It's about which questions do you get right. In your classroom, it's the same thing. It's not about frequency. It's not how many times did a kid mess up. The question is, which questions did they get right? Which questions did they get wrong? Why did they get those questions right? Why did they get those questions wrong? And I've got some little life hacks that I can give people if they're in this frequency debate and they have to follow frequency. But Caitlin, you're doing a lot of like preach. So it seems like you got some thoughts. Go ahead before I start giving people some break.
Oh my gosh. No, go for it. Like, you're doing a phenomenal job. I just am nodding along with you because everything you're saying is like, yeah.
Okay.
It's true. It is. Everything you're saying. Spot on.
So a baby step in the right direction. I want you to underline this, put it in bold. If you're a sketch notes person, put like some stars around it. If you're listening to this on the podcast, hit rewind 15 seconds so you can hear this caveat. What I'm about to tell you is not the answer. It is not the stopping place. If you do this, hopefully soon after you'll say, oh, that doesn't work. I need to do something different. But this is a step, like we talked about early on. This is a step in the right direction. Okay. We talk here on the Teach Better team a lot about grids, rubrics, mastery frameworks. Some people preach 4-point rubrics. Some people preach 5-point rubrics. Some people teach 10-point rubrics. Some people teach 1-point rubrics. There's a lot of different ideas for how many points a rubric needs to have. And they are all amazing ideas that get you closer to this conversation. I'm not even advocating for how many points you need to have on a rubric or a grid. Not my debate right now. Not my argument. Not even worth having. What I want you to do is I want you to think through in your head, if you're moving from percentages to points to rubrics. I mentioned, I don't know if it was week 2 of Focus on the Focus or if it was last week, how much I love the power of 3. I talk about students having to show mastery 3 times, consistency and frequency. I want to see 3 times in a row for me to say that a kid knows something. I do believe in frequency every once in a while. A starting place. If you're developing your rubric and you say, I don't understand depth of knowledge, I don't understand Bloom's taxonomy, I still have to simply measure how many times a kid got something right versus how many times they got something wrong. A starting place. Again, a starting place on your rubric. Ask kids questions. If they get a question right 1 time in a row, which means they got it right once, on your little rubric, maybe a starting place might be they get 1 point. They get it right 2 times in a row, they get 2 points. They get 3 in a row, they get 3 points. Have your points represent a series of consistent mastery, but have a starting place, a definitive stopping place, maybe a 4 or 5 points. You don't need to ask a kid 100 times. You don't need to ask them 50 times. Have questions that are aligned to the standards that you can ask in different ways with different modalities and simply assess for frequency. And that's okay. Again, not the stopping place. There's a bigger progression we need to go through. We need to understand the depth. We need to understand the learning process, all of those things. But if you're in a system that requires you to measure frequency and percentages, put a cap on how many times you have to ask kids a question, because you're not trying to ask as many questions as you have to ask them to start taking points off. That's not your goal. Your goal is how many times do they have to be able to get it right to prove to me they understand it? What say you, Caitlin?
That. I love that. And I think that works so well as a great starting point for people who are like, I need to find a way to start making these changes. As an English teacher, I hear that. And my first reaction is like, okay, but like, I don't give them things with like questions on them.
Ooh.
So like, what am I supposed to do? And so my humanities teachers out there that are thinking the very same thing to yourself, like, I don't give tests. Everything I do is project-based. I have all these rubrics. I don't know what to do. Here is what I would say your first step should be. Look at that assessment. Really look at the assessment that you're giving, whether it's a performance-based assessment, whether you have a rubric written or not. Whatever that assessment is, look at that assessment and ask yourself, is it clear what I am looking for here? Is it clear in my looking at this? Do I know what I'm expecting students to show me they can do? Will my students know what they are showing me? And that is the first question. Because it's like, okay, do I have them write 3 essays to show me that they can write an argument?
Yes,
that they can write argumentatively? Like, no. Number one, because I don't want to read 3 essays by 6th graders, y'all. I already have to read enough. Like, I don't want them all times 3. Like, no, thank you. But it's looking at the assessment that you're giving, looking at that rubric, looking at that writing prompt, looking at whatever it might be that you're having students do, and really digging in. Is the objective clear? Is it clear what skill I am assessing? Have I communicated that clearly to my students? Are they aware of what they need to do to meet that goal? Is that clearly communicated to them?
Oh my gosh. I feel like I need you to kick me under the table again, Caitlin, because I know we're this Wednesday for Focus on the Focus, we're talking formative versus summative, right?
Don't you go there.
Oh my gosh, but you have me like on the edge of my seat, Caitlin. I want to respond to this because Rebecca Huff asked a great question that you were hitting at right here about, do I need to grade 3 essays? Like, she literally asked the question you were addressing. And it makes me think. So I'll ask the question and people will address this on Wednesday.
Come see us on Wednesday, everybody.
So when we start talking about assessment, we think about assessment through traditional lenses of assessment, as though a test, a quiz, a project. We have to understand assessment means multiple things more than just that. But if that's the mindset we're in, that's okay. There is this question of, so when do you give an assessment? Do you give an assessment when you're not sure if the kids are ready? And if so, why are you giving the assessment? Or if you know the kids are already ready for the assessment, why do you need to give the assessment? Like, it gets you in this matrix type of loop when you're like, I don't know what to do. When do I give it? But that's kind of the answer here to Rebecca's question of, how do you assess something if in a big project, if they didn't demonstrate mastery in that big project? Like, Rebecca, we will talk about this on Wednesday. I promise you. We'll talk formative versus summative. So please come back on Wednesday and have this conversation, or listen whenever they replay it on the podcast or on YouTube or whatever. But we will address this on Wednesday, guaranteed. Formative versus summative. Caitlin, I've got like 1,000 more questions I want to ask you specifically about grading, because I truly feel like you are so much smarter in this realm than I am.
Gosh. You're
living it and you're breathing it and you survive in it and you preach it. And people honestly love hearing you speak more than me. In your classroom, very direct, real question.
Yes.
What does assessment look like in your classroom? Do you use points, percentages, letter grades, all those things?
Yes.
But Caitlin, no, Caitlin.
I know.
How can that be?
Yeah. So this is kind of going back to where we started our conversation today. I'm currently working in a system where that is what is expected. That is the grading scale that we use. So yes, I am using points, percentages, letter grades. I have used other systems in the past in previous districts that I've worked in. I've used a gradeless system in previous districts that I've worked in. But in the spot that I'm in right now, I am kindred spirits with all of you asking, how do we make these changes? Because I'm living that right now. And it kind of, Dave, I love when you tell people this. It doesn't matter what arbitrary symbol you're using, because that's not the issue. And there are ways to work within that system, but still be true to your philosophy. And that's where I have found different aspects that I can pull in that allow me not to sit and look at my grading scale and my system and what I'm using and think to myself like, ugh, because like there are days when I feel that way, obviously, because grades, boo. But when you're thinking about, okay, I need to find a way to ensure that my grades are really reflecting what I value, are really reflecting my students' knowledge, are communicating that, are my assessments in place, doing what I need them to do? Those questions you can answer and address in this, no matter what system you're in.
Caitlin, I'm going to, Ray was trying to start a petition early on. I'm going to start a petition too, which is that I get to hang out with Caitlin Giordano at least once a week forever, just for the record.
Yes.
This isn't stopping. We've got 2 more scheduled dates, but for the record, I'm protesting that. I'm not going to let that happen.
I'm with you.
Even if that means that I substitute you out for Jeff Gargas for Brain Break. You and I are hanging out all the time. Oh, Ray, you can hang out too. I see you raising your hand down there. Is that not what you want to ask? Okay. Yeah, Ray, you can join the party too. But it's at least me and Caitlin. This is going to be on in a second. My hashtag Team Caitlin. For the record, though, Ray, Dave and Caitlin forever. There you go. For the record, Ray, I did have the hashtag Team Ray shirt on this morning. It's all good. I've got equal love for both of you. It's all good. So we do have one more Floop premium subscription to pass out. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So how about we do it this way? You and I are hanging out again next week, and then a couple weeks after that, we have a pseudo script. We have some things that we want to make sure that we address, but we're always trying to customize things and make sure that we are answering people's questions. And sometimes we get questions in the flow of the moment. People just drop in the comments and say, can you answer this right now? And we try our best to answer as many of those as possible. But how about this time? People that want us to answer a specific question for them this Wednesday can drop their comment right now. So they can drop a comment right now, and that can give us some time to really figure out the answer to what's ailing them. And then they have to come back on Wednesday to hear what we say. Does that work?
Yes.
So they're going to get a twofer here. The winner of this is going to get their question answered, and they're going to get a year subscription to Floop. Now that's pretty epic. That's pretty sweet.
Love that journey for them.
Okay, that's awesome. I love it too, because it gives me some time to prep and figure something out, because I feel like it's going to be a hard question that somebody's going to drop here for us. So if you have a question that you want us to address this week about grading, assessment, feedback, it can be, how do I navigate this in my own world? It can be, how do I start the conversation? What questions do I ask? Any question, drop it here. And even if you're not the winner of this, I'm going to go back and capture some of these comments so that we can try to address them. Is that cool?
Yes.
I think that's a question for you, Caitlin.
Dave.
Ooh, well played. Well done. Well done. So Caitlin, are you aware of what's happening after this little segment here on the 12-Hour Live?
Brain break.
A brain break. And I feel like I kind of need one right now, if I'm being totally honest. This was like the last few hours have just been like, my mind is swelling right now with all of the reflections and all the deep thoughts that we've had, from equity to SEL to now grading. I think we all kind of just need to go grab something cold to drink, grab some peanut M&Ms or some juicy gushers or whatever those things were. Just sit back, relax, have some fun, be ready to engage in some games. And people, don't worry. It's not just me and Jeff. It's not just me and Jeff. Oh, now you're excited. If there was ever a reason to show up for a brain break, hanging out with the amazing people that are going to be hanging out with us tonight is the reason. So people, if you've never experienced a brain break before, let me give you a quick preview. There's no script. There's no rules. It's just people sitting back, relaxing, and having a good time. If you said, oh, PD for 12 hours on a Saturday, it's Saturday. I have fun on Saturdays. Well, cool. This is the hour for you then. This is your chance to sit back, relax, unwind, and say, let's just have some fun. So, Caitlin, thank you so much for being you and for being amazing. You're incredible.
So welcome, Dave. I love being here with you. Dave and Caitlin forever, every week, no matter what.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that new tattoo. I'm gonna get a new tattoo. So our winners so far, before we sign off today, our winners today, we've got Rebecca Huff. Awesome. Good luck to you. Congratulations on your journey. All of those things. Mr. Brandon Oates. Awesome. You won as well. Melanie Bates, you are a big winner as well. So those 3 people, if you want to get all the access to all the things and Floop and all the memberships, I'm not quite sure how it's working. You have to email Katie at teachbetter.com. Email Katie, and she will take care of all the things that you need. So reach out to her. She'll take care of it. Rebecca, Brandon, Melanie, and Caitlin, you are incredible. I think it's time for us to go. I see the waiting room here is populating and people are pinging up. So I'll see you soon, Caitlin. Everybody else, I'll see you in about, 50 seconds or so. All right. Bye.
You did a change. You did an outfit change.
I pulled a Gargus.
I did as well. But I have Team Schmidt.
I like that.
Just saying.
Well played. Well played.
Just saying. We got some more people with us today. This isn't which I really appreciate that Caitlin was more excited about that it wasn't just me joining.
I was too. She was allowed to smile. I wasn't. So I'm so stoked that we have other people other than just you here, Jeff.
Yes. So we've got a crew here. So Dave, why don't we do this? Why don't we have everyone? We're gonna go around the horn real quick, just do a quick introduction real quick, and then we'll jump in and have some fun. I think Dave's got some stuff laid out for us and whatnot. But Dave, everyone knows you. They've been hanging out with you for a while now. Let's roll over to while we go. Well, Becky, Andrea, and Chris, just go in that order. Just do a quick intro of like who you are, what you do in education, and then what your role on the team is, and then we'll roll that way.
All right. Hi, everyone. I am Becky Schnexer. I'm a K-5 science educator, explorer, and field scientist in Virginia Beach, Virginia, in the United States. On the Teach Better team, I am a professional development specialist, and I get to work with the amazing Speakers Network.
Well, hi, everybody. I'm Andrea Colchbrenner. I am a 7th grade ELA teacher in the suburbs of Chicago, and I get to work with the amazing Megan Deegan as the ambassador coordinator for our awesome ambassadors.
What's going on, everyone? I'm Chris Madsen, high school basketball, track coach, strength coach, and social studies teacher, also instructional coach, known as a digital literacy coach in our district, but no one knows what that means. So instructional coach, and on the Teach Better team, I'm kind of behind the scenes with content creation. I help with the Teach Better Talk podcast, the bonus clips, bunch of things with Dave and Ray and Jeff and everything else. So,
and despite what anybody else might think or hope, Chris is Ray's favorite. Like, let's just be real here. Like, we talk to him all the time on Monday nights when we're recording. He has to listen to just get out of here. She had to pop in for him. Yes, we love, like, it's one of Ray and I's favorite thing is now that Chris does the podcast, we just talk constantly. I know Dave's crying. It's all right, Dave. Dave, it's okay. It's okay. It's all right. It's okay, buddy. I'll still tell you you're my favorite when he's not around. So I want to give a real quick shout out first. You can see it here, but Hugh HD are sponsors for this segment. They actually are sponsors from the Teach Better conference as well. So we're building a nice little friendship with them. We're going to be giving away 3 Hugh HD. They're Pro HD cameras. It's a document cam that connects to your computer. You can use it on documents. You can use it on Becky. I thought of you because one of the things on the site is they have it on a Caterpillar, like to bring it to life on the screen and stuff like that. So super cool that they gave us 3 of those to give away. So we're going to do that at some point when we figure it out. Like Dave says, this isn't scripted, so I don't know how we're going to give them away, but we'll figure it out. Which was funny. Dave and I were talking earlier. I'm like, well, Katie and I thought through all this stuff, so let me check my docs. I'm like, oh, Dave and Jeff will figure out on the fly. Oh, come on, Jeff and Katie. So, and Katie's out. I know it was me. It wasn't Katie. I'm like, don't worry, we'll figure it out on the fly. So here we are, Dave.
Well,
So
I'm gonna be very honest. So again, I love the fact that we have other people on here, but Becky Schnexer, you're sitting right next to me on the screen here. When I saw your name and your willingness to participate in this today, I was shocked. I'm so grateful because in a second, I'm all about being Team Schnexer and I am all about you for this, but you don't put up with Jeff's BS. Like you're like, Jeff, that's enough. So I love that fact that you're here today to keep him in check.
I'm glad to do it. I'm so glad that you think that that's my role. That's great. I'm here. I'm here for it. It makes a lot of sneeze, Jeff. Makes a lot of sneeze.
it makes a lot of sneeze. So Beck, if you didn't catch it, I think the very beginning of the 12-hour, I talked about this. Actually, Becky and I were texting back and forth, and she meant to type that makes total or complete sense, and she said that makes complete sneeze. And she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, sense." I'm like, "No, it's sneeze. It makes complete sneeze." And so that's like our thing now. So,
And I believe
know.
that he actually texted me, "No takesies, backsies."
It was no takesy backsies, yes.
I'm pretty sure he wrote that. So
That's exactly what I wrote back. No takesy backsies. Or take backsies. I don't know how I said it. Takesy backsies. I don't know. Whatever. You weren't allowed to take it back, Becky. It was too fun. All right. So Dave, what are we doing? So like normally we have a little bit of time, like we do some game. It's like you and me in the audience, but like we got 3 other of some of our favorite people here having some fun.
Not some of our 3 favorite. These are my 3 favorite.
These are the 3 favorite now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure that they're where
Caitlin's gone, so I can say that very clearly now. I'm sorry, and Katie, you're here too. So 4 of my favorite 5 raise. Okay, I'll stop. But you guys are definitely in the top 30 of my favorite people.
I'll take it.
I'm teasing.
Wow.
So, true story. Jeff and I were texting, and I sent him a message this morning and said, "So what's the plan for Brain Break?" He went back and checked the message. First, his response back was, "Oh, you're so cute. A plan for Brain Break? Ha ha ha." And then he checked the script, and there was no script. So now there is a script. We've been texting all afternoon.
Is there a script?
There's a plan. And the plan when we have guests on is for us to work our best to put other people on the spot.
Yes.
So are you good with that, Jeff?
Yeah, let's be very clear. Just to be very clear about what the purpose of this segment is. This is meant to be a brain break. So it's meant to like turn it off, just chill out, relax with us. Like Dave, I know Dave's got a drink. We got drinks. It's okay. You don't have to have a drink. You can have some tea, some coffee, a snack, whatever. It's time to just chill. We just had a lot of talk around grading. Everyone's reassessing how they're doing everything in their classroom. Now's the time to just chill. However, not for the 3 of you, because we're going to put you to the test. That's just the unfortunate truth being here. Everyone in the comments can play along with this, and we'll figure out somewhere in there to give people stuff. Get a couple cameras away. Does that sound about right, Dave? That's pretty much where we got as far as our
that's about it.
Our script.
I do want to call out Danielle's comment real quick. Who
Danielle's
said,
comment.
"What? A useful prize on Brain Break?" Because just last week, Danielle won a book from me.
Your and your point is,
ouch. Just that's all. But okay, I can see where we are. It's all good. It's all good. So, are we ready to have some fun?
Let's have some fun.
Yeah.
Let's
So
do
it's
it.
fun, but I'm also putting you guys on the spot, and the fact that this thing has been going strong for how many hours now, Jeff? A lot.
Yeah, I'm doing a family cheers. Sorry,
Oh,
lost
very
that.
long.
Hey, I think we're back. Did we just lose everybody?
Yeah.
I think we're good.
I'm glad
Oh,
we're
What was
here.
that?
I was
What
like,
is
oh,
going
no.
on here? And we're in slightly different spots now.
It was-
Like, whoa, What?
Uh-oh.
Ray, what did you do?
You're muted, Ray.
You're muted. It's good because she's yelling at me.
I'm used to this with the podcast.
That's what happens when you try to do a family cheers. You break the stream.
What?
What happened?
What? Can we try that again? Let's see if
I
it breaks it
I
again.
was like, what facial reaction am I making right now? Okay, good.
Well, at first I was like, "Oh, Chris froze." I'm like, "No, it looks like Dave's frozen." I'm like, "Am I frozen?" And then everyone spun. So hey, you know what? It's been what are we at? So we're 12 minus 3. What's that equal? 9. 9 hours.
Okay.
With nothing, and now Baby Luke's just gonna break the entire thing because it's so crazy and cute. Look at that shirt.
Skyrocketed.
RV, no kidding. All right, well, say, hey, we're back. Hopefully everyone can still see us. Do me a favor, comments in the comments. Let us know that we're here. Josh says, what button did Ray push? Actually, I'm pretty sure Katie's in charge, so like she gets to take that blame too. All right, Dave, where were you at? Something about something. We're giving something away.
I feel like
Now
this
we're
is one of those things where you just keep talking even when the phone cuts out. And I explained the rules. You guys didn't hear that?
We're still on script, right? We're right on. Where were you at? Check the script. Where were you at? You were right on the fly, and I'm on the figure it out on the fly. Like that's where I'm at. Is that where you're at?
No. So
Oh, okay.
here's where we are. Here's where we are. So we have a game. It's a game. It's interactive. We're going to be incorporating the people in the comments. And there are a couple of people in the comments that are huge 12-hour fanatics that have been here since the moment Jeff and Ray had their coffee together at 8 a.m. Eastern time, or as Ray pointed out, 7 a.m. Central time because she was up an hour earlier. Jeff?
Can we do that? Like if you've been with us for a while today, can you comment? Let us know how long you've been with us. All 12 hours? Have you been here since 10? When did you jump in? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
If anybody says they've been here for 10 hours, though, I'm going to call.
Why does she keep popping up?
We should just include her at this point.
I was gonna say, why don't you just do it?
Here's the like she just keeps
Ray, come on
popping
up.
up.
You can even numbers.
Ray, you're welcome. Join
That
us.
time she didn't even say anything. She popped up with her hand raised and went back down. Like that was her hand raised, and then she's back down. She's losing
like
it
an
right now
aura
too.
that just shows up and then disappears.
I'm making her pop up now because she doesn't know she's on screen.
I'm typing. I've been here since the beginning. I was saying
Oh.
I've been here.
Get out of here.
Okay.
She has been. That's true. She's not lying. Okay,
Awesome.
go ahead. I'm
so-
with you now, Dave.
So what we're going to, I don't know how much of this you guys have been able to see, or if you're planning on watching the replays, or Chris, if you're tasked to go back and actually find useful clips from this. I'm not sure how that works for you guys. But again, because we have some people that are complete overachievers in the comments, we can use them to help guide us through this. It's really a pop quiz. It's an assessment, if you will, on how well we know the team and how well we know what's been happening today.
Ooh.
Okay.
So
So it's,
gradeless assessment, right? No grades.
oh no. We're going to come up with 127 points.
The
To score you.
127 points you got to score here.
So formative assessment.
We need 3 more points to make it
Well,
130.
we'll round up. Whoever I like best gets the 3 extra to make it 130 or whatever. Yeah, we'll figure it out. So
All good. Chelsea, don't worry about it. I'm only going to ask questions for when I saw that you were actually on. So you're totally fine. I was my job today was to monitor Chelsea, and when Chelsea was there, come up with questions. But honestly, if you weren't there, it's okay. This will serve as a nice review for those people that weren't here to figure out what they missed. So if they want to go back on YouTube or something later on and catch the clip because it's interesting to them, they can. Or it might just be a way to completely embarrass you because you have no idea what's happening on the team. Is that cool? Fair?
good.
Okay.
Am I playing too, Dave?
Well, I think this would be good because I know you had some headphone issues earlier today. So I want to see. if you
I
guys can
did. That's
still
why
on.
I'm here with these because I just had them again.
So what my only rule for you guys, those of you that are playing along, we are keeping track of points, but the points for you don't really matter other than if you want to win. If you're a winner, points obviously matter. Other people, Jeff, they probably don't matter much to you.
They really don't.
Okay. My request is to try to use the people in the comments as much as possible. They are much more attuned to this than any of us are. We'll have our own intuitions, our own biases. We'll say we think we know the answer, but there might be some subtle nuances to the questions that are asked that only the people in the comments can help us with.
I'm just
okay?
loving that Joe's already guessing Zion because he's just figuring probably asking about Ray's coffee. I assume that's why Joe posted Zion.
Actually, that is a good question because this morning she did not have a Zion coffee cup in her hand.
That's because
Ooh.
what did she have? She have Starbucks this morning?
She did have a Starbucks cup. Thanks for
Traitor.
ruining question 5, Jeff. I quit.
I know question 5.
That's really
That
bad.
wasn't the question. That wasn't
Question
the question.
5 was weighted at 48 points too. Like that's
Yes.
So Megan is insinuating that this is Chris
I love that.
Becky, and Andrea.
Becky,
and
Chris, Andrea.
And we can do that because I actually have the questions and the answers. So you guys want to play this game?
let's do it.
Okay. So here we go. The first one, this is just like a toss-up. Anybody can answer when they think they see the right answer or know the right answer. And I'm going to start somewhat chronologically. We started this morning, Jeff and Ray hanging out, having some coffee, and then we jumped right into Lindsay Titus. Lindsay Titus.
True.
Lindsay Titus. True. Yeah. Not a true false question.
Dang it.
Also not a multiple choice question. Okay.
Okay.
So it's maybe a difficult question. It's a question that Jeff Gargas actually asked Lindsay Titus.
Ooh.
The question is, what is Lindsay's morning routine?
Wow, the whole thing?
What is
It was a
Lindsay
lot.
Titus's morning routine?
Do we have to say the whole thing, or can we say like bits and pieces?
Yeah, can it be a team effort? Like if Chris
Yeah.
and Andrea
Sure, you guys can play
I
along
like the
together.
collaboration here.
Yes.
So I know one thing for sure she does is she reads something. So she picks something to read.
I don't know. Was that something she did?
Yeah, she talked about how she reads in the morning after she does her journal.
She talked about,
I was going to say journal
You said
reflection.
2 answers, Andrea.
Sorry.
she said she.
I'm one-upping you guys already. Sorry.
Am I allowed to jump in or not, Dave?
Sure, go ahead. Go
Okay,
for it.
because I believe how she phrased it is actually that she consumes something, not necessarily reading, because sometimes it's reading, sometimes it's watching. But I think she said she consumes, because then she does something else too. That goes
Very
along with that.
lawyer answer right now you had there.
But she talks a lot about gratitude. So something she's grateful for, and then
She
setting
did gratitude.
intention. What does she need that day? What's
Yes.
something that she needs that day to do?
She typically, I believe, you had to listen really closely to catch this, but I believe she typically texts me to tell me how grateful she is that I'm in her life. I don't know if you guys caught that. It was in her facial expressions. It was
I
there.
my screen was spinning apparently when that happened. I didn't hear that part.
I think
It didn't
all of
make
us
the answer.
simultaneously.
Exactly.
I think so. I think Debbie hits it because she said she consumes and then she creates. So she consumes something, then she creates something. So I
Yes.
think the reading and watching all that falls underneath the consume. She talked
Yeah.
about gratitude. She does. She lays out her gratitude. I'm trying to think what the other piece was.
She talked about the fact that she doesn't necessarily have a routine that she has to stick with. It can change as long as it aligns to the standards that she has for herself. But yeah, but she said she has a standard, but doesn't rely on a routine. Actually, Megan with the answer right there.
Wow, that's spot
Talked about
on,
a lot of
Megan.
things that she has done, but she came up and said,
You're right. She
doesn't
did.
have a routine. It changes.
Wow.
The standards. do not.
Megan with it.
Boom.
Megan's like
Megan
queen
with
of
the
the house
answer.
today.
There we go. Well done.
Wow. All right, so Megan won one.
Yeah. Okay. Question 2. Ray, you are not playing right now. I'm going to make this very clear. You're not playing this one. Question 2. Okay.
Ray's always playing.
What
So.
2 snacks has Ray been consuming all day long? What 2 snacks has Ray been consuming?
Ooh, I know at least one of them.
If you
Popcorn?
don't
It's
know,
got to be popcorn for sure.
what 2 snacks has Ray been consuming?
Am I allowed to guess this too?
Yes,
Am I
she's
allowed-
trying to show you her Instagram story. That's what she's trying
got.
to do.
I'm pretty sure she's got some M&Ms going on.
Ooh,
Am I allowed to name other snacks? Because she's been
You can just start
snacking a
listing
lot.
1,000 snacks if you want to.
There's been some cake.
Salad and French fries. That's an excellent guess.
I didn't see her
that's
eating
a
any salad in front of Who said that? Because that's definitely a good one. Oh, it's Julie. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mama Julie's here. I love it. Yeah, but I don't think she's had salad and fries today. Or at least I didn't catch it.
She hasn't had time.
Gushers
You've
and
been
peanut
working her too much.
Yeah, definitely M&Ms.
Yeah, they look like
Another story.
it looked like peanut butter M&Ms, not just your regular M&Ms.
Nice,
I don't-
very specific. I
Oh, is
like.
it peanut butter? It's not peanut M&Ms?
Or maybe peanut. Maybe yeah. I forget. There's 2 types.
Well, earlier, Ray, in our text with Katie, we said peanut M&Ms, and you acted as if that was all right. So I don't follow Ray on Instagram, so she's been sharing this all day. Is that what's going on?
So
She
peanut
blocked it.
M&Ms, I'll give you peanut M&Ms. Yes, that's a
Peanut
good one.
M&Ms. Okay.
She's been actually sharing that for the last couple of weeks now. It's an addiction.
It's every
We're trying
day.
to break right now. Yes,
She's
there we
got a huge bag.
go.
That and her
peanut
ice
M&Ms.
cream
Yes. So the second one is what we're looking for now.
Gushers.
What is
That
the
is like
second?
the biggest pick ever.
What did
I
you
love
say,
it.
Becky?
I love it.
Gushers.
Gushers.
Gushers. Ooh.
Or her Instagram story's lying.
No, you are 100% correct.
Good, because I
Yeah.
just stopped it.
So
So I
peanut M&Ms and Gushers.
Can
I
we
love the fact
confirm
that you
that Ray
only know
has-
this if you're following Ray on Instagram, so you can see, like, truly, you can see the behind the scenes. If you want to see what's going on, like right now, because she's making fun of the fact that I keep talking about what's happening down there.
Chris has got it up right now.
There you go.
There
Yeah.
you
I
go.
don't think I've ever had a gusher.
Can we confirm though that Ray hasn't eaten popcorn today? I have to believe she has.
That's a good point.
Ray, have you had popcorn today? No.
You said no. Wow.
I have.
That was an excellent point.
I've been munching on. I do popcorn, like the popcorn crisp, because that's my. I've been chomping on those. So I've had popcorn for Ray in that form. Not really popcorn, but Anyway, all right, Dave. Who won that?
I'm going to say Becky did. I mean, there were lots of people in the comments. Josh Stamper had it. Megan had it.
So
Becky
just
was the one that
be
thought
clear.
it, so.
Megan Baldoff got the first camera, right? That's what I was worried about. Just make sure we're giving away the camera. We gave her the
I
first
don't know.
camera.
Is that why we're giving away the camera?
Yeah, Megan, you got the first
Oh.
camera. Yeah, that's how I wrote it down. So
I don't know.
email Katie.
Okay.
Just to ask
Somebody
This
bring
is how
Katie
we
Miglin
do
on-
things,
bring Katie
Dave.
Miglin on the screen real quick. 'Cause
This is how we do things.
Katie, remember when you did the dress rehearsal of this at Brain Break?
What is happening? This is like an episode of The Office where you're
This
just
is-
like giving out things and there's no.
Oh no! June last year is when I just gave out things. That's literally how we did all the giveaways. It was just like whatever came to our minds, and we gave away way too much and a whole bunch of stuff. But do you remember on Wednesday when it was like kind of didn't make any sense? You thought you were gonna be behind the scenes, but made you come on, and it was just ridiculous.
Oh,
What's going on? This is what we do on Brain Break.
Right. But remember when you and I had a few meetings about giveaways specifically, and
I don't
you're just
recall
kind of
that.
going rogue? Like, do you want me to write down like unicorns and spaceships?
I'm gonna go ahead and move her back down there. I don't think we need to get into that nonsense.
Bring Katie back.
I'm
Becky,
sorry,
rein
Dave.
him in.
Yeah, Brienne, we don't know. We don't know. We don't know what's happening.
Okay,
I'm just asking
I'm giving one camera to Megan.
Oh,
Like
that's
it's been decided. I've already said it. It's going to Megan. But from here on out, I won't say anything unless Katie tells us who won.
Okay. So now this one, Jeff Gargis. I'm gonna
Rewind
ask-
the unicorn.
this one, Jeff Gargis, you have to stay quiet on. Okay.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I'm telling you right now, no helping. Okay. I want to hear these guys discuss it amongst themselves or talk to the commenters. You don't help them. Okay.
Okay, I'm ready.
So I came on after Lindsay Titus, which, first of all, never fair. I thought we discussed this last time that you cannot just have me go after Lindsay Titus because that's not cool. The bar gets raised way too high, way too quickly. But I came on after that with the amazing Mastermind crew, and they were on point. They were awesome. During the Mastermind segment, Road to Awesome was our sponsor. My question is, who is the man behind Road to Awesome? Who is Mr. Road to Awesome himself? Who is this phenomenal edu leader behind Road to Awesome?
Great question. Great question.
Yeah.
Isn't it Darren? Is it Darren?
I don't know.
I don't
pretty
know.
sure
Is it
it's
Okay,
Darren?
so when I
I
say
think
Jeff
she's
can't
spot
help,
on there.
I should probably have said Ray, you can't help either.
Yeah.
Ray just likes to like
It's
give the
Darren.
answers away right when we start.
I'm going with Darren.
Ray likes
And
to win.
I agree. I concur.
I concur.
Ray-
Yeah, I like
No,
that.
Nikki.
Well,
right.
Here's the best part is that Ray is seeing us and hearing us before anyone else because she doesn't get the delay because she's on the back end. So she's actually answering before anyone else is even seeing it.
I didn't look. I swear. I knew it was Darren. I just couldn't remember his exact name.
You were already saying Darren.
Yeah.
It's Darren Peppard. He's actually presenting right now, actually,
Awesome.
at the Codebreak or something. We love Darren's a good dude.
He is
Good dude.
phenomenal.
So hi,
Yeah.
Darren, when you watch the replay.
Yes, yes. Love it.
Okay. So
Okay.
Andrea gets those points.
Andrea, yeah, you got the 15 points.
15 points.
Yeah.
Hey,
15. You're keeping track yourself, right?
sure.
Okay, you have 15
Everyone's
points.
tracking. Yeah, it's kind of like
I have
ambassadors. You get credit.
250 already.
You have 250? Wow, okay, good. How many do you have, Chris?
It's only 100. It's only
Zero.
127, Becky.
Okay.
That doesn't matter. I have 250 points.
Thanks, Ray.
All right, here we go. The next question. So, following Mastermind, we went into an amazing segment with Ray and with Liv and with Carrie, and they were talking about blogs. And Jeff, one of the things that Liv threw out there was your crazy request to have 100 blogs a day, which is just crazy. We all agree that that's crazy. So Jeff, again, don't answer. Really, the name behind this game is Jeff Don't Talk. That's what I'm trying to do. The question that I have for everybody is how many blogs are actually being published every month right now? What is the number? How many blogs are coming from Teach Better community every month right now?
A lot.
60. Isn't it 60? I think it's
A
60.
lot is a good answer, but I need a
lot
little bit more
is a good answer.
specificity.
Yeah, I think it's
I'm going
over
with
60,
60.
but close. Over 60, I would
Oh,
say 65.
Megan threw out 18, and Megan, just to clarify your answer, I think you did hear 18 somewhere in there, but it was 18 series, I believe is what they said, which was mind-blowing. 18 series. I see a 60. I see 60 so far
I'm
this
going
month,
with
over
60.
200 in 2021. Holy cow.
I like Marie's.
Worries.
I think she's out. I think she's on.
Does
A
it include,
million.
does it include the vlogs as well?
Mm. Great
Yeah,
question.
those would count as blog. Yeah, because they get published as blog posts. So
Okay.
So, Chris, whatever the answer is here, all these points are going to you just because you just took a drink of your beer and I want to give you some points. This is worth 1,006 points.
That's not
1,006.
fair.
1,006 points. Again, arbitrary points. If you don't know what arbitrary points are, go back and watch the last segment. So, Chris, how many blogs were produced every month right now?
I said over 60. I was guessing like 64, 65.
Okay, but what is your actual answer?
I'll give you 64. I like even numbers.
Let's try again. What is your actual answer? I believe in redos and retakes.
60.
You think 60?
Stick with 64.
I was going to say, you're confusing me now. 64 is what I guessed. I'm sticking with it.
are you sure, Chris? Are you sure you don't want to change your answer?
I don't know. 64. Ray says no, change it.
What?
Or now
Right,
she's
get
mad
out of
at me.
here.
Now she's mad at me.
I know she's rooting for you. She's got money on this thing. You don't know that? She bet on the wrong horse.
I don't. I'm looking at the sports book. I don't see the odds.
Huh.
Tell me
Jeff,
I'm
you
wrong,
know this
Dave.
answer?
Tell me I'm wrong, Dave.
I do know this answer.
Is Chris Madsen getting his points?
Well, it depends on what number you have written down because yes, he is getting a point because actually 64 are going to come out. Earlier, I think we actually said 60.
They said
But-
60. Yes.
But Carrie has confirmed that there's 64 coming out in April.
Boom. There you go.
Andrea,
yeah,
thank
right
you
there
for
she
the
did.
support. Perfect.
There you go.
And it was funny because earlier she said 200 blogs. I'm like, that's awesome. We're doing 200 blogs this year. She's like, Jeff, I meant like already this year. I'm like, oh yeah, that makes more sense.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
She's like, how many by the end of 2021? I don't know.
Will we hit 1,000? Is that a goal?
We man, Carrie, is that a goal? I think that's a goal now. If it wasn't before, it is now.
Oh, Chris, you just got yourself
Look
fired by
what you
Carrie.
just did.
All
If you
right,
think
well,
about
move on
it,
to the next
what do we got left? We got 8 months left, right?
question. Oh,
It's 800 away, so
I like Carrie and Liv. Don't do that to them.
that's why I like Carrie and Liv.
All right, the next question. Are we ready?
She said yes.
I know she would because Carrie's nice.
She said
That's
yes.
not fun. That's
With
not
all
fun.
capitals and extra S's.
That's not fun.
Livia's not quite as sure, but I appreciate the excitement still.
All right, the next question. The next question. So this is an amazing question, and it's really, I don't know, I feel really connected to the answer of this question. And I think most of you do as well. A question. We have some amazing team members. We have some amazing people on the Teach Better team that are going out there doing some crazy cool things in the world and in their lives. Which member of the Teach Better team has been to the Galapagos Islands?
Oh, I know this answer.
Isn't it Becky?
I don't
I feel
know.
like this is a trick question because she's right here.
Which one?
Which Becky?
Becky, yes.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's Becky, but now I'm confused because she's.
Maybe I should have asked a different question. Which continent are the Galapagos Islands located in?
Okay, no one knows that.
I bet somebody
I don't know
does.
where Galapagos lives. Get out of here.
No, I know for sure it's Becky because she posted pictures of like her awesome work there.
Well, she's also the only one who knows.
But here's the thing. Hold on, Andrea.
Photoshop.
I'll tell you. Becky has been to the Amazon.
There you go, Sandra.
Is the Amazon the same thing as Galapagos?
No, but there is jungle vegetation in Galapagos. So it could be related ecosystems and biomes.
Oh, that sounds smart. Does that mean they're not the same
That
place?
sounded super
Yeah,
smart.
not
What
Like
does
you
that
just
mean?
lost my English brain right now. I don't know what you just said.
Not even the same country.
I was
Actually,
gonna say, I felt smart
actually,
for a second, but
a
no.
little.
All right. So, Becky, this one is worth 1,026 points. Would you like to answer this one?
True.
The current question of who's been there? Is that
Yes.
what we're still on? Yeah.
Yes, it is. It is me, Becky Schnexer. I've been to Galapagos.
And where are those at?
Ecuador, right?
Yes, Ecuador is the
Oh,
the
Mr.
country, the
Chris with the
continent
answer.
of South America. Thank you.
Chris gets 22
So
points for
here's
that.
how the
that
scoring
add-on.
is going. Andrea's going to get
Geography
1,027 points because she answered it first.
She
Becky
did
gets
answer.
1,026 points because it was her. And Chris gets 1,028 points because he went with the extra credit. So, well done.
Hey, Dave, what are my points at currently?
6.
0.
Okay, cool.
You have 6. You have
As long as
6.
I'm over 0, I'm good.
Yeah. Okay. Next question. Okay. Next question. Apparently, I'm supposed to look over here. Oh, sorry. The winner number 2. Is that what I'm reading? Wait.
Katie's
Winner
picking
number
winners
2.
now.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking down below and I'm missing all my cues. I don't know. I think we can all look. I looked. Winner number 2 is Brianne Fennel. Brianne.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. How did Brianne know? And I didn't. Whatever. You guys know. Okay, you're good. So
It's all
Brianne
good.
won. Okay, so
Bree knows most things.
yeah, right.
She's
Okay.
a lead ambassador. She knows everything.
She knows most things.
This next question could be a dangerous question.
Oh boy.
Okay. The question is, who's the boss of the team?
Ooh, that is a
Caitlin
good
Giordano.
question.
Baby Luke.
You're right.
That's pretty accurate. We have had this conversation. And I think we all came to a similar one. It's the one that we don't usually say is the boss, who's actually the boss.
Caitlin's the
Most
boss,
people don't think about.
but I've never been fired by Caitlin, so I'm gonna go Jeff.
How many times have you been fired by me?
At least
least
3
twice,
times.
right? At least 3 times? Okay.
I think 30.
Keep bringing you back, though. You know, keep clawing your way back.
Chris, I feel like you got a desk down in the basement with a stapler on it. Like,
Yeah, I do. I just want my stapler back.
It's actually got a rundown MacBook with ScreenFlow on it.
True or false? That was made before I was born.
Who said
Oh, wow.
Chad? Who's telling jokes?
maybe Katie Miglin is the safe answer right now since she's controlling all the buttons. and
Who do you
things.
have down as the actual boss, Dave? Like, who do you
Is
have-
there really an answer for this one?
There is an answer. I'm not brave enough to tell you what I have written down. I just wanted you guys to fight about it and get
I was
yourself in
gonna say
trouble.
I love Carrie's comment.
Carrie, that's exactly right.
This is like
Yeah.
bamboozled.
This should be called
You've
brain
been
break.
bamboozled.
Yeah, exactly. Brain break bamboozled.
That's awesome. I love it. That's funny. Caitlin and I, last hour we were saying that Schitt's Creek is going to become the new Friends and Seinfeld, but hopefully in a couple years, everybody's going to know all the quotes and all the episodes. So if you're not on that bandwagon yet, get on it so we can add some of these inside jokes with
Pretty sure
shows
that's
that are more recent. Yeah.
blasphemy to talk that way, but whatever. To compare anything to Friends
Yeah.
and Seinfeld. But go ahead.
Need to pivot off of that point.
Oh, well played.
Who-
Well
who do you-
played.
Who do you have, Dave? Who do you have down
Honestly,
there?
I did not have an answer to that one. I just watched you guys fight.
So we had this conversation once before, and I can't remember what it was. Where I think we determined that Michelle Brecken's actually the boss because she actually has the most control over things that people don't realize. So
Yeah, that's true.
just no one sees her because she's behind the scenes, which is what she's like. She's pulling the strings. Chad wouldn't know which way to turn and talk if Michelle didn't tell him. Just
I
saying.
love you, Chad.
But of course, Chris has the power to make Ray and I like to really embarrass us all the time. So he's got a lot of power too. So that's a tough one. But I don't know. But then Baby Luke, it's a tough question.
How about if I just go to a different question now?
I don't like your questions with no answers. How
Well,
many points
I
is that?
think
Wait,
Ray actually finally got a question right. So
it's not Chad.
well played.
Well, that's
Okay.
clear.
Well played.
Baby Yoda.
It's really Baby Yoda.
I love it. Okay. So the next one, again, I'm going to warn you, this one might not necessarily have an answer written down, but it's just a curiosity I have. And then we'll go to one where you can actually get some points. Okay.
Okay.
But tomorrow, I don't know if I should admit this right now with Jeff on the screen, but I don't really have a lot on my calendar for tomorrow. I don't have a lot.
It's a Sunday. Me neither.
Oh, okay. That's good. Ray's pointing. No, Ray, that's next week. Oh.
I think she's saying she
Oh.
doesn't have anything on her calendar either. No,
Okay.
she has a lot of stuff
Ray,
on
Ray,
her
just,
calendar.
oh, we're like talking to the Phantom here. Nobody has no idea.
This is what Ray and I do to Chris on the podcast, just like this.
Only like the first 10 minutes,
Mike, that's a safe bet.
which I'll be editing tomorrow. So
Okay, so to that point, this is where I'm going with that. Thanks, Chris. So tomorrow I don't have a lot on my calendar, and I am hoping that tomorrow, when my thumbs don't have to be commenting so much and I'm not so engaged and trying to write down questions to ask you guys, I can actually go and hand pick segments to rewatch. My question: which segment do I start with?
Ooh.
Mickey's.
Ooh.
So
I have to rewatch that one because
Oh my
right in the
God.
middle, baby Luke needed a nap, and I was like, "No, kid, just wait a little longer." So I saw it, I missed, and then I saw it.
Mickey's was good, and I'm glad you brought that one up because that's going to be one of the next questions I have. It was about Mickey, so that's good.
So Dave, one thing though, it's gonna be a little hard. Until we get them cut up and in the academy, it's gonna be hard to go get a specific segment. So you should just go watch the whole thing again.
Okay, so I can
There's
just
the
go on
12
YouTube and
hours.
hit play and go.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll be 2 there. Now we are going to be early this week. We'll have them in the academy. It's going to be a free course where you can it'll be every segment will be split up into a lesson.
Wow.
So Chris actually has a lot of work to do tomorrow. He just doesn't know it yet.
Wow.
Sorry, Chris. Keep
Chris,
drinking
now would be the
now.
time to get yourself fired. Get yourself fired right now.
I'm
Nah,
trying. I try
wait
once
until-
a week.
Wait till he's done. Then I'm fired. Mickey's was a good segment.
Yeah.
It was a
I heard there was a
segment.
good talk on equity too earlier.
It was really good
gosh.
talk on equity.
That
Yeah.
was my answer. The equity session.
Equity.
Yeah, really, really good.
Danielle, he made me cry and had a knock joke.
All right,
This
well then
is-
he wins.
Chris said equity. Becky's going with equity. Andrea is going with Mickey. I'm going Mickey. Dave, what are you looking back at what you've watched all day? Where do you think if you could go back and rewatch, or did you miss one that you really wanted to see?
I honestly haven't missed any.
I don't think you've missed any.
I honestly don't know the answer to this question. I'm not trying to just be coy. I don't know because I feel like I'm thinking back and I'm like, oh, I would say that one, but then there was this other one. There was a nugget there. There was a nugget there. I feel like I missed these gems
Going back.
buried within because I was so focused on I got to get this comment in there and I missed the next word that was said, or I don't know. I'm just excited to.
You need Bree's sheet. Did you see this? Bree was sharing out a doc that had all the breakdowns, so you could take notes in each individual segment. So
That's
you need
awesome.
that.
Yes, for sure.
Yes.
For sure.
All right. Next question with an
All right,
actual
the next one. Okay, so this one is an interesting one. I'm going to see how many people know this. And Becky, to your shout out to I love you, Chad. We're bringing Chad Ostrowski into the conversation on this one.
Ooh.
Chad Ostrowski has not been a part of this today because he is engaged in some important activities.
Dance competition.
Dance.
Which what's Chad's middle name? I'm, just
His middle name is
kidding. I'm kidding. That was the question.
I was like, it is Anthony.
The
I will
question
tell you that
was,
someone
where
commented Chad's middle name just a little bit ago, so you could have gotten
Yes.
the answer real quick. But
Chad is dancing today. You are picture that, everybody. He is
He's a
engaged in a
dance
dance
dad.
competition. Yes.
Yeah.
Becky was a dance mom yesterday, and now he's a
he
dance.
was.
Chad and I were texting earlier, sending pictures back and forth.
Other day, yeah.
Yeah.
He was there all yesterday for rehearsal, and then all today they had a couple different things.
For Peter
Dance,
Pan.
added it up. It was a Peter Pan production. Yep.
Twice.
There you go. Well done, people. Keeping tabs on the people that aren't even here.
And
I
his middle
love it.
name is Anthony.
Oh, I thought it was the
Chad
grid.
Anthony.
I thought Carly had it with the grid. Chad the grid.
That's just one of his nicknames.
Oh,
And his
my bad.
stage name.
Okay.
One of his stage names. His stage name is actually Big Show, and you can ask him about that. You can go back; he'll tell you where that came from. But
Okay.
we'll call him the Grid from now on.
Okay. I love it.
That's that's an old story. Just for anybody who wants to get into it with Chad, be good.
All right. My next question. Is that all right?
At this point, I don't think it matters, Dave.
We're going to bring back Mickey Smith Jr., a.k.a. Mikey, if you were watching his.
I did see that. I just
Yeah,
didn't say anything about it, but
Mickey Smith Jr., Mikey, and it was an awesome, awesome story about Mikey and how he finally embraced the name Mikey at this pivotal moment of his career. For those people that didn't watch this amazing part of this amazing segment with Mickey Smith Jr., Mickey is a Grammy award-winning educator. I said Grammy, like won a Grammy, like the Grammys. Not like he won a grandma. He won a Grammy. I'm assuming that's what he meant. At least that's maybe I misunderstood the entire thing. So if somebody else watched this and he actually won somebody's grandma, let me know.
Good.
Okay. I was totally thinking he won like the gold trophy.
Although it did sound like he won in the grandma department. She saw pretty
True
awesome.
story. Yeah, she
But
had some epic
go on.
quotes that he lives his life with. So here is the question. So when Mickey, aka Mikey, was being presented and being announced for the Grammy, who announced him? Who said
I know
Yes.
it.
is the winner?
I know. Alicia
This
Keys.
is the man.
Isn't it
Alicia Keys? Is that what you said? Alicia
Yeah.
Keys? Like
We
the
really
singer
should-
Alicia Keys?
We should have put a
Yeah.
pause on this so that the people in the comments could answer for a little bit first
Sorry.
before everyone jumped in.
I'm getting overly excited.
These three are too smart.
Yeah, because she whispered to him and said, "We need you."
Ooh, someone was listening. She was putting down Baby Luke, but she was listening.
I did. I turned it up really loud and had it in the kitchen, and then I had him in his room, so I could still hear.
Yeah, and that story was so cool when he was talking about how he
Yeah.
heard the people talking in the background that they needed Mikey.
Mikey.
He's like,
Mhm.
I'll be Mikey right now. Alicia Keys is on her way. And then Alicia Keys announced him. I mean, oh my gosh, that's epic. Yes. And she said, "We need you." That's amazing. Awesome story. Yeah, that was a cool segment and
That was really cool.
awesome stories there.
That was a good time.
All right, let's go back now. During the lunch break, when many people were running around but still had Jeff and Ray in their ears, Jeff and Ray announced two big announcements. Right? The first announcement dealt with May 14th, that there's going to be another epic hangout for all those people that are part of the private Facebook group and all that. Epic time. It's going to be awesome. Lots of new people are joining that every single day. It's truly available for anybody that's a part of that private Facebook group. So it's not like this exclusive party. If you want to be part of it, just be part of the private Facebook group and you're in. You get the invite. But that was only one epic announcement. What was the second epic announcement?
Change in the
Wait.
flame.
Guys,
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to put a pause in here.
We can't help it.
Anyway,
know.
how fast they were.
They are pretty fast. I take it back. Never mind.
Yeah, dude.
Maybe they don't need the buffer. Oh, so Becky got that one. Master Chat is changing the Teach Better. Same bat time, different bat channel.
I don't know that that's accurate.
Are we getting like a bat signal? Like, are we gonna do a bat signal? I know it was probably voice texting, but that was fun. Yeah, that's right. We did announce that.
AKA Chat Better. Ooh, okay, yeah.
AKA
Got it
Chat
right into
Better.
it.
That's what we should have done is Chat Better.
But then we would have all misspelled it. It would have come out Chad Better, and that would
I
have
was
gone
going
to
to
his
say,
head.
that's
So
confusing with Chad.
Teach Better's good, yeah.
That's true. And then it'd be like, well, how do I do that? How do I chat better? I don't know. How do you do that?
Yeah, good deal. So I don't know. Are we ready to give out a prize yet, or no?
I thought we were giving out prizes the whole time.
I
let's
think
do it.
there's another one to give out still, right? Katie, am I supposed to give out another prize still? Okay, she's nodding her head yes and giving me the thumbs up. So, na boo boo to you, Jeff. All right. This is a question that I'm going to be very, very honest. It's a question that you and I have asked on Brain Break before. And it's a question that was asked earlier for a prize. It was already asked today. And we
Okay.
asked it before. So if people have been paying attention or just study their history books, they'll know this answer because it is etched in every history book being printed today. Okay?
They still print books.
And the Kindle editions.
There you go.
Yeah, the Kindle edition. Here's the question. In what year did the Teach Better team officially become named the Teach? It had an original name. I mean, we all know it's still Progressive Learning Mastery, LLC, all that kind of stuff. But when did it become Teach Better? What year?
I remember the announcement, but like I don't remember the year.
1977. No.
2015 on there, 2015, 2018,
I was gonna guess
2018.
Because Jeff, isn't this when you were supposed to announce it? Like you sent an email accident like early or something, and then there was like
That
a last.
doesn't sound like me at all.
I'm pretty sure it is. And
Ray
then like Tiff and Ray had to do it
Well,
like
secret.
on the spot.
2017, 2012. I don't know. There's a lot of dates out there right now. Which year is it?
Maybe I
Ooh.
should ask for the exact month and day. I don't know if anybody actually knows that. I have no clue. I don't have that written down. But
I'm gonna say 2018.
July 2018.
Ooh, Becky's going in with the month.
mm,
Andrea, you're settling in at 2018 as well?
Yeah.
Chris, what are you thinking? Are you going to go with the answer that Becky and Andrea gave, or are you
Yeah,
going
I
to
gotta-
find the right answer?
I got to go with my team, even if we're wrong. 2018 July sounds right.
Nice.
2018.
Stick
It was
together.
July. Candace says July 2018, but she's a little bit confused.
Holly
She's
says
not quite
July.
sure, not confused, but not quite sure. Holly says it was July. Brianne says February. Mike says sometime after 2010. Pretty accurate. When was it, Dave?
2018.
Do you remember the month?
No.
It was July. Becky was paying
Okay.
attention.
I
And
didn't
yes,
remember,
Andrea,
but-
we were Ray and
You
Tiff and I
were
were
at a conference or something, right? And you were
Ray
having
and
like
Tiff and I were at a conference in Indiana, and we were supposed to go live that night at 7. We were all set up and like ready, but at 7 a.m. that morning, I accidentally scheduled the email out to our audience, a whole list at 7 a.m. instead of 7 p.m. And Tiff got him and was like, I don't think this was this supposed to go out yet? And I'm like, oh no. And then we just did it all there, and Tiff and Ray went live right there with not great internet.
yeah, were they
and-
like on the floor of like a school or something? I remember it was like really
Yeah, we were in a school. We were in the like cafeteria of a school where they were doing a conference. And then I think we did a big giveaway that night too, I think, right? Ray, was that with the wheel? Yeah, they had the wheel and we gave a whole bunch of stuff away. That was the first time we ever started giving away like Academy memberships and stuff because we had just launched Academy right before that.
So Jeff, I feel like this is a natural segue for you to just go ahead and reveal some other secrets that aren't scheduled to be shared yet. Do you have anything that you want to share? Or?
No, am I supposed to be sharing something? What am
No,
I?
I'm just saying you could. Nobody's going to stop you. So, Ray's got her hand up.
Ray,
So first of all, can I just Ray, you're like not supposed to be doing anything right now. It's supposed to be your break. You're supposed to be off, and yet you're down there just completely distracting us and just taking over the show. Just pull yourself up here and talk.
Come on in.
I mean, I don't want to interrupt. You know,
Yeah.
you don't?
I just, it's really hard to watch your team have a lot of fun, and you guys won't let me win anything.
It's true. That's true.
But I think this is really.
Was that
calming.
your announcement, or is that we won't let you win anything?
Well, I have an announcement. I mean, like we have a ton of stuff. We've announced a lot, but we could spoil
What's
one.
what's something we could spoil, Ray? What do you got?
Ray got a new chair. That's an announcement.
I
She
think a new
did.
chair. Yep.
She get a new chair.
Yeah, but I was thinking, Becky Schnexer, why don't we announce that thingy that wasn't going to be announced for later, that 7-day thing?
What?
We have that 7-day thing to celebrate teachers.
Oh, I know about that thing.
Yeah. We're
The
taking
creation of the world?
Oh, almost.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So for Teacher Appreciation Week, which is the first week of May, we are partnering with the Speakers Network, and we're going live 7 days a week at 6 o'clock Eastern.
What?
Not 7 days a week. We're going 7 days that week.
7 days that week for the week of Teacher Appreciation.
Every single day.
Yeah.
Every single day.
Who are we allowed to give away like who's all in that? Like who's all do we know?
I mean, now you're just getting greedy. Like,
Okay, give me one, Becky. Give me one. Give me one. Can you give me one speaker?
One speaker or one team member? Because we have a lot of people.
One of each. One speaker
Okay,
and then one teacher. Team
One
member.
person, we could say Chad Ostrowski's a part of it.
Chad Ostrowski. I know him.
I know him.
The Big Show.
And what about Maurice Martin?
And Maurice Martin. Yeah.
yeah.
Mike's asking, is that in the AM or the PM?
It is PM, 6 p.m. Eastern every day. It's a Monday through Sunday.
6 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Sunday, May 3rd through the whatever that Sunday is.
I think it's the 9th.
Sure, that sounds good.
Could I give a secret away then too that the ambassadors are doing that week?
Oh,
See
my
there,
God, do it,
floodgates
do it.
open. Welcome to Pandora's box, people. Do it.
Just let her rip at this point.
Megan's not here to stop me because I always want to give away all the secrets. And she always stops me. So same thing, Monday through Sunday during Teacher Appreciation Week, we have a different Teach Better ambassador taking over the Teach Better Instagram page. So we'll be spotlighting them, and they will get to post pictures and lives of a day in their life. So we're so excited.
Wow.
Spotlight.
Love that.
That is
pretty
cool.
Julie wants to know, she said that's Mother's Day. Is she the guest? She should be. If she's not, she should be. I'm just saying, right? I've been saying this for a while.
My mom just always wants to be a part of everything. Honestly, it would be fun. The Sunday live session is actually me and Livia, so I feel like my mom could
That
fit.
would be perfect.
I love your mom.
Julie, just so you know, I'm always in favor. It usually gets shot down by someone else on the team. Won't tell you who. But I'm always in favor of that.
To be fair, it's Mother's Day and her birthday, so I kind of feel like I owe her.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you gotta do you double up then? You gotta double up. You better be like,
My mom's birthday is right around Mother's Day too, and as a kid, I used to love it when it fell on the same day, and she hated it, but I loved it.
you just knocked it out in one
my
day.
gosh, twofer, yeah. No,
No.
okay, sorry.
I get it.
So, Dave, do you remember the 3 giveaways? Because you gave them away so nonchalant. Do you remember the 3 people that needed to email
I
me because they
Don't, but I know how to read. So yes, I've got it.
Let's do it.
That's
Let's
cool.
read.
All right. So the 3 people that need to email Katie@teachbetter.com are Megan Baldoff, Brianne Fennel, and Danielle Ramirez, who's finally getting
Ooh.
a good prize. Yes.
Yeah, Dan. Yeah.
Ambassadors.
Prize. What did she say earlier? What did she call it? What, a worthwhile prize or
Yeah, no more coasters.
yeah.
Yeah.
No more of Dave's books. That was the joke because the last oh, coasters. I'm with you. Sorry, it's been a long day, Chris. That was a little too quick for me. A little too quick. All right, we still got some time. Let's keep playing.
All right,
Come on,
we got-
let's get another one in here. Let's make this a tough one.
Okay. Fair enough.
Is this about the team or about 12 Hour Live?
Yet to be determined. Here we go.
Ooh,
So
making
yeah.
it up.
No, I've got it written down. So
Sure you do.
I do. It's right here.
I know you. I know.
This afternoon, Joshua Stamper and Mandy Freilich went live to talk about SEL. And Mandy was talking about a lot of simple life hacks that could help people with anxiety and stress. And she mentioned how even learning how to meal prep on Sundays would have helped her with a lot of her anxiety. And she went on to explain why. And one of the reasons is, she said, because she has a lot of kids. How many kids did Mandy Freilich say she has?
Like 7 at least.
Like 7 at least.
Yeah, I think 9. I think 9.
I said
Got a whole
Mandy,
football
not
team.
Chad.
That's
Not
Chad. Chad and Josh have 12 children. But no, I think she has 4.
Andrea's been spot on all day. I'm going with 4.
I'm sticking with 7.
I'm sticking with 7.
And to win this, you have to name all of their names and birth dates.
Oh, so easy. So easy.
All 7 of them?
Yeah.
It's a lot to remember.
There's 12.
There's 12. No, it was
No, the answer was 4. You are spot on correct. 4. She has 4 kids. Yes.
Boy, Andrew is paying attention today.
I tried.
Mhm. She
So
needed
you
to
mean
be
maybe
impressed.
Luke all day watching.
Is he actually sitting next to you, still giving you the answers? Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
That's not really
Yeah, I
fair.
don't got home, so I'm like, take him outside.
Okay.
Luke's a cheat code.
Right?
That's perfect, Carly. Perfect.
Oh, Carly.
Carly,
All
I was
right,
gonna say that. I'm like,
let's keep
I was
it
gonna
going,
say,
Dave.
someone
Let's
with
keep
no
it going.
kids. As
Okay.
someone with no kids, that'd be
Keep
hard
it
for them.
going.
Okay. So this one, it may be easy. I don't know, but spelling will count if you're playing along in the comments. Spelling counts. So those of you that are here on the screen, it's going to be hard for you to spell it right away. So let people try to spell it first, okay? So earlier today, a couple of hours ago, there was an amazing segment on equity, right? In which Sheldon and Hedrick came together and they were talking through a lot of powerful issues, a lot of powerful conversations were had, discussing next steps and things that we can do in our own world to change the systems that we're in and the paradigms we're in and the mindsets we're in. Hedrick brought up one thing. Her statement was, one thing we can do is stop buying books and start writing down our thoughts and start reflecting. That needs to be your next step, is look yourself in the mirror and stop posting all your pictures of the books that you're reading, acting like you're doing the things, but start writing, which was interesting. A lot of powerful things were shared. My question to you, who was the third person on the screen with the two of them? Spelling counts. Spelling counts. Sorry, am I getting too close to the screen? Sorry.
I mean,
Who was the third person on the screen? My comments were stuck, and I was like, I was still looking at Alicia Keys, and I was like, no, it wasn't Alicia Keys.
It was not
That was
Alicia
the answer
Keys.
to another question. Wow,
Now that
that's
would
the
be
segment I'm
awesome.
rewatching right there. Was not Alicia Keys.
Dave's boss.
Dave's boss.
I love that.
Dave's boss.
that wins. That's the winner.
Yeah.
Brienne's
Danielle-
covering herself just in case she didn't spell it right. She's got Caitlin.
It was Caitlin Giordano, aka Alexis Rose. Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Boom.
Good deal. All right, I've got one more question written down. One more. Are we ready for my final question?
Yes.
Okay. My final question. In just about 4 minutes or so, we're all going to get kicked off the screen. Okay. In 4 minutes, we're getting kicked off the screen because Ray is taking back over. She's been practicing this already for the last half hour, kicking us off and putting herself on there. But somebody else is going to be joining Ray on screen. Don't answer this yet. I know you're excited. Okay. It is not Ray's mom. It is not Jeff Gargas. It is not me. It's none of us.
Oh,
Okay. Ray is actually grooming right now to make sure that she can actually share the stage and the spotlight with this amazing person. The question that some of you are already jumping to,
Dave,
Yes.
that person's here now and backstage.
who
Just saying.
is
I was gonna say, is
joining
she
us?
here?
She just got
Who is
in.
joining the 12-hour live in 3 minutes, or if Ray gets control of the thing, probably like a minute and a half. And she's gonna take us out early. Who is joining Ray in the next segment?
Kim
Kim
Bearden.
Bearden.
Boom.
Her idol, Ron Clark. again.
Bearden.
You are so lucky to
Oh,
be here.
my
Who
goodness.
said it first? She said it first. Who said it first? All I know.
No, it was give it to Becky. She had it. I just yelled at them.
This question was worth 1 million points. So who gets it?
That's a lot of points.
it was the first Facebook user.
Yeah.
It
Anonymous.
that's Julie.
But
Awesome.
Ray's mom.
Yay.
Ray's
Yay,
been calling
yay,
her
yay.
all week, telling her how excited she is. I'm sure. So
That's awesome.
can I just say, and she's watching now, so I'm hoping to make her blush a little bit. But Kim's just like one of my favorite people in the world. She is so much fun, and she is so stinking nice. It almost hurts. Like, and I mean that. Like, I was so we had her on the podcast, and every now and then we just get an email from her. And it's literally just, hey, just want you to know I was thinking about you, and I love you guys. And it's just like, well, that came out of nowhere. Thanks. So do I.
Hey,
And she's
Kim,
she's the best.
hey, Kim, it's at Dave Schmitto if you want to send those my way too. I could use that, please. At Dave Schmitto, it's right there. Okay. I'll DM you later on just so you have it. So no worries, okay? Awesome. Oh, you guys are awesome. Thanks for killing time with us.
Yeah, thanks,
And
guys.
This is
Thanks for
way
having
more
us.
fun than it normally is. So
I hope
thank
this
you.
was a good brain break. Can we like, if you're watching right now, can we kind of like gear it up for Kim here? Can we just flood the comments with some green hearts? Just multiple comments. Let's just show some love. But yeah, Chris, Andrea, Becky, thanks for hanging out with us and making Dave and I just a little cooler for our brain break. I hope everyone got a chance to just like turn it off for an hour and hang out and stuff. And Dave, I know that I wore my Team Schmitto shirt and you didn't wear a Team Jeff shirt. I do want to know that Kim has a Team Jeff shirt. Just saying. But Dave, who I go live with every week, does not.
I do have
Again,
a Team
just
Caitlin
to
and a Team
recap, I
Ray
do
shirt,
have
but-
a Team
Yeah.
Schmitto shirt, but Dave does not have a Team Jeff shirt.
It's
I
true.
just want to say that I can't wear any Teach Better swag because we don't have a maternity line. So maybe you can get on that. Makes like one
We're gonna look
maternity
into that. I'm just looking at that. But Becky and I did talk a little bit earlier about getting Baby Yoda a onesie to fit him in.
I
Actually,
have one
$100
that Luke
you've
doesn't
been
fit
wanting
in
to get.
anymore. You can have it. I'll mail it.
Oh, she's already there. You go.
The
That's great.
original black one with the green.
It is. It's like it's the first one.
I'm in favor of the Teach Better koozie line that is going to start coming out very, very soon. And
Can we partner with Yeti?
Oh man.
yes.
All right,
Awesome.
before we go, huge shout out to Hugh for sponsoring. Congrats to those that won. And yeah, Ray and Kim are next. Dave, Chris, Andrea, Becky, love you all. We'll be back. Kim and Ray will be back here in about 60 seconds. So we appreciate you. We're still going. We got a couple hours left. Stick with us.
Hi, Ray.
Hey, we are officially back for 12-hour live, and I am joined by Kim Bearden. Kim, how's your day going?
I'm doing great. How are you holding up? How many hours are we in 10 hours here now? What you working on right now?
I think we're at 10 hours or 11 hours. I think this will be our, we have one more after this. So we're really at the tail end, but I'm thinking that this segment's going to bring all the energy. You know what I'm saying? Like all the fun.
Well, I hope so. So I have actually been at school today. I don't want to promote that everybody should spend all their Saturdays at school either. We balance, but we are trying to pull off a musical, socially distanced masked musical. So I've been here with the kids practicing choreography today, and they're in better shape than I because they can do it with these masks on and still dance like you've never seen before. And but I couldn't really dance with them, so I'm ready to be doing something because I was just kind of sitting there watching and everything. I'm of no help when it comes to the choreography.
So we'll be really active in this segment. I have no doubt that's going to happen. This will be full of energy. I love all the green hearts already. Kim, we did start a tradition the last 12-hour live. This is our third, that anytime you say the word better, everyone needs to flood the comments with green hearts. And it has been quite effective. So shout out to Megan who created that last 12-hour live. It's been so fun.
I love that. That's so great. That's very clever.
Yeah, it's so fun. So Kim, I do have to joke because in the brain break at the last hour, I know you tuned in at the very end. It was all shenanigans because it was the time that we should turn our brain off and just laugh and giggle. And they made fun of me quite a bit about how much of a fan I am of you. And I say that because I want the world to know I am a fan of you, Kim, but also because whether you know it or not, you have severely impacted my life as an educator. And I just so appreciate that about you and value that about you. And I'm so excited to bring your knowledge and continue to celebrate you with the Teach Better family. So if people haven't been connected to you, and this was their first introduction to who everybody wants to know, Kim Bearden, would you mind sharing a little about yourself to start us off?
I would be happy. And first of all, thank you, Ray. It is mutually a relationship here. I think that you're just the greatest. So you inspire me. So thank you for saying such kind things, first of all. But yes, so I am the co-founder of a school called the Ron Clark Academy in Atlanta. I'm also the executive director here, and I also teach. So I'm an administrator and a teacher. I teach language arts to students. Our school is a school for students in 4th through 8th grade. And I think what maybe makes us very distinctive is that we actually train not only students or teach students, but we also train teachers. And so educators from around the world actually come to our school when it's not a global pandemic. Doesn't everything we say need parentheses that say when it's not a global pandemic? Okay. They've started coming now, but we can't have to limit numbers now. But educators come to our school. They sit in our classrooms. They watch us teach and take our methods and ideas back. Not because we're perfect, because y'all, there's no such thing as a perfect teacher, but because we all benefit when we watch each other, right? When you get to see someone else in action, you get ideas of things you can do. So over 85,000 educators have visited our school from around the globe. This year, we've been doing a lot of virtual work, like I know you have too, Ray, and trying to reach more people that way as well. And so I love what I do, and we provide a lot of professional development training. I'm also an author. I'm a wife. I'm a mama, and a lot of other things. Like everybody listening, we all have multiple jobs, don't we?
So many hats, Kim, so many hats. And I do have to say that I'm actually so excited if you've not connected with Kim, because there's so much now for you to go learn and consume and interact with and celebrate. I think that was kind of the fun part so early on, that the moment I connected with you and the work you were doing, it just all continues to then be spiraling and immersive. The work you do with teachers, the work you do with students, the books, just every element. You're always eager to share. I so appreciate that about you. That's really the Teach Better mindset here too. We want to share as much as humanly possible.
Thank you. And Dave, thanks for the comment. I heard what you said. It was sweet before. So I guess I owe you an email telling you you're great. Telling you that you're great, Dave. So thank you for that. No, Ray, I've told Ray, some of you all probably get Ray's emails. And I know that she, sends emails like, large blast emails, but you are masterful at making everybody who reads your words feel like you're talking directly to them. So I want to tell you, I love that, because I'm all about being authentic and real and connecting with people. And my gosh, right now we've learned, if nothing else during the pandemic, it's reiterated how important relationships are, and rapport, and connecting with people, and making people feel seen and noticed, because my gosh, it's just been such a hard year for everybody. So I think you're masterful at that.
Oh, you're so good. Let's talk about the value of connection, because that continues to be something that everybody's working on right now. And one of the things that I want to highlight is when you visit the Ron Clark Academy for any sort of training, any sort of visit that people get to experience, you guys immediately, right off the gun, want people to feel like family. And I think that approach is so special. Can you tell me about your philosophy with that?
Yeah, in schools, we throw around the name family a lot, don't we? Like we say, oh, we're a family. But, what does that really mean? If we're going to say that, we really have to model that, right? And some of your kids come from very healthy families and some do not. So we have to exemplify that as the adults. Like, what does that really mean? And it doesn't mean you always like everything everybody does, but it means I got your back. I'm there for you. I want what's best for you. I'm here to support you. I'm happy when good things happen to you, not just when they happen to me. And so those are the kind of things that we really try to instill in our students, that it's a gift to be as happy for one of your classmates when they have success as it is to be excited and proud when you do something well. So we really try to emulate that with our staff. And it's a big part of, like, as soon as we have someone join our family, we talk about that. Ron and I, because we're both the administrators, we tell our staff that one of the greatest things that they can do is to do this. And that is bond together as a staff, because if we do this, it gives us the strength to be able to do this. If we're in this together, in teaching, it can be lonely. You're surrounded by hundreds of people sometimes, but we're kind of siloed off, right? You could work with amazing people, but you never really get to interact with them. You go in your room, you close the door, and then it's just these little faces looking at you. And so we really work hard. And not only do we work hard to build that with our staff, but even the families of our staff. Like, we have this new expansion. We got a performing arts center we're so excited about, but we have this, the teacher lounge kitchen area, where teachers can come and meet up. We asked everybody to send in a couple of pictures of their family, like they just meant something to them. And it could have been anybody. When we say family, it could be their best friend or just people who mean something to them. And they didn't know what we were doing with them. And then when you walk in, all the walls are covered with all of their family members. And it's because we wanted to feel like it's home. And we want, when their family members come to the school, to go, oh, you know what? It takes a lot to be a spouse or a partner or, somebody who's there for the RCA family. So they recognize that we're a part of this too. So it's just kind of permeates everything that we do. And when guests come, we tell kids, this is our home. And so when guests come, what do you do when someone comes to your home? You make them feel welcome. And so that's a big part of it as well. Cheering for people, hugging when there's not a pandemic, all those kinds of things that we like to do.
Well, and it's so funny, Kim, because not only can you be inspired by the work you're doing, but there are some very easy strategies that you share, that your entire staff shares, that everybody I know you're connected with shares, that teachers can literally go the next day and implement in their classrooms. And some of them are instructional practices. But a lot of them also are culture practices, things that we should bring back to our classrooms and our whole school buildings. And one of the easiest ones you mentioned is hanging up photos of students and members of the staff and family members that are associated with both the students and staff. Because how easy is it to hang a picture, but how meaningful is it to see yourself and to see those you care about on a wall. That was just one of the many takeaways I know so many educators have learned by visiting and learning from all of you.
Yeah, it's funny because you'll walk in schools, and I know we have limited budgets and everything. I'm very blessed that we're in a beautiful facility because educators do come from all over, and companies want those educators to have a beautiful experience. So we've had sponsors to help with the beauty of this facility. But even before I was here, I would put pictures of the kids who are actually in the school instead of you put it in this Garfield poster or this picture of these random clip art of kids that don't really go there. Why not? Even if it's just copying it on the copy machine, put pictures of the kids who are in the school, because then they feel like, oh, this is my home. It's got my picture on the wall. And we have every kid who goes to the school, their picture is somewhere so that they feel like this is who I am. Yeah, that's a beautiful way to just make it feel really inclusive and like it's a welcoming, warm space. It's really important to be able to do.
Yeah, that's not only been a strategy I know that I took immediately away, but I've seen educators just really hold on to because it's such an easy thing to do. You get a computer, a color printer, even a black and white printer, and you print off a bunch of photos, and all of a sudden the whole room changes. In addition to that, though, there's a lot of other stuff that I know people can take away. And one I do want to touch on, only because I think it's so funny that you're wearing black, I'm wearing black, our outside here is black, is the houses. I just have to touch on the houses. Tell me a little bit about the house system.
Okay, so we love, all right, so I know there's a lot of people out there that have seen Harry Potter. So, we were the originator of the whole idea to ever have houses, Harry Potter was, but we have created a house system that is replicated all over the globe now, which is really exciting. Everywhere. But we have student houses. We have Altruismo, which is Portuguese to give, Amistad, Spanish for friendship. We have Isabindi, which is Zulu for courage. And we have, what did I forget? Revere, which is French for dreaming. But we also have other houses as well that we have items available for schools. But we actually, our students are divided into houses like Harry Potter. On the very first day of school, we have this massive wheel, which is like our sorting hat. And students go up to it who are new to the school, and they spin the wheel, and they run up the stairs, and they slide out a slide. And whatever house the wheel lands on, that's their house for 4 years. Actually, not just for 4 years that they're here, though, it's actually their house for a lifetime, because after they leave here, the alumni are still really bonded. So we're all one big family, but the houses really help to intensify that, and that it's almost like your smaller family, like your immediate, nuclear family in the midst of all the aunts and uncles and cousins, right? And so during the course of the pandemic, we thought, well, how is this going to work? Because we're all, we were virtual for a long time. Thank goodness we're back in the building now. But it really actually even helped with that, because we would have house meetings on the Zoom screen, and we would still have house cheers, but kids would record things, and then and then they would splice them together and things like that. But it really just gives kids a sense of belonging. And that's really important, because we know that everybody wants to feel like they're a part of something and that they belong, and not just that they're not only accepted, but that they really are a part of something where they're embraced and they're celebrated and they're cherished. And so the houses are huge for us. And our students, they can earn points in houses for citizenship, behavior, just getting caught doing the right thing. So it makes it cool to do things well here. And so we actually have an app that schools use, that we use, that's where kids, when a kid does something well, I can go on this app and I can type in the student's name, and then I can type in the amount of points, and then immediately even the parent gets a little note saying, oh, your child got house points today, and that's so exciting. And so they can find out why and everything. And so there's even like a global leaderboard where kids from all over they can see like, how is Amistad doing according to the points with everybody else across the country and around the world who's in Amistad. Like, are they winning globally, even though in their houses at their school, they're also competing as well. And at the end of the year, we just have a big celebration, the house champions, and it's a thing of big pride for the kids. But we do have free resources for teachers about that. So if you go to rcahousesystem.com, there's like a guide to download. We even have like the graphics for everybody. We have everything, and it's all free for schools if they want to use it. So I encourage you, if you want to know more about that, it's got a guide that tells you every single thing you need to know to implement one in your school.
I have to tell you, Kim, just from an outsider's perspective. So I originally connected with you my first year teaching, and which was a little less than a decade ago. And I was learning about the house system. It was the first thing we put in place, not first in my classroom. Then we, took it to our team, and it completely changed when we took it at a team level. I mean, the unity and everything in between. And originally, I had no idea how many resources was out there. So we were putting together little things, and we had teachers like working after school hours to throw together great resources, and it was incredible. but it really amplified the entire effect when we were able to see not only the resources that you had, but then how many other schools were using it, because we could do Skype calls with schools around the world that were implementing the house system, but they were in our house. And it was just such a special feeling for students to connect with somebody and immediately say, we have a connection because we're in the same house. It was so magical.
I love that, Ray. And you know what? That reminded me that I should tell people that if I can give a plug for this. So we do have 2 conferences this summer surrounding the houses. We have the RCA House Academy, which is if you don't really yet have enough ideas or you're not sure how to implement the house system, or maybe it's a kind of in its infancy at your school, we have that. It's a 2-day conference for educators. And then we also have RCA House Con, which is for people who actually use our houses, and it's going to be just wide open fun. I mean, we're going to have some little competitions among the different houses. Everybody can even come all just, geared up at all of their stuff. But we're also, of course, share ideas for how to continue to keep the house system alive and thriving in your school. So both of those are in July. But if you go to roncharkacademy.com, you can register for those. One thing I do want to mention, I think is important, is our school is a nonprofit. So students come to us from all over the metro Atlanta area, and our students all attend on scholarship. The majority, about 75% of our students, come from low wealth situations. Not all, but the majority do. And so they attend on scholarships, and we fund that by the educator training. So anytime you do anything to support Ron Kark Academy in any way, what you're doing is you're supporting student scholarships for our amazing, wonderful kids. And we do have kids of all different academic backgrounds, kids who have been successful, kids who have not, kids who have really struggled. We have all different kinds of students in our school, because when educators come, we want them to be able to see a reflection of the class that they might have, because the biggest challenge many of us have is you have kids of all different academic, skills, and some of the challenges, and how do you meet the needs of all of your students? So HouseCon and House Academy are both this summer, and we are so excited because we finally opened our doors back up for educators to be able to come. And we do it safely. Everybody has, we wear a mask at this point, but people who are vaccinated, they come in, but people who are not vaccinated, we give them a rapid test. And so everybody who comes in our building is all been tested, including our student population, so that we feel like it's a safe environment for people to come and visit in person finally. So we're so happy to be back open.
I was so excited when I saw that. I was thrilled that people are now going back in, and it's such an incredible experience. I have been multiple times. My favorite times have been when I've been able to bring my students. It was really fun to bring my colleagues, don't get me wrong, but bring in the kiddos for the amazing shake, which I want to talk on later, which is just a real experience because they then get to soak up the magic and bring that back to their peers, which was so great. I do want to focus a little bit longer on the houses because Candace, who's an incredible Teach Better member, she's an ambassador, she's just so active in our family, was asking about if your teachers get involved in the houses. Can you tell us a little bit about that element? Because obviously the students are involved, but how are the teachers playing a role?
Okay, teachers are key. I always say, something I say often to groups is that you must exude what you hope to create. You must exude what you hope to create. If you want enthusiastic, joyful, engaged learners, you got to be enthusiastic, joyful, and engaged. Now, I know it's been hard. It's been a pandemic. We're pushing through this year. You might say, Kim, being passionate this year was getting out of bed and getting into the building right now. Like that's about the best I can do. And we understand that. But my point of that is that the teachers at our school, different schools have taken and done it their own ways, but we actually let our staff select which house they feel like speaks to them. And so I am in the House of Altruismo, right? So, and we're the givers, and that's something that means a lot to me, is to have a giving spirit. So for the houses to work, the teachers have to get so excited. I mean, honestly, sometimes you have to pretend you're even more excited than you are. You have to be just like, yes. Now, I have students who come in my classroom from all the houses, right? They're all different houses in my class when I teach. So it's always good-natured fun, like, oh, I got to give a point to you. That was excellent. I know it's for Reverb, but you earned it, and they'll laugh like that and that kind of thing. But we cheer. We Ron used to, his license plate on his car for years just said Reverb. He actually got the license plate made and got it approved to say his house on it. And so we go all out. We're cheering for them. We're supporting them. And then when the houses meet, different staff members are assigned to each house, and it's pretty evenly dispersed so that we have several of us over each house to kind of help with navigating and making sure that we're meeting the needs of our kids within it.
Yeah, so picking the house was the most intense part for our teachers. Our teachers are diehard with their house, and it made it so fun. And I remember like debating, like, no, I have to be in this house. Here's why, and match it. You know, like this is my personality. These are all the elements I could bring to the house. So Kim, you actually gave us the challenge during this hour-long segment that we want to give away one of your books every 15 minutes because why not? And so our challenge to our listeners, I hope you've been paying attention. Kim announced that she was a part of Altruismo, which is the Best House Black House. I just want you guys to know that I really, sorry, it's the best house. It is what it is. We have a long, line of students who would back us up. But do you remember what language Altruismo was associated with? She said it was the giver. She said she was very generous. But the language, the first one to respond, the language will get that book. Will you tell us, Kim, what book will they be winning?
They're going to win a copy of my newest book, Fight Song. So it's 6 Steps to Passion, Power, Peace, and Purpose. And honestly, I released it in the middle of the global pandemic. I wrote it before there was a pandemic. Who would have known? But none of us could have imagined that. But I wrote it to kind of help. I don't call it a teaching book. This is a heart book. It's like when you do feel overworked, overwhelmed, underappreciated, unseen, how do you keep pushing through? How do you dig deep? How do you find that joy again? And so that's why I wrote it. So it looks like, is it Vicky who said it first?
Yes, Vicky, it's Portuguese. Perfect.
Okay, so how do I get Vicky's address to get that?
So we're making it very easy. Vicky, you are our first book winner. If you could please email Katie at teachbetter.com. Katie will get you all the details and make sure to get the book sent over. Vicky, I'd love to know where you're located in the world. If you don't mind telling us in the chat where you're located, we'll be able to celebrate that as well. And Kim, I do have to tell you, Katie Miglin, who is a part of the Teach Better team, as she's done incredible work with communication, with organizing this entire 12-hour event. I mean, what an all-star. She is helping with the giveaways. I mean, really, she's the boss. She was actually the teacher that has joined me at RCA numerous times. So it was really exciting to head there with her. And we were able to bring students for the Amazing Shake. Now, I want to get into all the things you do kind of in addition to RCA eventually, but I really would love to touch on Amazing Shake only because I'm hoping maybe some of our audience here would consider participating in that incredible opportunity.
I'd love to talk about that. And honestly, we have free resources for that for people that want it. We have a website that we like to give stuff. Look, we do have to charge some stuff because we're a nonprofit, but we also we're all about when we start our school, it was always like, how can we affect as many children in the world as we possibly can? Because they can't all come to our school. And we thought through their teachers. If we uplift teachers, then we're uplifting kids too. And so we like to give away as much as we can too. So the Amazing Shake is a program that was started. In this world, we all know that, it's very important for our students to learn academics. Relationships are important, but also how kids know how to navigate those relationships in the real business world. There are so many children who are so brilliant and adults who are so brilliant, but then perhaps they have to walk into that business room, that boardroom, that situation, and they're not able to share what they know because they freeze, that anxiety of it. And so we want our kids to feel bold and confident wherever they go, know that they belong in the room. And so it is our way. We teach our kids here. How do you give a firm handshake when it's not a pandemic? Let's do that. So we're not going to do a shaking this year. I mean, like the actual physical shaking. But how do you, look someone in the eye if it's culturally okay for your, we understand that some cultures do not want a child to look an adult in the eye. And we respect that, of course. But how do you speak with confidence? How do you interact? How do you engage with other people? How do you have a conversation and follow it up with details? How do you listen and make sure that you're paying attention when people are telling you? All of those things we think are very, very important life skills for our students. And we teach that here to our students, and it translates because when our students do leave here, not only are they academically prepared, but they tend to be tremendous school leaders. They go in for that internship and they get it, or they go in for that job interview and they get it, or that scholarship. And it's not just extroverted children. That's really important. We teach introverted children because I tell all children, I say, if you have all these gifts and talent and knowledge, and we don't teach you how to share it with others, then it's like hiding yourself underneath, and we want you to be able to shine brightly so everyone can know what you're capable of. And so we teach them that, but every year we've made it kind of fun where we make it a competition. So we have a local one, and then we've now, because so many schools we taught how to do their local Amazing Shake, we have a national Amazing Shake every year, and we will be having it, I think it's in June. That's also on our website. but last year we had to do it virtually. So, but we do everything from soft skills, interview skills. The students go through a round where they go in and we get people from the community to come in, about 30 different people from different business leaders from all different walks of life. And when the students come in, they meet someone and they have 1 minute. And so they have to introduce themselves, they have to engage in a conversation, a bell rings, and then they go to the next place and they're scored on their poise, their competence, their conversational skills. But because we're dealing with kids and we want this to be fun, we put all kinds of cool little stuff in there. Like they never know what's going to come next. Like they may turn the corner and then there's a wedding party literally sitting there. And then all of a sudden they're told they have to give the toast, or they go around the corner and it looks like the podium for the president of the United States. And they're like, oh, Madam President or Mr. President, please go address the press. And they walk out and they're shot, given all these questions. Or they go around the corner and there's a local television reporter and they're being interviewed about something. Or they go around the corner and all of a sudden it's set up like a fast food restaurant and they're standing there and they're at the cash register and somebody walks up and places an order, but they're complaining about something, and how do you handle that? And then they go around the corner and there's somebody in a hospital bed and they have to go and have, and tell that person, what they recommend they do. Or they walk in and we pretend it's a boardroom. We say sales have been down, your team, they're really depressed, they're really sad. How you can go in there and motivate them, get them to do what they need to do. I mean, I could go on and on. So it's all these fun little scenarios, but in all of them, it teaches kids to think on their feet, to be able to engage, to be able to have a little fun while they're doing it. And so after we do that, the kids are scored. And then the top students, when it's not a pandemic, they leave the building and they go all over Atlanta to different corporations and businesses where the competition continues until we name our Amazing Shake winner. And so we want to empower schools to do this because, first of all, our kids love it. And it's interesting. Many of them now are some of our college students. We have an active alumni association where we Zoom with all of our alumni once a month. But they said, can we do like a college version? Like we want to go back and do it again. And I was like, well, we got to figure that out. But just because, that now that they realized how that was so helpful for them. And so they're saying like, while we're preparing for these job interviews, if we could do that, it would be great. So if you go to theamazingshake.com, there you will find we have a guide. We even have like all those little kind of scenarios. We have even like graphics, and we even have the sound, like a tape with the bell where you can ding it every single minute. We have videos where how you teach your children some of these skills where you can watch, and we've shown you how to do it. And so all those resources are available. And then if your school does host one, and you can send as many kids as you want, we do have an event here where the students come to us who are the top students from your school or perhaps even your district, and they compete in the Amazing Shake here. And we have a national Amazing Shake winner. So
amazing. So I
want
want
to
to touch on.
I'm sorry, I was really talking a lot there. I'm sorry. It's just so much.
No, it's gold, Kim. It's gold. And I want to touch on two specific elements that I love. But first and foremost, for everybody listening, does this all sound too good to be true? Yeah, because it's so exciting. But I'm going to tell you, I have seen this at a multitude of scales, not only in watching educators begin their implementation and following them on social media, but in my own classroom. I mean, we started houses in my one classroom with my few students, and then we scaled it up. And obviously you're adapting and you're modifying and you're tweaking, but we're encouraging that always on the Teach Better team. You're finding your own way to implement really dynamic opportunities for your students. So even with Amazing Shake, it started with, an element of the classroom. Now it's like an official club and experience that our students can go through. And so as you slowly get started, don't be intimidated by how incredible these opportunities are, because the free resources can allow you to do it at any level, regardless of how you're getting started. Kim, one of the elements I loved, and I really do have two I want to highlight, is that you created an intense competition. I mean, I think this is one of the most stressful weekends of my year every time we go, because I'm stressed and I'm not competing. And yet the students, it's the best weekend of their life. It's so fun. I have to know, how in the world do you create this experience? I'm asking for me, because there's no way that you can, I don't understand how you do it. It's the most intense weekend, and yet everybody leaves with the biggest smile after everyone's lost. I don't understand.
I love that. Well, first of all, Jody McNally, I see you. Thank you for that. We love you too. Isn't she? Isn't Jody just awesome? Okay, so
thank you for that comment.
So, so the Amazing Shake, you know, when I started at the very beginning, I said one of the things we always teach our kids is to be as happy for other people as you are for yourself. I mean, that's so important, right? Isn't that one of the best life skills you could teach kids? And so that's a big part of it, is like teaching kids that, oh my gosh, you know what, if somebody in your class wins it, it's just like you want it, because it's like that person represents the best of all of us. Isn't that a beautiful thing? And so, but we do a lot of fun, silly things. You know, we always say, work hard, play hard. I mean, that's, you got to have fun. And, you know, and so that's why, like, we have the silly competitions in the midst of the serious ones too. And Ray, I do have to say, I love that you said that about starting small. When we started this, we just did it like, we just actually invited community volunteers to come, and the kids walked down the hall and they met 15 people. And here's the thing, how do you even find 15 people? Well, it could even be some of your parents, and it doesn't even have to be scored. How we originally teach those soft skills to our students is that we do get people from the community. You could go to the Rotary Club, you could go to the local bank, you could go to anywhere, anyone, and say, would you just come in my classroom? And I know when it's not a pandemic, in the fall, we're going to call it, everything's going to be good. Okay, so would you just come to my classroom, and all I want you to do is just talk to my kids. And what you do is the kids go in, and you have the adults standing in different places, and the kids have to go up and just go from person to person, sort of like a dinner party, right? Like some of us, I know, because I felt this way before, you walk into a room, and let's say you don't know most of the people in the room, and you know it's a networking opportunity perhaps. Maybe it's even a teacher conference, and you're like, oh my God, there's all these educators, they probably have great ideas, but I feel some anxiety walking in and talking to them. How do I do this? What if you could teach young children to overcome that anxiety? You see how powerful that is? So if you have the students, you know, go from person to person, and if you know who the people are, the first time you do this, what you can do to ease that anxiety is that you can like even pull up bios of those people on LinkedIn, or ask them for a little bio about who they are and show their picture and say, kids, these are the people who are coming. Now, like this is Mr. Crumpler. He works for the bank. Let's look at what he does. What would be some logical things to ask Mr. Crumpler? Now, if he answered us and maybe we did all that, what would be some other things that don't have to do with his job? You know, well, and you talk about appropriate, inappropriate, because some kids may say something like, you work for the bank, you must be rich. Well, that's not appropriate, right? So, you know, you talk about what are the kinds of things that are appropriate? What are some conversational things? How do you respond if somebody says, what do you like to do in your spare time? And they say, I like art. You don't just go, okay, well, have you ever been swimming? You say, oh, really? What kind of art do you do? Do you like to paint? So, we teach them how to have those conversations. And it's powerful. The first time, if I can tell a quick story, Ray, the first time, the very first year we were open, so we've been open 13 years, but I took a group of students, we'd been teaching them these skills. I took them to perform at this event in Atlanta, at this ballroom with CEOs from all over Atlanta. Okay. So it was a big deal, powerful room, and we're a nonprofit. So, we like people to help support our school and the mission of our school. So we're there, and, normally when a school group is going to perform, they'll have you wait out in the hallway, or you're like back behind the little pretend mock stage or something. But they had us lined up against the wall, and it was like 10 minutes before it started. And I'm looking around the room, and I knew who some of these people were. And I was like, there is so much, like, these are like the big corporations in Atlanta. So I went over to the kids. I said, work the room. They said, really? I said, sure, work the room. And they said, yes, ma'am. And they walked, and they just went spread out all over this ballroom, and they were walking up to people and shaking their hands, everything. And it was amazing. So then the little bell rings, they come back, they perform. So on the way home, Willie looked at me, he said, Ms. Bearden, he said, we need to have a talk. I said, okay. And he said, we've all been discussing it, and we really think we all need business cards. I said, you do? He said, yes, ma'am. He said, when we go to these events, everyone gives us our card, and I feel very awkward. I don't have one to give in return. I said, really? They gave you their cards? These kids were pulling out like all of these CEO executives' business cards. I was like, I didn't get those cards. They did. And so then that was a lesson, because I was able to teach them, how do you write an appropriate email? It was just following up saying, it was such a pleasure to meet you at so-and-so, I'm a student, I look forward to maybe one day, learning more about your business. And some of those kids, they were sixth graders. They actually ended up getting internships even in college from some of those people they met. And I did get them business cards, but I put the school address and contact information just for safety. But I was kind of their agent. I would get a call and say, I met this most delightful child on the bus, and I wanted to hire him to run my corporation. And then I found out, like, Willie was giving away those cards all through high school. So I was still, but just you see how empowered they felt. I mean, how great that is. So it really empowered them.
Kim, something I say all the time that was 100% from you and learning from you is that we have community members that are dying to enter our schools. They are eager to be in our schools, they just don't always know how to come in if they're not writing you a check, right? So many times we're asking our community members for money, but this is a perfect opportunity to invite a community member in to be themselves, right? They're just coming in and they're engaging with our students, and yet they're still learning being had. And I love that opportunity. We're hitting that 15-minute mark. I think it's time to give away another one of your books. Are we doing the same book, Kim?
Yep, same
Awesome.
book.
Same book. I love this book. I'm a huge fan for, I know Vicki already grabbed one, so this will be for anybody else. Get your hands on whatever you're typing on, computer or phone. Kim recommended a club that would be great to reach out to that is in a lot of different communities that you could invite to come into your schools. And if you were listening carefully, could you tell us who in the community she was recommending as an example to reach out to? And the reason this resonated with me is because it was the first club I reached out to when I was reaching out to community members. And granted, there are so many clubs out there, people. There are so many adult organizations that exist in our communities that always have volunteer experience or volunteer requirements. But this was a really, really good recommendation. And foolishly, I had no idea what this club was. I had to Google it. And I was like, oh, they have one in Galesburg, which is where I was at the time. And I was like, oh my gosh, that will be so wonderful. Megan Wells, Miss Greenheart herself. Oh my gosh, how fun. Megan, make sure to email Katie at teachbetter.com. I do have to say, Kim, before we get into this next element, I had one more thing I want to touch on and related to the work you're doing with Amazing Shake. Are you connected with Mickey Smith Jr.? He just commented.
No, hi, Mickey.
So I have to tell you, Kim, Mickey Smith Jr. killed it earlier on this 12-hour live. Like people, mouth open, I think people were bowing as he was speaking. He had an hour-long segment. He is a 2020 Grammy award-winning teacher. And I just think you guys would be so wonderful to connect. So I'm very much recommending not only you should connect with Mickey. Definitely
Love
Mickey.
it.
Great work. He's all about the saxophone too. And I know you love music, so it's got to be good.
Right. I'm so excited. We've never had a band program here, which I'm embarrassed to say. We've been trying, we've been working on it, but we're going to have a band program next year. I am so excited.
Oh my gosh, how excited. It's huge news.
We're all about music. We're always singing and dancing and drumming and everything, but we don't have an instrumental music program because, we're 13 years in, but we are going to have one next year. So yes, I'm all about I'm a former clarinetist. I'm still to this day bitter because I wanted to play the flute and they said I didn't have the embouchure for it, but I still but I do. There's so much power in music, right? Just so much power in music. So yeah, saxophone's all cool. The sax players are always the cool people, Mickey. So I know you're cool.
He's so cool. And he was all about the narrative of like allowing students to find their sound and teachers to find their sound. It was a great dialogue, hour-long segment. If any of you listening missed Mickey Smith Jr., go tune into him because it was a great segment. But Kim, that was a perfect transition, if you don't mind me taking it, because you're talking about how you've never had a music program. And yet I would argue RCA was one of the most musical schools that I've ever visited. And I, with the Teach Better team, get to travel all around the US and North America. So I would argue one of the core values that I love, and it goes back to teaching students how to give a handshake and eye contact. It's not a class. You integrate these things throughout the whole building, everywhere.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Well, I think music is the heartbeat of life. And so, yes, music is everywhere. Because who doesn't like, I've never met a soul who admitted they didn't like music. I mean, they may like a certain kind of music, but I think it's so powerful. So yes, we have for years, and like today I was working on the musical. We just haven't had a instrumental band program. We do teach all the kids the djembe drum because there's a whole, a lot of research and power behind drumming as well. That's been really helpful for our school. But yeah, so we use music. We use songs to teach academic content all the time. And that's a big thing that we do. A lot of teachers use songs. One thing I would say that I love is that when you are going to do like full-length songs, and put as much of that academic content in there as you possibly can. And then the other tip I would have, even though we're not the only people to use these songs, is that something I've learned to make sure I go a little step deeper is that when you teach kids song lyrics, we shouldn't just use them as a prize. They should be used as a tool. And by that I mean, let's say you teach this great lesson on World War II, and then you stay up all night. You've written the best song you've ever written. You're like, I killed it. I got all the lyrics. You give it to you teach the lesson. You give the kids, go, yeah, now we have a song to sing. And the kids are like, yay! And the kids sing the song, and then we move on. But they may not have even caught how the words relate to what it was you were teaching. I always put it in context like this. I say, so let's say you're driving in your car, and a song comes on from middle school, and you're like, oh, I love this song when I was in middle school. And you turn it up and you sing, because we all sound good in our car, right? And you sing it at the top of your lungs, and you're like, and you remember all the words, and you're so engaged and you're so joyful. And all of a sudden you go, oh, that's what that song was really about. Why my mama let me listen to that song? She must not know what it meant. Like, you realize, but you see, you were engaged, and you knew the lyrics, and you memorized them. So the point is that when we're teaching songs to kids, it's really important just to take a minute and say, y'all, let's take a look at these lyrics. What are these lyrics teaching us? Like that line right there, what is that referring to in the content we just learned? Okay, that part right there, where, because sometimes we're real clever with the lyrics, you play around with them. Like, when I say this line, what do you think I mean? How does that relate to what we've just learned? And then when you do that, what happens is then they're able to actually use it as a tool for life, because years later, when they sing that song, they'll still remember that was what the fact was, that it actually helped them remember and what it meant. But we use all kinds of other ways to use music here too. We use lots of chants and cheers to redirect students and things like that, but in a joyful, positive way. So many different things like that. It just permeates everything. And when the kids walk into our classes, 99% of the time, there's some kind of music playing from the second they walk in the classroom, all of that, because it just sets the tone, right? It feels good when you walk into a space where there's music that's playing and joyful.
Oh, I love that element. It really does set the tone. And I actually work with Katie Miglin, referring to her again. I know she's still in the comments running the show, but we get to compete how loud our music is in the morning and throughout the day. So I really appreciate the competition, Katie. Thank you for being a part of that, with me every single, day.
Let me also give Katie a shout out, because she really does. You write the best emails, Katie, just to make sure everything was set up, but everybody needed everything they had. So thank you for that. You're awesome. You're very, very organized and efficient and on it.
Isn't it, Kim, isn't it great to work with amazing people? Like, that's really what it is.
It is.
It's good to work with great people.
Absolutely right.
I have to ask you something. It's going to be a little painful for me to ask you this, because I'm modeling what I hear. I'm not actually, this isn't something I believe, I promise. Don't ruin our friendship yet. But all the time when I talk about, engagement, referring to music, something else, people say, well, Ray, I can say, well, Kim, I understand how that could totally work in an ELA classroom. And, but I teach math, so I can't do that strategy. How do you normally address teachers that have that mindset?
Well, if it's just about music or just anything, right? You're talking about
anything.
I would first of all, I always say, well, you got to find something. You may not like that strategy. Like, when people come to our school, we teach them so many different things. We say, you're not going to take everything we teach you, because not everything is always going to apply to you. Or do you feel like it's what's best for your kids or your needs or your personality either, right? So, and that's okay too. But we tell them you can't just do the same thing every day. So you got to find ways to mix it up. Now, it doesn't mean you have to, like, every day feel like you have to be entertaining, but you do have to find ways to engage. And look, all of us have sat on more Zoom calls in the past year. Like, just sitting and just doing nothing is really hard. So you got to keep kids moving in some way, even if you don't have them move the way that somebody else does. You've got to keep that. Music is a great tool, and there's tons of ways to use it in math. My gosh, Ron has a song. He's for order of operations. Like, when we begin together. Parentheses first. Now, please be clever. Exponents come right next in line. We're going to multiply and divide at the same time. Now, subtraction and addition. And they know all the order of operations. I never forget it. But what I tell people, like, first of all, y'all, I can't sing. I know how to read music. I know how to play instruments. I cannot sing. And I tell kids, it doesn't matter. You know what? If you can't sing well either, it doesn't matter. Because the point is, we're using this like a tool, so we'll remember it forever, So that's part of it too. I think sometimes as teachers just get caught up and they don't want to embarrass themselves or look silly or that kind of thing. And I think we just have to get over ourselves, honestly, and we have to show that whole go for it kind of thing. Now, and I also think that there are lots of different ways to show passion. And I talk about that sometimes too. Like, if you come to our school, or if you've ever seen Ron Clark, he's amazing. And the person you may have seen, like, in a clip or in a classroom one day, he's like that all the time. So, like, he's, you go in his room, he's leaping from table to table, and he's just got all this energy, and that's passion. But not everybody in our building leaps from table to table. I often use the example of Susan Barnes, because she is the total opposite, but so phenomenal. Like, she's an artist and a poet and a musician. And as she speaks, she weaves her words, and she's just very different the way that she teaches her class. But that's passion. So you have to do you, right? We're all uniquely designed and created, and we're all have different personalities. And you don't want every classroom to be the same. But when you exude passion, no matter what form it takes, people are drawn to it. And so what your enthusiasm looks like may look different from somebody else's. It just may be the way that you question kids. It may be the intensity. It may be the excitement you have over your content area, but you got that passion part. It gets people's attention however you display it. Doesn't mean you have to be loud. Some of the quietest people I know, they have a quiet storm kind of personality. They have passion and you feel it and you're drawn to it. And that's part of what helps to bring kids into what it is you're trying to teach.
100%. I love the comments. They're flowing in, agreeing with everything you're saying. They're like, please keep preaching. I love it. So good. Kim, I can only imagine with all that you've done in your career, all that you will continue to do in your career, that you have some topics that you're really passionate about and then topics that you're always eager to share about. Can I ask you, and I know I'm putting you on the spot, but you've done so much work. You are constantly working with students and educators. It seems like you're always writing books, always sharing. Do you have like a single passion that you could say, yeah, all that's true, but this is my soapbox? Or is it hard to pick?
I think if you take everything I've ever put out there, which is probably, at the end, if they all funnel back into one fundamental thing, and that is our humanity and how we treat one another and love and passion and for relationships, the relationship piece. I think that when it comes to students, when you're trying to teach them content, if they know that you love them and they really know that, they're going to respond to you differently. If you're trying to discipline or correct a child, if they see in your eyes that you have love for them, you can fuss out a child if they know that when you're looking at them, it's because you really want what's best for them. I think that in our spaces as educators with one another, that if we love one another, we celebrate each other and we support each other, because my gosh, our job is hard, that we're going to be better off. I think if we are with our parents, instead of an us versus them mentality, and we find ways to come to the table and try to seek insight and try to understand each other. And so that whole idea of insight, trying to listen sometimes, I know I'm doing all the talking today, but in reality, you like listening more than you speak, and really seeing our children and trying to seek to understand, especially students who have walked a different path from you, who've lived through a different set of circumstances, who come from different backgrounds. All of those things I think are just so important, just not only for as teachers, but as human beings. And so I am definitely about people. I'm a people person. And the more that we can nurture those relationships, or at least in the very least, try to seek to understand other people, I feel like not only will our classrooms be better, but I feel like our whole world will be a better place.
Absolutely. Oh, I couldn't agree more. And, Kim, I would like to get into, if you don't mind, I know we only have 15 minutes left until we have our last hour of our 12-hour Teach Better Team live segment, which is crazy. I feel like I always get to this point, and this is the third time we've done this. I get to this point, and I'm like, guys, I can't believe we made it. Like, we're almost there. and it's so funny because it's not that I'd want it to end, but it's like, oh, I'd like to use the restroom or let the dogs out. It's not necessarily that I'm not enjoying all the pieces of this entire 12-hour segment, but we really have an hour and 15 minutes left, 15 more minutes with you. I'd like to not only throw a reminder to our network that if you have questions for Kim, please feel free to put those in the chat. We'd love to get to as many as possible. Like I've said 100 times, so I apologize. Kim is always eager to share, always eager to celebrate. And so this is a great time to maybe throw out a question you've been wondering for a while. I know we also have one book left that we're going to be giving out today. But Kim, I know that you've published more than just the book that you're featuring today. Would you mind going through what books you have and maybe what led to those messages that you were able to share? Because both books, all your books were with DBC. Is that correct?
No, the first one was with Simon & Schuster that I released. So my first book is called Crash Course, The Life Lessons My Students Taught Me. And it really is about that. I believe that as adults, that children have so much to teach us about resilience, about love, about forgiveness, about kindness, about joy, about magic. And so the whole book, all of my writing style is always that I tell a story and then there's a message in the story, and then the points I always try to make are always, brought forth from a story or an experience that I've had, or, with students or with other adults or just in my personal life. And so that's what Crash Course was about. And so it really is just a very uplifting, inspirational book. But through it, too, I'm telling stories about things I did in my classroom. So you get a window into the kind of teacher that I am. My next book was called Talk to Me, Find the Right Words to Inspire, Encourage, and Get Things Done. And it really is a book that's really full of tools for teachers. I give these steps on how do you communicate better, like when you are having this kind of conflict, but also just in your day-to-day life. If you use the principles I teach, you have less of that conflict. And it's about there's principles like consideration. You can never fully understand what it is to walk in someone else's shoes. Motivation. When you come to the table, are you motivated by a frustration or jealousy or manipulation or control or insecurity, or are you motivated by insight and truth and wisdom and solutions? And I talk about, validating others, the appreciation piece, all those different things. So that's Talk to Me. Then Fight Song, I really just feel like not only educators, but all of us as adults, we all have a story. And some of us have been, we all are always in different chapters. Now, this past year, everybody has experienced collective sustained trauma. I mean, that's just no matter, yes. But even when it's not the middle of a global pandemic, there are times in our lives where we go through ups and downs. And the book isn't depressing, but it does talk about things that I always say it's not chicken soup for the depressed soul. but it does talk about a very dark period in my life when I was betrayed. I ended up, this single mom on the floor of my closet, sobbing my eyes out, didn't know how I was going to pay my bills, didn't know how I was going to move forward, didn't know how I was going to find joy again, or if I would ever even smile again. And yet I found my purpose and my meaning, and I started to understand things and to look at life very differently. And so I learned tools that I've used with other teachers to help them through difficult, dark times. And so the book is not only if you're going through a dark time, but really just to make you feel empowered and to understand your worth, but also to help you help other people as well. So Fight Song, I released it last summer, but last summer, it was the middle of so much trauma, and so many people were reading really. We should always be reading books about inequities and about how to be allies and how to combat racism and all that. So we should always be reading those books. But that was where people were reading us, and they should have been. I was reading those books, and I still do, and I have been for years. So I released that book then. So now I feel like hopefully some people might be able to pick this up and say, okay, now that I've been through this, I'm ready to get stronger and move forward. And so that's kind of why I decided to highlight Fight Song today.
Well, and I love that you highlighted it because to your point, I mean, you can release a book whenever you want, right? Like there's so many different elements of publishing a story, but when you're able to put out a book, I love that it's been there. So when people are ready for it, they can pick it up, right? Versus waiting a year to launch it. I can ensure thousands of educators that have read it over the past year that needed it at different points in time. And so the ability, whether it came out, early, when people were reading different pieces or not, it's wonderful that it's been a resource that's always been there. And if you haven't picked it up yet, this is now an opportunity to win. So I do want to do our last question. And then I have one more thing that I'd love to chat with you about, Kim, if you don't mind, for our last 10 minutes. Okay. To win our final book that we'll be giving away for this segment, I'd love in the comments, we'll make it kind of easy. Can you tell us who I went to RCA with? What Teach Better team member I went to RCA with? That would be great. Throw that in the comments. And then we will have our final winner. While those comments are coming in, Kim, because we'll get to those and announce our winner here at the end of our segment, can you, if you don't mind, share a little bit about your own life? Something I really valued about meeting you and getting to learn from you is that you're a human being. And I know that sounds so dorky because clearly people are, but you should know that you've been on a pedestal in so many regards in my world. And I've really loved learning that you have had failures, you've had stories, so many things outside of just being an educator in the classroom with students. And you've been willing to share that with so many teachers. And teachers need the reminder that as we seemingly are working 24/7, we're all just human hustling, right? Would you mind touching on that? Whatever you're comfortable sharing.
Well, first of all, I think it's important to point out that we're all flawed, y'all. Comparison is that thief of joy. And I use social media. I share things on social media. But if you get caught up in thinking that everybody just has this glossy, social media is the highlight reel, y'all. Nobody puts on there when they're sitting there grading papers in the middle of the night and they got mascara down their face and they're like, I didn't do my grades on time. We just don't do that, right? So, but I'm a highly flawed human, but I also, am a fighter. And so I the Cliff Notes version, yes, I have been a teacher for 34 years. I love it just as much now as the day I started, but not every year have I loved, and not every time have I been successful. And I've had good days and bad days in the classroom, and ultimate failures and ultimate successes too. So we do that. So Fight Song, it does talk about that. Many years ago, I was married before, charming guy, traveled all the time, had multiple women in multiple states. I did not have any idea. So you imagine the humiliation of that, let alone the heartbreak and the devastation and just not even having any idea and feeling like an idiot. You know, how could I not know? My daughter was young. Left, he took all the money, disappeared. It was like a movie of the week from Lifetime Television. And so, you know, I talk about how do you get up off that closet floor and stop crying, you know, and start to realize your value and your worth and your significance. Where do you find that, you know, your identity and who you are? And so the Cliff Notes version is, you know, many ups and downs. But then in 2000, I met Ron Clark, and we were both Disney Teachers of the Year, which was really cool. And so he asked me to start the Ron Clark Academy with him. We just hit it off. We were like fast friends. And he said, come to Harlem and start a school with me. And I said, I you know what, Harlem's great, but my family's in Atlanta. You got to come to Atlanta. And I won because the school's in Atlanta. So he came to Atlanta, and it took us 3 years. And during that time, I was a middle school principal, and we still worked on starting this school. And then this school has brought me so much joy. The year that I started the school, I got remarried to a beautiful, wonderful man who is now we're 15 years in together. And my daughter is now 31 years old. She is thriving. And I have the best part of the Cliff Notes version here at the end is that several years ago, we travel with our students when it's not a pandemic. And we went to Soweto, South Africa. We go there each year with our students. We work in schools and orphanages. And I met 3 of the most beautiful little boys who stole my heart. And so my husband and I adopted them. And they joined our family at age 12. And they speak 5 languages, Sotho, Afrikaans, English, Sotho, Afrikaans, Zulu, English, and Xhosa. And yeah, when I came here, because of the inequities where they were and the lack of resources, they were struggling tremendously, couldn't read, you know, multiply, anything. They came to RCA, our school. Teachers here poured into them. My husband and I and the teachers here surrounded them and helped me raise my sons. And so now my 3 sons are all 3 freshmen in college, doing all the work on their own, and they're thriving in college. So I'm an empty nester now for the second time around, which is kind of interesting. But and I teach and everything else. And then the other thing people ask me though, right? They always say, well, how do you do all those things? And the answer is not always well. And I think that's really important. So,
well, we've been emphasizing that like all week, all day. So we were like, wow, how do you guys do it? And I'm like, we don't. We have a whole team. Sometimes we messed up. We messed up like multiple times in this live hour, and you guys are all still here. So it's fine.
Yeah, you know, it's like I've had to learn to let some things go. So like I like to have a really nice, tidy house. And then I'm like, I get to the point like, you know what? Because if somebody would come over and they're like dishes in the sink, I used to get embarrassed. And now I'm like, there's dishes in the sink and you have a problem with that, then I think you have the problem, not me. You know,
that's the truth.
You know? And so I think there's things that used to really wear on me. I used to worry that everybody has to like me. I feel like, you know, I'm like, well, nobody, I don't care. Ron is really a great equalizer for me. He said, Kim, we could give everybody in the world a Porsche and somebody will complain it's not red. And I'm like, you're right. You know, so like things like that, as long as my faith is very strong for me. I'm somebody, you know, my faith is very important to me. And I'm just like, you know, as long as I'm doing what I feel like I'm called to do and living my life, I feel the way I'm called to the best I can. I think that's important, but I'm a highly flawed person. I am excited though, because I was drinking 12 Diet Cokes a day and I haven't had one since September 1st.
Whoa, that's a big deal.
I know some of y'all may be like, what's the big deal? Y'all, 12 of anything a day is not good. And so 12.
Unless maybe 12 M&Ms is okay. Do you think 12 M&Ms?
Okay. Not 12 bags of M&Ms though, but 12 M&Ms is great.
We have
like the big ones, right? Like I would drink like a big old Diet Coke and then literally go straight to bed and be able to sleep. Like that's not good. And so I'm trying to take really good care of myself so that's a flaw. Like I got lots of stuff. I got lots of issues. We all have issues.
Don't we
but
all?
Important. As I feel like some people try to project that, oh, I got it all together. Some days I want to crawl. Like if everybody on here did not have a day during the pandemic where you didn't crawl in a ball and cry. And if you didn't, you wanted to, like you just, you're just like, I was like, I am a hugger, and if like I can't hug people, it's killing me. I can't stand it. Even though I'm so blessed, I have a job and I have a home, so I don't want to sound ungrateful. My gosh, because the pain, and that made me want to cry too, because other people are in so much pain that breaks my heart. So we all are flawed, and that's what perfection is boring.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's so true. And I am so appreciative that you've been able to share so much, because there's so much out there that we all can continue to learn from each other. And it's such a wonderful reminder that even with the hurdles, even with the tough situations, you're still able to give and be successful and be happy and do so many things in life. And I wish nothing but happiness for everybody listening, everybody in the Teach Better family, regardless what you're going through. We're here to support you, and we're all going to get through it together. And that's the best part of being affiliated with a family, which is kind of how we started this segment, the importance of family. Look at that.
I love it.
I love it. Kim, you had one more book to give out, and we have our incredible winner, Jackie Mojan. You are going to, wait. Katie Miglin, stop messing with my stuff. Jackie, you are our winner. Great job guessing, Katie. I do have to tell you, Kim, just a side story. I've known Jackie since she was very early in her career. She was in college studying to be a teacher. And she multiple times was able to come to my classroom. I was able to celebrate with her, lesson plan with her. She's doing incredible work now as an educator in Chicago. We're so happy for you, Jackie. So keep up the good work. The comments have been flowing in to celebrate you, Kim. I want to make sure people connect with you. You've already shared a lot of websites they can visit. There's a ton of free resources. Would you mind going through the main places again? That way, if they're just popping into this segment, they're able to stay connected to you on whatever social media platform you want to share.
Okay, so first of all those things about the Ron Clark Academy, I gave you specific websites, but if you go to ronclarkacademy.com, you can link to all of them. So ronclarkacademy.com, if you're interested in coming for any of our professional development or learning about any of those opportunities that we have, and we conduct virtual PD as well. And then I am Kim Bearden everywhere. So at Kim Bearden, I put it there at the bottom of my name, at the bottom of my face. So on Instagram and on Twitter, on Facebook, I also am Kim Bearden Educator. Kim Bearden Educator. I've joined TikTok, but I haven't posted anything yet. So I think I'm Kim Bearden 1. So I haven't. Look, y'all. I just finally look. I'm 55 years old. We got. I'm trying to keep up with everything, so I got to get on TikTok. I know, because that makes me a relic if I don't. So I'm ready to get started. It just hadn't happened yet. So there.
We're so appreciative for you, Kim. You've shared so much today. I just want you to know again. I so much appreciate all the work that you do personally as a classroom teacher. I know the Teach Better team could not be more appreciative that you joined us for our second to last hour of our 12-hour live. You have made my day. You've made so many educators' days, and we really appreciate you. Thank you for being a part of the Teach Better family.
Oh, thank you, Ray. I'm so grateful for the opportunity that y'all invited me. I love you. I love Jeff. Katie, thank you for helping get everything organized, and all of y'all are great. So thank you for all the work you do, and thanks for having me.
So fun, guys. We have one more hour where we are coming back together and we're recapping with the team. So we'll be right back. Okay, you're muted, Jeff, which is funny.
Well, because it's supposed to unmute you when it's done playing the music, but it doesn't always do it. I don't know whether I just fired Katie or she just fired me, but I think we're both gone.
I just fired you because you muted me and then muted yourself. Do you not know how computers
No, I muted you because the music was coming through your microphone.
Yes.
And then you unmuted yourself, so I muted you again.
Hey, guys, we're live still for 12 hours. Still here. We're live.
Oh, we still live? Oh, I'm sorry, Katie. We'll talk about that later. Sorry.
Oh,
my bad.
notice that all of us in the bottom row are just watching. All of us, me, Josh, Carrie.
That's weird how mine
because we're the pros. That's why.
They know what they're doing. Can we just show of hands who? Thanks, right? Show of hands who agrees that Kim Bearden's freaking awesome.
She's amazing.
Wow. Yeah, she's so much fun. She's so cool. She's so cool. Fifth outfit change.
Nice job, buddy.
Which I got my friend's version on there. Josh has got the first. What do you got? Becky, what do you? Is that a Teach Better shirt?
I have Josh.
Oh, that's yeah. That's yeah. Look at that. Carrie rocking the hoodie.
Ooh.
Look at you.
Nice. Katie, why didn't we put swag on for this segment? Oh, yeah, no one gave us the memo. Okay, thanks for
just to be clear, no one else got the memo. They just like the team. There's just a certain level of love that apparently is not there on these two corners.
Do you want me to kick you off? You know I know how to do that now.
She does. She's dangerous now. She's dangerous.
Wait, so I have a question. So we have been doing this whole live thing all day. And we had 2 streams, and it's really throwing me right now that it says we've been live for 3 hours on this stream. Has someone done the math to confirm that we'll hit 12 hours after this hour?
Yeah, because we did 8 hours. Now we're at 12. We also started at 8 o'clock this morning. So on my clock, for yours is 7. So
okay,
as long as my clock is correct, then we should be good. Either way, we're ending after this hour. So when that says 4:00, like that's it. That's done. It's the 4-hour lives. It's exciting.
So what are we gonna do for the next hour to kind of celebrate the fact that we've been live for 12 hours?
Well, we didn't really think through that much.
Oh,
we want to reflect on a day. So I'd like to kind of go around. I think everyone. So I know Carrie was on earlier. Josh, I don't know if you guys. I know Josh did a nice job introducing himself earlier. Becky, did you do a Becky intro earlier? Okay,
I did.
And Carrie did. Katie, does anybody know who you are?
No one knows who Katie is.
No one knows who Katie is.
No.
Yeah, Candace. I'm sorry, I missed it.
But Jeff, you didn't introduce yourself ever. I didn't introduce myself ever. Maybe we should go around super fast.
Let's do it super fast. Ray, you're in the top left. You want to go first?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name's Ray Hewer, CMO Teach Better Team, full-time 6th grade math teacher, and I, will be going to sleep in the next hour and a half. Next.
Josh.
How do I beat that? All right. Joshua Stamper. I am the podcast manager for the Teach Better team, assistant principal in the North Texas area, and the host of the Aspire podcast.
Katie.
I'm Katie Miglin. I am the online events coordinator for the Teach Better team. That's what I do when I'm not teaching 7th grade middle schoolers math down the hall from Ray and listening to her loud antics.
Murph.
I am Becky Thal. I am a 5th grade math and science teacher from New Jersey, member of the Teach Better team. And I realized after my segment today that Ray and I are 2 degrees of separation from Alicia Keys.
Woo! You're right.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point.
That's when you claim to fame.
Hey, you should take that. I am Jeff Gargas, COO, co-founder of the Teach Better team, and that's what I do all the time, unless Carrie tells me to do something else.
Which
Carrie,
is all the time. I'm Carrie Pitstick. I am the digital content coordinator for the Teach Better team, and I also am a 7th grade ELA teacher and track coach in Illinois.
Carrie is also the person who said earlier live on the 12-hour live that 1,000 blog posts by the end of 2021 is now the goal.
I think it was in all caps too.
The yes was in all caps with multiple S's, which actually means she wants to do 2,000. That's what that's code for. Just,
to be fair, it was brain break, and she was drinking. It doesn't count.
That's true. Most things in brain break don't count.
Can we count though all the people that I'm going to need to help me make that happen? But that is the goal.
I got your back, Carrie. We'll make it happen. So I'd love to hear. We got some stuff to give away too. Can we do a quick shout out to all the sponsors real quick too?
Yes.
Because we had sponsors all day. We were giving stuff away all day long. So Road to Awesome. Thank you to Road to Awesome. Really, really appreciate it. Classroom Q, GimKit, Pear Deck, Lead and Equity Center, EduMatch, Floop, and Hugh. Thank you. Awesome. We love them so much. Appreciate it. We give out some really, really cool prizes. We are going to give out some stuff this hour too.
Yeah,
Should I
and
give it like?
if you know future sponsors, if you think you have another company that you think would be good to sponsor Teach Better 12 Hour, we might be doing another one. So reach out to one of us and give us the information.
Oh, is that a thing? Is that a thing
I don't
now? So yeah, we're doing some giveaways. This time we're going to give away some swag, some books, and maybe some more swag.
More swag.
Oh, speaking of swag, Josh, can you let everyone know some exciting news about the swag? Because no one on screen knows about it right now.
Yeah, so
just you and me.
I was working behind the scenes. So the new swag is up for the hashtag Teach Better Chat. So there's a hoodie, a t-shirt, a mug, a long sleeve shirt. So you can go to teachbetterswag.com/collections/teachbetterchat.
Josh and I were busy. Josh is like, I did all this, and I'm like, oh, okay. Let me click some buttons and make it appear on this. It's on the site, and we're like, awesome. That was great. We did that during the last segment.
Yes, Ray.
Yeah.
Josh, did you catch the segment where I took credit for the Teach Better Chat logo?
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
You were like 70%, right? We already worked out the percentages. You
Is that what it is? 70, 30?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that new swag is up there, and you can grab it now. There's also 12-hour swag from today as well, and you can use the coupon code. Katie, remind me, it's 12-hour love, right?
You got it.
12HOUR love, and that will get you 25% off. That's actually almost good. That stops at the end of tonight. That goes away. So make sure you head over and grab that. So thanks, Josh, for running around and getting that done. So
most definitely.
Let's go. I want to hear what Becky's favorite segment from today is.
I mean,
I think I can.
Do we really need to ask what Becky's favorite segment was? I mean, look, I understand. I was sitting there thinking to myself, the rest of the Teach Better team has got to be jealous of Ray and I that we are on screen with Mickey Smith. I mean, that was to the point where I really need to go back because there was so much and so many good quotes alone.
Oh yeah,
that he
quotes.
was
Go back and
dropping.
write them all down. It's nuts.
You know, I wrote down one. I said when he said, well, he was playing Knock Knock, right, with you, Ray, and he said, you know, I am who? That is the question. And I thought that was, you know, that was just one cool thing. And I need to go back and really rewatch it several times. You know, I think I need a dose of Mickey, and I need a dose of Lindsay Titus, like at least a couple times a week. You know, for inspiration.
Be fair.
But honestly, like all the segments, I mean, you know, Caitlin with Hendrick and Sheldon. I mean, that just the conversations were, you know, unbelievable. They really were. I mean, I had it on a different devices in different rooms of my house.
Nice.
All day long. And then Kim Bearden too. What I always love about these 12-hour events that we do is that you're able to take just little nuggets of information and apply them immediately. And that was a theme that came up throughout the day was, you know, this isn't about you walking into your classroom on Monday and wanting to reinvent everything that you've been doing all year. It's just about taking little things that you heard and trying to implement small things, and small things ultimately will lead to bigger things. And I think this is honestly the perfect time of year to be inspiring teachers, because we all have, you know, the finish line is close, but we still have a little ways to go. And, you know, so needing that inspiration, also starting to implement things at the end of this year, so then you can come back in August and September and really hit the ground running, and build on it more.
Josh, you can't say Mickey Smith, and you can't say the one that you were in. Taking that away. Give us another one that you pulled something from.
Okay,
make it harder. I'm going to make it harder as we go around here.
I know, but I am gonna reference Mickey after I say my answer, so I'm just gonna let you know. I'm putting it out there. I'm gonna cheat, okay? But no, Hedrick and Sheldon were phenomenal. I just love those two so much, and you know, Caitlin did such a good job facilitating that conversation. But you know, Hedrick talking about not just reading but acting, I think that is so relevant. I think as educators, and maybe just in society in general, we consume so much throughout the day, especially through social media. But then do we do anything with that information? And right now, there's so much on equity that's out there, which is awesome. That's relevant, and we should be consuming it. But then what are we doing beyond that? is the next step. And I think there's so many people that, really need to reflect on that. What is the next steps in their own journey to make sure that, every student is represented, is feeling like they are equal within the building, and not only students, but the community and the teachers. And so I could just consume those two so much. I just love what they're about, their message, and obviously it's such a important topic right now. But I'm going to go back to Mickey. His quote that I loved, and I wrote it down, was, "I don't teach music, I teach children." And I think that was so huge. He said toward the beginning of the conversation, but as a fine arts teacher myself, I was an art teacher, sometimes, and I still get that stigma, even as an administrator now, people, when I tell them I was an art teacher, it's like, oh, like it's not the same level, right? And that just resonated for me in my own journey. And so I just love that, because it's true. We're not there just to teach subject matter. We're teaching them to be adults, and we're not teaching the 12-year-old. We're teaching, what will be the 30-year-old. We may not see what that looks like, but we're still going to pour into them. So Mickey was amazing. And, it might be recency, biased because,
but yeah, you referenced something that he said though, Josh, that was awesome, is that you're not just teaching the kid that they are today, you're teaching the adult that they're going to be. And he talked about like seeing his kids. I see you for what you're going to be. Yep. And then he said something, and I'm not going to say it as well as he, but that just was awesome, is that he said, I love you for who you are, but I love you too much to not help you, either not to let you stay who you are or not let you get to who you should be. Like, I love that, because it was this idea of like, yes, it's great. We should definitely love them for who they are, but it doesn't mean that we can't push them and guide them and want them to be what we see in them. Right. And it's not just, it's like, yeah, we love you how you are, but I want you to get here, and I love you too much to allow you to not get there. I thought that was super powerful. So it's okay that you went back to that. I'm okay with that. All right, Carrie. So you can't say, Mickey Smith. You can't say Sheldon and Hedrick, and you can't do the blog book study because you were in that one.
Okay, and I know I can't do Mickey Smith Jr., but I do need to say.
We're going to call him anyway.
But I need to start with that, because I was trying to take some notes during that, like quotable things. And I'm not kidding you. There were like 50. I need to go back and watch it, because it was like one-liner after one-liner after
his
one-liner.
one-liners
like,
were unreal.
Brilliant. And then my mom's been watching all day, and she texts me, and she's like, this Mickey guy is amazing. So like, I just thought that was an amazing segment. But another one that stood out to me was Kevin Butler with Katie.
Yes.
I am always up for a good student engagement strategy, but I think the fact that most or all of them involved students not only moving and getting out of their seat, because we know that that's not good for students to be sitting all day long, but also getting to know each other more. Because I think, Katie, it was you that had mentioned this, that there was a time towards the end of the year where a student was like, who's Amy? I've had that a few times in my career, and I can't fathom how you've been in a class with somebody all year and not know who they are. But then after reflecting, I'm like, that's also my fault. I can't, if that was the case, I can't blame the kid for that, because obviously I wasn't doing enough to build that culture. So I think a lot of his strategies that are not only getting them up and moving out of their seat, but are also just getting the students to know each other is super important. And I definitely need to go back and watch that again and like write down all of the strategies that he shared, so I can incorporate some of them at the end of the year and in years going forward.
It was actually hard to moderate that, because I wanted to be sitting here with my pencil, but I didn't want to look rude, like I was, taking notes while he was talking. But yeah, that's what I mean. It was that. Thank God this is recorded and will be, uploaded, because you definitely and it's not just him. I mean, a lot of the segments, there was some great quotes and great discussion, and sometimes you missed part of it, so you want to go back and watch.
All right, Katie. Can't say Mickey Smith. You can't say, I can't remember which ones I've done. You can't say Hedrick and Sheldon. You can't say Kevin, but you did that. You were that one anyway, so you can't say that. So what's the next one here? Where are you pulling from? What's giving you inspiration or something you're taking back?
Okay, I obviously loved a lot of them. A lot of the things that have already been shared, obvious. But I'm not going to lie. I like knew Kim was going to be awesome, right? Because I just know Kim. I know RCA. But there was this, like, I literally texted the other teacher that went on the amazing shake trip with us. And I was like, all of the feels of Ron Clark and Kim are just like flooding back. Like, it was just so cool to like remember what it was like pre-COVID. Remember when you had like normalcy and there was excitement and hundreds of kids. And I just, that whole segment, I was like, oh my gosh, yes, I want all of this back. And so I think
I have a text from you that says, Kim wins, she's my favorite. She said, Ray's not available right now, so I have to be giddy with you instead about Kim. Hashtag deal with it.
Yes, this is true. But notice I stopped texting you because I ended up texting my friend. So speaking,
I'm pretty sure you just said that I'm not your friend. Okay. Oh, is Sarah the friend you're talking about? Well, that's okay. You can always text Sarah if it's not me. That's fine.
Yes. So Sarah, Jesse, Ray, and I all went to the Ron Clark Academy with another teacher. And so it was just like listening to her segment and like getting her excitement, like brought back all that excitement that we had. So yes, I loved Mickey Smith. Yes, I loved Kevin Butler because there's like 500 things I can do on Monday that were super easy. But hers just like was like the warming of the heart. Like, oh man, it was like a great way to end the day. Not that ending it with you isn't also just.
It was a great way to end the day.
Yeah.
All right, Ray. You can't say Mickey. You can't say Hedrick and Sheldon. You can't say Kevin. You can't say Kim. I don't remember which ones you were on, so I don't know if I can check those all off or not. But what's another one you pulled from?
Okay, I have the one I want to mention I was in, but I didn't really speak because there was a lot of people with me. I want to do the grid method Q&A.
The grid method Q&A?
And here's my argument. It was because we had a bunch of people on screen from all over the world, US, Dubai, all over. And cool. I loved that we spent an hour problem solving and just sharing insight that we wish we had known when we were doing something. I loved that all these educators, elementary, middle school, high school, everybody was like, I learned something when I did something hard. I'm now doing it successfully. And I want you to have an easier journey than I had. Here's all my tips and tricks. And you can tell, I have to go back and rewatch that segment. You can tell there was a point where I was like, guys, we can't all be just screaming at the audience.
You did. You say, like, we all want to word vomit all of our solutions. But yeah, I remember that. You had to bring it back because that's what was going on.
It was like having a classroom of rowdy kids where every kid was playing a game and you're like, let's all take a deep breath and then we're going to get to the next question.
Yeah, but if their game was spouting off incredible information around the grid method, like it was, it was all good stuff. Yeah, that was a good segment.
All good stuff. And it was all blended between like top level, change your mindset. Here's some like big picture elements and then just like really strategic tactical strategies that you could literally go do tomorrow. And this one thing changed my life. And so I love that. And then also, I'm sorry, guys, all the segments were so good. I'm, geeking out, but I don't know if you saw, but I was on camera with Kim Bearden a few minutes ago. And I will not tell the story right now because all of you are, I'm sure, eager to talk about so many more things besides Kim Bearden. But I truly believe that without her, I would not be where I am today. I don't know that I would have the job I have. I don't know that I'd be connected to the team. I literally think that Kim Bearden kind of launched every element of me figuring out who I was as an educator. And so it was so good. And guys, I didn't pass out. That's all I'm saying. I didn't pass out.
My favorite part about that is Katie and I booked Kim without telling Ray.
I know.
And we're like, oh, by the way, you're doing a segment with Kim. And Ray's like, what? I'm like, just saying. Like, here's the best part about Kim. Like, how quick it was? It wasn't even a day, was it, Katie? Like from when I emailed her, she would reply right back really quick. She's like, I'm in. I'm 100% in. Just tell. And like, it was like super fast. So that's super cool. That's exciting.
Yeah, that was super awesome. And it was funny because when Jeff sent me a message that she was confirmed, I literally did the like, oh my gosh.
Guys, I didn't want to embarrass her by taking out all of her books that are literally right here. So I was playing it cool, like, tell me, how many books do you have? Maybe 3. They're next to my nightstand. It's no big deal.
As if you don't know him, yeah. I'd love to see if you're still with us. If you're still hanging with us, two questions that you can start filling the comments with. One is how long you've been with us today. I definitely want to know that. And two, what are the segments that you love? What did you love? What did you pull away? You can drop some quotes in there. We've already had some going, but I'd love to see more of that. And of course, you can always make the stream better by putting some green hearts in there too. So we only got about 38 minutes to fill up more green hearts.
Jeff, you can't get out of this. You can't say Mickey or Kim or the grid or
I know.
Like what's your go-to? Because there were still 12 hours. Like we're joking about like 5 or 6, but guys, we just did 12 hours of live professional development with educators around the world. There's a lot we could name. We could go minute by minute with celebrations here.
Yeah, so for me, it was Josh and Mandy, and I'm not saying that because Mandy's a good friend of mine. I love her dearly, but Mandy, I say this about you and Chad all the time because I spend a lot of time with you and Chad. So like, we're always talking about other stuff, and then every now and then, like when you guys like go off, like when Chad just gets going, I'm like, oh, he is brilliant. Like I forget, but Ray does that too. Like we'll be on a podcast, and it's like we go, and she'll just start going on something or whatever. I'm like. It's just one of those things. Like I forget that she's brilliant. Mandy's the same time because a lot of times Mandy and I just like if we're hanging out, like we're just hanging out, being goofballs and like talking about stuff that has nothing to do with anything. But then when she gets going, I'm like, I forget how brilliant she is, not just with strategy, but like the actual science behind everything she talks about, like and how into that she has dug. And so I actually downloaded a couple of different apps for mood tracking. And tracking my day that way because that's not something that I do. And I'm like, oh, I need to get into that more. I really enjoyed that. But I enjoyed that session. Josh, I thought it was a perfect matchup because you were able to facilitate that conversation so perfectly. It's something that you are so passionate about too. Yes. I just really enjoyed the back and forth. And yeah, that was mine right there, I think.
I was like Becky in that one. I was taking notes, but trying not to look like I was taking notes. So, yeah, that was hard.
Totally get you.
I do want to go back to Danielle's comment. Danielle was saying that she liked the brain break shenanigans. I won't lie. We had some really intense sessions back to back, and we were all taking notes and loving it, but I felt full. Like my brain was full. And thank God we had a brain break. I thought that was hysterical. I don't know.
So I saw Jackie. Jackie's been with us all day. I know Danielle. I'm curious if Danielle took us anywhere today. Back in June, she took us all over the place. But Danielle's been with us. Who else has been with us all day?
Megan.
Debbie,
Megan.
Debbie had to go present. It's okay. Megan Wells has been with us all day. Anybody else come through there? Katie, I didn't see them all. So, but shout out. That's awesome. I don't care. Even if you've been with us for 3 hours, that's still awesome. So thanks for that. Appreciate that.
Megan Baldoff too.
Megan won a bunch of stuff too. I think Megan cleaned up, and I think she's been on YouTube the whole time. Carrying the YouTube flag today. I love it. So that's awesome.
Had a lot of participation. Like if you guys are watching, I actually have been watching on multiple streams.
Candace
session, but streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. We had some really even representation in the comments. All of them. We get to see them all come in from all streams. It was really cool to see the variety.
Yeah, that's kind of why I love that, seeing how that comes through and what all been. We had Twitch on the Twitch is usually our least represented, but there was a few of them in there today, so I was happy to see that. Can we give something away? Like, are we at that point? Can we do that?
Surely.
Let's do that. So this is another one where I'm gonna go ahead and blame myself. I'm guessing where it says that Jeff and Ray will figure it out on the fly.
Do not pull me into this.
So
do not.
So Katie, I have on here that we're going to give away 2-book bundle, but then inside parentheses I have 4 books. Are we giving away 2 different bundles? Is that the?
Yes.
Okay, so we got 2 bundles.
What books?
So we're actually giving away like 4 things or something. We're giving a whole bunch of stuff away this hour. So let's give away 1 book bundle right now. This is going to be Teach Better, the book Teach Better, and Make an Assessment Work. We'll go with those 2. Teach Better and Make an Assessment Work. So Teach Better, which is
Dave, I can't reach it.
Ray and Chad and Tiff and myself, and then Make an Assessment Work by Dr. David Schmittou. So let's see. Winner for this. Who can be the first to comment and tell me of the
Wait, slow down. We have to get ready. First to comment. We got to like take a deep breath and get our hands ready.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
come
You guys
on.
all ready? Are we okay? Like here,
Ready
okay.
now.
Right, like Ray says, I want you to sit intentionally. Roll those
Shoulder
shoulders
rolls.
back.
Yeah.
Right, feet on the
shoulder
ground.
Hashtag
All
TED
right.
Talk. Go ahead.
Who on the screen is the newest member on the Teach Better team? The newest. Newest Teach Better team
And
member.
Dave, no, you can't play.
Dave is playing by Ray's rules.
We don't need another Ray in the comments.
We don't. We don't need. I'm seeing it coming through.
Hey, Ray.
Danielle just noting that the books changed her life. Sarah Jesse nails it with Katie, the newest, right? Am I right? It is Katie, yes.
Yeah, that's who's showing up first.
Katie, how long have you been with us?
Like
It
5
hasn't been
minutes.
that long.
5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yesterday.
You guys just
You've been with us for at
told me
least 12 hours. At least 12 hours. I know
Oh,
that
that's
much.
right.
Like,
yeah,
I
just
may not know.
respond to me.
All right, so that one's going to Sarah. Sarah, email, let Katie know where to send a book. I think Katie already knows where to send a book.
And hey, Sarah Jesse was recently on Teach Better Talk podcast. Go listen to that episode. It was really good.
It was a really good episode.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. We're gonna give the rest of the books away too. So this second book bundle is Teachers Deserve It, and we're gonna do What is Anti-Racism by Hedrick Nichols.
Oh, guys,
Is that okay? Am I right, Katie? Am I good?
Yes,
Okay.
good job.
Good. Okay. This one I'm gonna switch it up. So I'm gonna make it. I can't make it too easy because outside of Ray and myself, who else on the screen of the four have been on the team the longest? Who's been with us the longest? This one might actually be harder for some people.
Not me. Just to
So
help.
it's not Katie. Just to kind of make that it's out of the three. Who's been on the longest?
I've narrowed it down to 2. Does that count?
How do you not know this?
Because it's
We got a Josh in there. We got a Carrie in there. Okay, Ray, do you know it yet? Did you get it? Did you figure it out?
can I phone a friend? I need to ask Caitlin a question.
I think this person said how long they were on the team earlier today.
I think so.
Another Carrie. We got one Becky in there now too.
Yeah, I think I can base this all off of the Teach Better 19 conference, can't I?
That's where I would base it off of. Yes. Now it can be confusing because two of the people on screen were there, but only one was on the team at the time.
Well, I knew that because when one of them walked in, I shouted their name so loud, and I'm pretty sure that they were never going to come back.
Oops, she gave it away. She gave it away.
You just gave it away. So the answer is Becky. So Becky was with us for several months before the conference. Becky, I don't know how we would have done the conference without Becky. So it was a good thing she was already on team. Josh was at the conference as a podcaster. His podcast was there. He did. How many live interviews did you do at the conference? Do you remember?
Oh goodness, at least 12.
At least 12, because then you released them every other week or several weeks going on too. Yeah, and then it wasn't too long after that we started doing the mailbag episode, and that's when we roped him in and it was over.
Okay, so I deserve no credit because I know Becky ran the Teach Better 19 conference. My issue was I couldn't remember. I was actually debating between Murph and Carrie. I can never remember when Carrie joined, but then I couldn't remember why Carrie wasn't at the conference.
I'm not 100% sure whether Josh or Carrie was here first, so that might be the next question, and we'll let them tell us.
Oh, don't
tell. But first off, so that's Teachers Deserve It, and What is Anti-Racism? Do we have a winner, Katie?
Yep, Esther.
Esther, yeah, she's a Ethan masterminder.
Nice.
Congrats, Esther. Make sure you email Katie at teachbetter.com to get that. All right, we'll move on for a second. So, okay, now I got to know, Carrie, when did you start?
I think I was a little bit before Josh.
I think you're just before Josh. Yeah,
I joined in May, so I'm almost approaching a year.
Josh, when were you? Were you in? Was it June?
No,
June, July. No, it was August, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was August. August. I want to say it's actually August 6th or something.
Because I announced it on my birthday, which was early September. So.
Yep, that's right. Okay, so Carrie was okay. Gotcha. So Carrie has seniority. It was a good week. Awesome.
Ray, you did not scare me at the conference, by the way.
Is Ray eating right now?
Ray, she's been eating. Are you eating the cake now? Are you into the cake?
Good. What is that? Is that
so?
Is that
Can I say something?
Oh my gosh,
this is my favorite part of the 12-hour live. is Ray's progression.
I love those cakes.
It's Ray's progression from absolute professionalism to who cares? Because no. Because when we come into this thing, we're set. Like it's when the music plays, people coming on. We don't move people in and on and off without the music playing because it looks better, it's smooth better. But then brain break hits and Ray's like, I'm just gonna pop in every 30 seconds, and who cares, right? And then it's just like, forget it. Now we're eating on camera. Like,
here's the thing. It was Katie's birthday yesterday, which is where I got this. And I told myself if I made it to the half an hour left mark, I could eat it. So that was it.
Oh, well, then that makes it okay.
There's an idea for a sponsor. Next 12-hour live, nothing bunt cake.
Yes.
Nothing bunt cake?
We need
oh
some
my
coffee
God,
too.
so good.
Oh, they're so good. We have them here too.
Delicious. I also had one, but I have no restraint. And so I destroyed mine in one sitting. I'm not enjoying it 24 hours later, like Ray currently is.
All right, let me ask. I'm gonna put this out to the group here. How is everyone feeling? Well, I guess 2-part question. Well, one, you should. The first answer should be yes, but it may be no. One, were you aware of the chat switch coming? So hopefully it's a yes for everybody. But it's been a crazy couple weeks. But more importantly, like, how are you feeling about this whole chat change thing with the Mastery Chat change? So we just talked about, like, here's the fact of the matter: Mastery Chat been around longer than all y'all.
Yep.
I think combined, actually, at this point. Masters has been going for 4 years, a little over 4 years. It's crazy. Master Chat's older than Teach Better Team. And it's changed, which is it's crazy. It's really weird as I say that out loud. How are we feeling about that? Like, Becky, you are so connected to Mastery Chat. Like, and you and I have been doing a lot of work on that with the marketing team and the social media team, which you and Ray run over there. How are you feeling? How you feeling about the chat thing, the response we got in the comments? How you feeling about all that?
Mastery Chat is definitely near and dear to my heart for a lot of reasons. And, one thing I don't think a lot of people knew is that I was running the behind the scenes. Like, I was the Teach Better person running the chat from the Teach Better team perspective for a long time.
You were the team Twitter account.
I was Oz.
A long time. You were Oz.
And now we have, a wonderful intern who's helping us with that, and she's phenomenal. Rachel, shout out to Rachel because she's doing it. So it's obviously near and dear to my heart, but I don't think it's going to be a difficult transition because many of the things that we put hashtags on, we're putting hashtag Teach Better. So this is just another hashtag Teach Better.
Well, and I feel like, Jeff, that's kind of where this started, because when we originally did hashtag Mastery Chat, it was because we were trying to build a community that wasn't necessarily the grid method. We just wanted to get educators together that felt safe talking shop and sharing ideas. Yeah. Now we had this reflection of, like, we've built this great family and people know to search for Teach Better. Like, people know that that's where they can find their family, their community. It almost seemed like silly that we weren't then making it easier on Thursday nights for our community to come together,
Yeah. And when Mike asked the question, and Megan's kind of touching around, she knows a lot of people that jump into the chat occasionally that aren't connected us in other ways. And so, Mike, that kind of sort of connects to your question. So the official switch is not necessarily the name switch, more so the format switches on May 20th. But from here on out, at least for the next foreseeable future, we're going to use both hashtags. And the reason is because some of those people that Megan has mentioned, we don't want to lose them. We want them to lose the family, right? So we want them to be able to find the chat, but we're going to be using both hashtag Teach Better and hashtag Mastery Chat, so you can find both. But on the May 20th is when it's going to change the format. We're going to go to the 30-minute chat with the 30-minute recap, and we'll do 4 questions. So that's the change. It's Debbie's birthday. So we'll have to figure out some way to celebrate that during that too. So that's how we'll celebrate. Debbie, we actually planned that. That's our celebration for your birthday. You're welcome.
I get to say, Jeff, there will be a little bit of a shift with the hashtag, only because while we'll be using both hashtags, people will be encouraged to use Teach Better as the main hashtag on the 20th. So we actually would love all of you that are here with us. And I know that so many of you have continued to share this feed throughout the day, so people can continue to learn. But if you guys could help us educate, help us, make other educators aware of this shift, using both hashtags will definitely be something we're going to try to do. But our hosts, we're going to try and keep us at that hashtag Teach Better after that May date. So
I'm reading
And we'll
Dave's
be
comment.
advertising it. First of all, I love Dave's commentary throughout this whole day. I mean, I
So-
really think like he could be a game show host, this guy.
He
Dave
is
Schmidt.
basically
He
on
is.
Wednesdays. On Wednesdays he is. I just love it because he said it earlier and I didn't correct him, but then he put it in there too. He said Mastery Learn in Progress or something, which is not what the company's name is anyway, which just shows you why no one knows that part of the company. What did he put?
Progressive
too
Learning
short.
Mastery.
Progressive Learning
LLC.
Mastery.
Yeah.
Progressive Mastery Learning. PML is what it is.
Yeah, his suggestion is way too short. It needs to be longer.
It's way too it needs to be long. He put the LLC in there as well with the chat. Oh man. Yeah, Mike. So yeah, we're actually gonna be touching base with you on Monday. It'll come to you about that. Just making sure that you're aware of that. The biggest change for you, Mike, is just adding that second hashtag, brother. So you will notice the images changing. And there's a whole it's a cool like flow of how the image is going to change over the next several weeks and stuff. But yep, be good. So shout out to Mike, who is leading it next Thursday, which is awesome. So,
He's on it.
Ambassador Mike. Let's see what else. We got we talked about the Facebook event, the Facebook group event on the 14th. That's super excited. Becky, I'm pretty sure you're leading that too, aren't you? Aren't you putting that whole thing together?
I'm like, oh, I know about that too.
We're just going to talk about all the stuff that Becky's doing right now.
Yeah, we're super pumped for that. You know, the last hangout that we had, which I know you guys touched on, was awesome. The popcorn hangout. We took a survey at the end and asked people, you know, in those kind of events, what they would be looking for. And overwhelmingly, everybody said part PD, part having fun. And so that's what we've designed. This one, the last one was definitely more like fun. Everybody did a breakout room. That was super fun. But this one's going to be, you know, breakout sessions but also having some fun and interacting as a whole group. So, and, you know, again, shout out to Megan Deegan, who is totally helping out with that. And Josh will be involved. Dave will be involved. So it's going to be,
I don't think I'm involved. I'm not involved. I wasn't asked.
That was kind of on purpose.
I don't know whether I should feel upset or be thankful for it too. I'll figure that out later.
Both.
And Carrie. Okay. We talked about earlier the 64 post coming out this month.
Mm-hmm.
And Chris actually asked, and I want to confirm, does that include the because there'll be a couple vlogs in there too. Does that include those, or
yes,
are you just thinking
our vlog.
Okay, it does include those. So 64, we committed to doing 2,000 this year, which is awesome. I really appreciate you doing that.
1,000.
No. You did you can't do capital yes with multiple S's and not that automatically doubles the goal. Like that's how life works. No, so seriously though, 1,000 though. But I looked at 1,000. So if you look at that from May on, we're at 2, so we're gonna be at 264, and from May on it's 8 months. So like it's good. We don't even have to get to 100 a month at that point. Well, I don't know what that. Someone do the math teachers.
Can you shut this down, Ray?
I don't feel like you are doing very well at this, Jeff. I don't.
Which part? The math? I'm not doing well with the math. However,
we can do another giveaway. I'm just saying.
Good idea, Katie. Go ahead.
They're afraid I was going to get her to commit to 2,000.
I don't
Just
think that's what
focus
we
on the
were
giveaway.
about. No.
Yeah. All right, what do you want to give away now at this? Do you want to do a swag bundle or a
swag?
All right, so we got we actually got kind of like 2 different swag bundles that we're giving away. So one is the Teach Better family collection of a shirt, a hoodie, and a mug. The other one is actually we're actually going to do 2 12-hour collection, or 12-hour shirts. So which one do you want to do first?
I don't know what's happening with you anymore, but let's.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What's happening with me?
There's one bundle, and
then there's also a
shirts. Like
2 shirts. Yeah, that's 2 shirts. 2 separate
That's not a
shirts.
bundle.
It says the word collection on my sheet, which threw me off because it's a collection. That made me think multiple.
We're gonna fix that for next time. But right now, I want you to give away the bundle.
All right, we'll do the bundle. How do you want to give it away? I'm not doing well enough, so someone else take over and give it away.
Hey, Josh,
Ray's got something.
You do a bunch with our swag. Can you think of a question that somebody would have had to tune into a segment today to know the answer to? And you can make it kind of easy because you can do the whole 12 hours. Maybe people are only catching it in the afternoon or they were only here in the morning. But can you think of a question for this bundle?
Yes. So on the blogger segment, On the top of the blogs, there is TLDR. What does that stand
Ooh,
for?
nice.
Oh,
Nice
that-
goal, Josh.
Guys, you know everyone's Googling it because that's what we told them to do if they didn't know.
I wrote it down because I actually didn't know and I always wondered, but I was too afraid to ask. So it was beautiful that you guys actually talked through that.
That was an interesting conversation for me because I had it with Caitlin too. Like in the world of like marketing blogs, business blog, like that's used literally everywhere and has been for years. And then like I brought it like when I talked to Caitlin about it, she's like, I've never seen that before. And I explained to her, she's like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. And then Carrie's like, I don't know what this is. I'm like, oh, okay. It's
because
it was fun. Yeah, it was perfect talking.
Liv and
I'm so
I
glad
think
you brought
every
that up.
single guest blogger has asked us about that at some point. Like when their post is published,
so
they
glad.
see it and they're like, I think something's wrong with my post. So
Well, I think it's funny because we've been talking about all the content being published. And Carrie, I know he's going to commit to 1,000 blogs this year. That doesn't include the podcast networks publishing episodes for the podcast that are featured. Like that's not even included in the number that we're joking about. So when we talk about that there were like 2 blogs published today, there also may have been like 9 podcasts in the network that were published. It's ridiculous.
Josh, do you know off the top of your house how many podcast episodes go out each week right now?
Well,
I
we're at
don't even know if I can guess.
22 podcasts, and most of them are weekly. So, but I know some are bi-weekly too. So.
Yeah, but there's also a couple that do like we do 2 episodes, so like that would make up for that. So we're probably pretty close to 20 episodes a week, huh?
Yeah, I would say so.
All right, so we'll call that 80 for the month. So Carrie, we're probably already there at this point.
That's true. That's a good point because Ray did, or Jeff, you said at one point it was content, not just the blog.
That's true.
Well, but my content's different. When I say pieces of content, my number is much higher. It always has been. I've been consistent with that. When I say pieces of content, I want 1,000 a day.
Hey, Jeff, could you go get a piece of cake? We're going to pick a winner for the TLDR.
Let's pick a winner. I saw a couple come through. I don't think Dave wins by just simply putting the same abbreviation. But
No, Katie, who wins this? Because I think even your husband submitted an answer for this one.
he did, and he got it right too.
Yes,
Well-
but A, I'm not going to let him win, and B, technically in the stream, she was above him. So.
Megan's cleaning up again.
Yeah. No, it'll be easier for shipping. We'll just send her all like
Just send everything.
Can I tell you, I had a momentary heart attack last weekend. Carrie, I didn't tell you this story, but I submitted my blog post, which, this is the first one I've done in a while. And I must have accidentally hit preview. Okay. So I didn't realize, because I've never done that before when I've submitted blog posts. So it previews it on the site. I thought it went live.
You published
and
it?
I was like literally sitting there going, oh my God, did I just post this? And I was like, no, Carrie wouldn't have let me post it. No, she absolutely would have read it. No, like I had to talk myself in. And then I was like, and then I realized I went back and realized what I did. And I said, oh, thank God.
Well,
but yeah,
even if
just
that
so any of you bloggers out there, like if you hit preview, it's not live on the site yet.
Yeah. Even if that happened, like we would understand. Also, I don't know if you didn't add a featured image, I don't know that it would show up. I don't know how
It
that
would.
works, but
It would either
still-
pull from an image in the blog or it would just show with no image.
But I want to preface, Carrie's smart enough to not give any of us access to actually publish on the website.
That's what I figured.
Like Becky, you and I don't even have access to be like, I want this blog to publish right now. It has to be like, I'm sorry, you need Carrie's approval. There's like a notification that comes up.
Well, that's what I was thinking. That's how I was like calming myself down. I was like, no, Carrie wouldn't let me do this. Carrie would like, she didn't even know I had this whole conversation about her.
Oh, Carrie, we'll stay on the topic of the blogs. I'm curious if there are any new series launching, because you said we have how many? 19? Is it 19 series?
I think 18 or 19.
18.
Yeah.
Are there? What are some of the new ones? Do you have them in your head? Can you share some of the new ones out? Maybe one that you're just super excited about. I know.
Yeah. So some of the I guess the more recent ones that have started. Brad Hughes started one this month, this year in January. And then I'm trying to look here. Olivia just started one. She should be coming up
good.
her second one this month. And then Jillian is also starting one, and her first post will be out in just a couple of days. So Jillian, I am going to not pronounce her last name correctly. Du Bois. boys. Yeah,
Boys.
so hers will be starting in a couple days. So got some new ones here.
Awesome. That's awesome. 18 series. That's so cool. Dave says he makes so many mistakes, and Carrie always holds his hands, fixes my boo-boos, makes everything look so polished. Sounds pretty accurate.
So can I ask a question? I know we have 10 minutes left. And Jeff, I know there's so many pieces of the Teach Better team that we could dive into, right? We could talk about mastermind takeaways, blog updates, podcast updates, all the events. But I also want to preface all of you here are educators as well. You work with students every day, right? The only person on the screen that works for the Teach Better team full time is Jeff. All the rest of us are going to take a Sunday and then go to school on Monday. Is there something that you've taken away from this 12-hour live that you actually plan on Monday, bringing to your students or bringing to your staff in some way that you wouldn't mind sharing? I know it's kind of putting you on the spot.
Kim Beard. Sorry, do you mind if I jump in first here?
Go.
Kim Bearden gave a quote, and it was very similar to along the lines of what Mickey Smith was saying too. And her quote was, "You have to exude what you want to create." And some days that's easier than others. And she admitted that, some days it's easier to be a little more on than it is others. But I think that really resonated with me. And I kind of want to take that quote and, take my little Post-it that I put it on and put it on my computer screen to remind me that's really in part what it's all about is. And she said it a couple times and I thought that was a great quote.
I think I'm biased because, of my segment, but as far as the SEL piece and the mindfulness and just allowing teachers to have some time to focus on their mental health, especially at this time of year, I think obviously it's been extremely tough for all educators throughout the country, around the world, really, with the pandemic. But, not just instructing and talking through mental health, but actually giving that time back. I think that's so important. So I love that piece. And then just for my own mental health, what Lindsay was talking about as far as morning routines and making sure that we're prepared because, we're there as leaders to inspire. And if my cup's not filled, then how am I going to pour that out to other people? So I think that was really important too.
I think just the excitement, honestly. I mean, I'll be the first to admit I've been tired. And I know we talked earlier about, do you have a countdown? Do you not? And I actually realized this week with my students, I was like, you guys, this is the first year ever that I could tell you how many days are left. And I hated that. But I think this totally got me kind of excited, gave me a couple quick ideas just to keep them excited, keep them engaged. And that was the big takeaway for today was just, yes, I could still tell you the number of days I have left, but it reminded me it has nothing to do with the students or the job. It's just the year, and so I'm just excited to go back and try, the puzzle and the tower. I already wrote down a bunch of ideas on how I can incorporate my math into all the things that Kevin shared with me. So that's what I'm mostly excited about and eager to take on Monday.
And then it's ironic you were talking about a countdown because one of the other things on my notes that I wanted to share was from the Becky Schnexer, P. Sloan Joseph, and Carly Spina segment about how their emphasis on having that countdown at the end of the year can do more harm than good for a lot of students. And not that as educators, we're not counting down because I know all of us are 25 days left and then we get our summer break. But I think just with our students phrasing it we only have this much time left together, let's make the most of it. Let's continue to just use this time that we have together to do great things. And I think even if you are excited for that break, which we all deserve it, we need it. But I think with our students, not phrasing it like that, because then it kind of makes it seem like we don't want to be there. And I think always being present with them and being we got to use this time that we have together and make the most of it and just be positive with them and not make it seem like you don't want to be there. Because I think phrasing it like that could make it seem like that.
So Jeff, I want to put you a little on the spot as well with this question because I foolishly never quite saw people that were outside of working with students day to day as teachers. I'm aware that they instruct in so many different ways, but I was ignorant to really what that was like. And I think there's been some reflection you and I have done, just how the team has grown over the past year, over the past 2 years. I think it's incredible how many teacher strategies, how many educator strategies are actually going into supporting a team of 22 plus people on the Teach Better team, plus all the ambassadors, plus the Speakers Network, plus the mastermind members, plus our entire Teach Better family, plus our whole like community here. How many elements of that, to completely negating the professional development we do that obviously is teaching, but how much goes into, you know, doing that work. I kind of want to throw it to you. Have you taken anything from the segment that you feel like you want to specifically incorporate in terms of your leadership in the team or with any other member of our community?
Yeah, I think for me, that's a great question, by the way.
Okay.
For me, it's
the big bucks.
something that I caught, and Carrie, you know, alluded to with the idea of the countdown. Some of the thing that I felt in that conversation, and the same, it came out with Hedrick and Sheldon. There was at least one other spot that I caught it too, and that's just around the intention of what you do. So the countdown, yes, it was the mastermind. The countdown can work if it's done with the right intention and intentionally done, right? Because you can celebrate the fact that it's the end of the year because they've accomplished another year of school. They've grown another year. You finished 3rd grade. You finished 6th grade. Like, that's super cool. Counting down because, oh my God, thank God we're done. That's potentially dangerous, right? So it's your intention behind it. Sheldon talked about that when they were talking about the groups and like the groups of maybe he said he had like white students or white teachers that were trying to, and he was like, well, depends. Like if your group of white educators getting together, like, is to talk about how you can be better advocates and better supported. And he goes, I support that every day. And he talked about several schools that he knows that has that. And so I think it's all around your intention. And I think for us, that's always been a thing for me as someone who gets to work with so many amazing people, like thinking through and it's not that I've never thought about the intention. It's just to constantly bring that to my forefront of thinking through, like, okay, what is my intention in the conversations I'm having? What is my intention if I'm correcting something, or if I'm providing guidance on something, or if I'm trying to share something, if we're bringing someone into a project or whatever it might be. I think for me, a big piece today that I heard a lot was intention. And there was a part of me with Mickey Smith, the whole, I love you just the way you are, but I love you too much to let you stay that way and get there. And Ray, I'm gonna make, I don't know, put the spotlight on you, make you blush. I think about when we first got connected for so long, it was, I'm just a teacher. I don't know anything about business. I can't do that. And it was you and Tiff. I used to pound it in your heads of like, that's not true. And you're not just I'm just a 6th grade teacher. I'm like, no, you're a rock star, right? And I think just for me, it was that moment of like, yeah, it's okay if you're a 6th grade teacher. Like, that's freaking awesome as it is. But I see you, and I'm going to try and see that more in our team of like seeing what they can be and what our team members can be, because I see so much awesomeness. So trying to be intentional and fighting for all of you to be the amazing rock stars that I already know you are and will be. So
that's the first line on Josh's shirt here. I'm not just a teacher.
I know. Yeah.
Which we can ruin the moment and say is available at teachbetterswag.com. You can purchase it at,
It is. However, it is not one of the 2 shirts we're going to give away, because that's 12-hour shirts. But you can use the code that is still active, which is 12-hour love. You could use that to get 25% off. That goes away later tonight. So with that, let's do it. And look at that, Katie all over with the post. let's give away another one, because we have less than 5 minutes.
Wow.
Let's do another giveaway. We'll do one, and then we'll do another. We'll figure out 2 cool ones to do here. So we're gonna do. This is one of the 12.
Why don't you do the first giveaway with 2 winners?
All right, you got 2 winners here. You're both gonna win a 12-hour live shirt. One of the new ones that just got on the site, so it's the new one for this 12-hour live, and it's gonna be the T-shirt. So, how should we have them win? I'm gonna have Carrie pose a question. Yeah, no. I know.
You guys know how I feel about doing things on the spot. We've talked about this. This does not go well.
I know. I actually wasn't necessarily going to make you do it, but now I kind of want to.
I can save Carrie if she needs.
Go
Yes,
ahead,
please.
Josh. Your last,
That would be great.
Carrie. Do you want to or not? Because Josh's
No,
last one was
Josh,
spot
you
on.
got
So
this.
I'm going to Josh then. All right,
Go to Josh.
Carrie, you get to bow out. That's okay.
Can I just like do a general Teach Better type deal? Like
Sure.
podcast
Yeah,
network? All right. So
Yeah.
what
Sure.
what was the last podcast added to the podcast network?
Ooh,
It's on the
wow.
website.
That's a hard
The most-
question.
The most recent
Yeah. What was the last one to launch?
is it the one that we had an issue with the other day with the username? Or am
Yes.
I off? Okay,
give you a
then I know the answer.
Blue?
Yes.
Yes, I know it.
There's so there is not outside of the Teach Better thing. There's a connection to me, but not necessarily a connection to me. In this, there is.
Oh, someone already got it.
Yeah, and the connection to me is that it's Jeff Bradbury is one of
Yeah.
the hosts on there, and the Jeff. Forget it.
No,
Which, by the way,
I
Go
co-hosted
ahead.
2 episodes on that. I'm just gonna say
on
that was,
Tech
that
Coach?
was a while ago. Yep.
No kidding.
No kidding.
Yeah, that's a good one. So super excited about that. We've been connected with Jeff for a long time.
Yes.
Debbie, make
So
sure
it's
to
really fun
email Katie at teachbetter.com to claim your prize.
Oh, good. Debbie won that.
We need
Nice job,
one
Debbie.
more question because we needed 2. So, right?
Yeah.
We need one more question.
Josh, do you have another
Y'all,
Question.
come on now. All right.
go out?
I have a question from which we kind of already said. So this will be a little bit easier
Okay.
if people were paying attention to the segment. It has to do with our segment with Mickey Smith.
Who?
Okay. Who presents? Oh, Josh, I'm sorry. Am I stealing your thunder here?
No, goodness, no, Becky,
Okay.
you're saving me. You're my lifeline. You just don't know it.
Who presented Mickey Smith with the Grammy Award that he won in 2020?
If you were paying attention to Brain Break, we did that in the Brain Break too. So making it easy on us there in this last few minutes.
You know what? We've been
Who
live for 12
presented it?
hours. We
I
need
think
to
it's so
be
cool.
easy. Yeah.
Yeah, she went where we were supposed to go. That's yes. So who
Ours
who
really
was the one who actually presented it? Matt says Albert Einstein. I think Matt's right.
So
I'm
cool.
gonna vote yes for Matt. That's
No,
I think that's
not
the way to
Matt.
go.
Nope.
All right, who's first one to see? I see Candace.
Candace? Yeah.
Candace Miller.
Candace! Woohoo! It wasn't Tim McGraw. It
Good job,
wasn't
Dave.
Tim McGraw. That's because they don't let Tim go to the Grammys anymore, Dave. That's not actually true. I love Tim McGraw. I just love giving Dave crap about it because he's such a fan. Alicia Keys, Candace, make sure you email Katie and get your shirt as well.
Hey Jeff, we have 1 minute. I have one last thing. Can we do, please?
Oh, we're going over at least by 1 minute.
Okay.
I
Well,
have
that's
to.
good because I have a thing that's going to take a bit, and I'm nervous I'm gonna run out of time. Guys, I do just want to preface. We love our Teach Better family. There's so many things that we are so fortunate to be able to do with the incredible people, the ambassadors, the speakers network members, the podcasters. Holy cow! People that participate in Mastery Chat, you are all incredible. But there is not a chance on earth that we could have handled this year or be where we are now without the actual people on the Teach Better team that spend all day in school and come home and they say hi to their families and then they work 5 hours every single night for no reason other than just to keep this community served well. And so I know that it's lame. I literally have a list on my phone because I don't want to miss anybody on the team unless we want to test Jeff to see if he knows everybody in order.
Ooh, I'd like to test it. I don't know it in order, but can I test it? Because I'm curious. You guys call me out. I'll take the hit.
Okay.
Andrea,
Everybody on the team. Andrea.
Bella,
Yep.
Dave.
Mhm.
I'm done. What's that? Yeah, so Josh, Katie, Becky, Carrie, Becky Schnexer, Caitlin. We've got Megan. We've got Michelle. We've got Brianna. We've got Chad. We've got Rachel. We've got Jennifer. We've got Hans.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Hedrick. We've got...
One of our
geez, now
favorite
I'm-
people.
but I'm in this moment. I'm trying to think of who I said or didn't say.
Who is my favorite person?
Oh, Chris. Chris is on the team. Emily. And I'm like thinking through departments now at this point.
Come on,
Did
Jeff.
you
Who'd I
you know
miss?
better.
Who'd I miss? Carrie. I got Carrie right, and Livia.
Livia.
Brianna.
I said
said
Brianna.
Hey,
Okay.
Jeff, there's only 2 left, and you didn't say them.
Jeff and Ray.
Yeah.
Oh, was that the last time? I'm like, oh man, I feel horrible. All right, I think I got everybody. Is that everybody? Yeah,
forgot Chad.
our team. You know what's great? I said Chad. Doesn't matter.
Shout out to Katie for organizing her first
Yes.
12-hour event. I mean, that's no small undertaking. So she did a
Yes.
fabulous job.
Yes, and Katie was running the back end of this pretty much the entire day too. Ray and I helped a little bit, but it was pretty much all Katie. Like, let's be real. So, yeah, I mean, I second what Ray says. Like, we can't. I mean, it's hard to. It's awesome that it's hard to remember everybody because we have the team's grown so much, which is just like the coolest thing in the world. We're officially over 12 hours live right now, which I was really intent on doing, and we had to do. This is going to be, so we've mentioned it a few times, but like you can always go back and watch this. It'll be in 2 different streams on the YouTube channel, on the Facebook. But we are going to be cutting up every segment. So you're going to be able to go in. It'll be a free course over at teachbetteracademy.com that'll have all 15 segments as their individual lessons in that segment. So you can go back and watch it anytime you want and just catch the shorter clips versus the having to go through like an 8-hour stream and stuff. So that's going to happen. The swag is over at teachbetterswag.com. There's also, like mentioned, there's also brand new hashtag TeachBetter chat swag up there.
Yep.
Use the code. What was the code?
12
12-hour love.
Our love.
12-hour love. That's only good to, I think it's going to like 11:30 tonight, and then it's done. So like you got to use that now. What am I missing? I get everything. Our sponsors: Road to Awesome, Classroom Q, GimKit, Pear Deck, Lead Equity Center, EduMatch, Floop, and Hugh. Thank you so much for sponsoring, for supporting, for giving the giveaways. It's super, super awesome. What else, Ray?
Guys, do we trust Jeff, yay or nay, to click the end broadcast button, or do you want me to do it? Which one? Yes
Well,
to Jeff,
Didn't
not
Ray
Jeff.
click the wrong button last time and it blacked everything out?
Yeah, Ray's the one who ended the stream. Yeah, we blamed her. Yeah.
I didn't do that.
Wait, Ray, are you taking us out? Are we going out with like the original like we came in with? Is that what we're going to do?
We're going to go out with the original, but I just need someone also to click the end broadcast.
We got to say better.
am not. I am not clicking. Thank you, Josh, because I am not clicking that
Look
in
at
until I
Katie.
see a whole bunch of green hearts first.
Better,
which
better,
maybe
better.
people not do it, but I want to see some green heart. There's Megan getting us in, and Candace. Let's go. Get those green hearts going. So thanks to sponsors. Thanks to everyone who joined us, but thanks to everyone who has hung out. You that have been here with us all day, whether you've been here for 12 hours, 9 hours, 3 hours, or the last 30 minutes. We hope you know how much we appreciate you and love you and that we're here for you. And if we can ever do anything, please, 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 please let us know. You're the reason why we do all this stuff so that you can go out and continue being awesome and making the impact in your classrooms and your school districts every day. So please keep coming and hanging out with us and telling us what you need so we can try our best to create that and build that for you. So, all right, Ray, I will hit the end broadcast. You take us out with some music.
I don't know that I trust you, buddy. Maybe you should let me click the button. I don't know. What are you thinking?
Well, I don't know. Now I'm worried because I thought I was good. I thought we were gonna be good, and I would just click it. And now you're like, no. So I'm gonna click it. Nobody else click the button.
We love you.
Take
Have
us
a
out.
good day, guys. Happy
Bye,
July.
everybody. Thank you.
Bye, guys.